Welcome one and all right back to the NACL Split 2 Promotion Tournament. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown Boulevard, and today we send two teams home with no shot at making it into the LTA at the end of summer. It could be more exciting.
That's right, Lennon. These teams we're going to be seeing here today are on their last lives, and even winning today won't necessarily get you that qualification. They'll still have a best of 5 to play tomorrow, whoever ends up advancing. But you know, it starts here. It starts with a win now. These two best of 3s really do or die for these players who want to participate in Tier 2 and that promotion into Tier 1 potentially for the rest of the year, because if you don't make it today, 2025 for you is pretty much done.
There's a lot of eyes on that next split of NACL, and you want to be in the room. If you missed any of that action, if you're not in the room and you want to get in it, go ahead and check out our socials. They'll be scrolling across the top left of your screen. You can check out all the plays so far from the promotion tournament. We did have some kind of one-sided affairs yesterday, but maybe day one is more your fancy with some more of the back and forth games over there. We'll see if we get some of that today, Beatdown.
I really hope we do. I think it's possible. I think both of these matchups are actually going to be pretty exciting, especially because we have our two teams who were bottom of NACL Split 1, who are looking to try and fight for that last spot alongside the two newer teams trying to make their way into NACL. So you got to imagine, if any of these games were going to be scrappy, unlike yesterday, it's got to be today.
Yeah, it does indeed. And one we didn't get to actually look at yesterday because it was not on the official stream, but co-streamed by Agus Esports, was Dorado Gaming taking a 3-0 over Polestar. Just as one-sided as the matchup we saw here, where Citadel went 3-0 themselves. But it was apparently one that had a lot of excitement to it. We're going to get to walk through some of the clips here on this side of things, but it was a very interesting affair to keep getting our check-ins and seeing how one-sided the games ended up being.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at some of the players there on Dorado who have played in the NACL previously, I mean, we have Shochi, who played really recently, Kaido, who's formerly known as City Witty also. There's some pretty good talent on this roster, and they really proved that yet again here with this match against Polestar. For the most part, there really wasn't much to say other than that they smoked them.
I think it's so telling. We have a lot of confidence from the players of the side of Dorado, but especially Shochi calling his shot at the beginning of the day, saying, I will promote today into the NACL, and they made good on that. And there's a lot of good combinations, obviously, between him and City Witty, like you were saying, but it's really about the team play. I think Ariana actually had some interesting moments to kind of dissuading that top lane that sometimes we have seen, you know, Dr. Calculus have some advantages and kind of take that away from Polestar, but 3-0 nonetheless. Yeah,
that's right. At the end of the day, it's some pretty exciting talent that we're seeing in the league, some old, some new. I'm also excited about Oriana. I'm excited about this bot lane as well, Mazel. And I think there's a lot of things to be excited about with this team, too. It's tough for Polestar, who seem like they've been on that upward trajectory despite never winning a game in the NACL to lose here. But now they do still have that one last chance today, Mazel, to be able to get that win if they're able to beat CPD.
Hey, they won 4 games, okay? Just no series.
Sorry, I should say matches. I meant to say matches.
We have every kind of nomenclature you could ask for.
We really
in terms
do.
Of what we need for matches, games, whatever
I think it's
it
complicated,
is. Rounds.
Man.
We go rounds now that all the shooters are getting popular.
Maybe laps. What are we thinking?
Okay, that's the next evolution. Evolution. Well, Dorado Gaming was running laps around Polestar yesterday. Three of them, in fact. And we take a look at the bracket here. Obviously, today is not a qualification day. It's just to see if you're alive in the tournament and who you will face in that next round for that final spot. Obviously, since Near Airport bid the NACL adieu, there is a little bit extra oomph into this promo tournament than normal. So we'll see who ends up winning between Jolly Rogers and Apex Mission Impossible, first and foremost, to be in that next round. And then Cupid Esports taking on Polestar to see who will be their opponent.
That's right. There's a chance today that we could say goodbye to our bottom 2 NACL teams from Split 1 already by the time this day ends. So it would be really heartbreaking no matter who ends up losing, because I mean, that's the way it goes in these double elimination tournaments as well. But we're going to have to see who actually comes out on top. I think it will be really exciting because, yeah, you said it earlier, all these teams, they want to be able to try and qualify for LTA. They want to be in the room where it happens, and that's NACL Split 2.
Great song,
so
by the way.
yes, my favorite actually. And will be really important for them to get this win today so that they can make it to that split and work their way up.
We have a 50-50 chance right now, sitting on the. And it might end up being right now is the 50-50 chance. It might not end up being that for the next round between getting teams that were already in the NACL back into it, or if we're going to see a new era with 3 new teams coming to the NACL, as we already have 2 out of 3 joining the ranks. AMI versus Jolly Rogers, though, this is going to be an important one and a very interesting one. I feel like this could be the closer of the 2, and I really want to see what we get off these 2 teams, especially when we're taking a look at Apex Mission Impossible, because yesterday did not go their way. And this is a roster that had found some successes, especially, I talked about it ad nauseum yesterday, about how they always found wins in the first 15 minutes of the game. They always found leads, and then they fumbled the bag. Yesterday, I don't know if I think we had one time where they had a lead. So I really want to see a recoup of their strategy and how they want to play the game today.
Yeah, part of it is tough because if I'm being straight with you, Lennon, I think what happened partially for the most part with this AMI roster is that, and something that I think was kind of happening to them throughout the split, and it's that, yeah, they've got some early game advantages. Honestly, I think in a lot of the games they had some successes, but they weren't able to do it just because, you know, their opponents were better, especially when you look at the Citadel Gaming roster where we were talking about it. None of them have been in the bottom half of NACL ever when they were participating in the league. That's the kind of skill and talent they were up against, and it's really difficult to close games against teams like that. So the hope is that they're able to level up for the remainder of this tournament to be able to hopefully win their spot back, and we'll see. Jolly Rogers, also an experienced team in their own right, trying to take that chance away from them.
And I know we had a little bit of a talk, or at least a response from Pocus before the series yesterday, and it's not even like AMI took that big of a break, right? They said they had 4 days collectively of a break between when they finished NACL and when they started grinding for this promo tournament. And I just feel like they never got their footing right yesterday. I really hope to see that today and see a little bit of those early game machinations really come to fruition here. A lot of that relies on LoJazz and Phi Mini having some good combinations because they had consistency through their bot lane traditionally.
That's true. What did you say? It was Happy Baz, Happy Lane, or something?
Yeah, that's what Pocus said. Unfortunately, there was none of that yesterday.
No, not really. It was kind of tough. I think the Ezreal game was actually one of the better ones for him. So maybe if he gets his hands on that today, things can work out a little differently. Because this final game was a scrappy one. I really did think for a moment that we were going to hit that game 4, that Citadel weren't going to be able to close it. But again, that experience really rings true, and it led to them getting the win.
It did indeed, and some scrappy fights, but in the end, a little bit of desyncedness and a lot of really good, just decisive moments from CTG, and see if we get that out of Jolly Rogers today to put a little bit of hamper in the plans of AMI. But I would love to see Baz get a little bit more resources today as well. I want to see his Jhin. I know it's not maybe the biggest carry potential, but one of the best champions he's looked on, at least in the recent past of AMI. Now Jolly Rogers on the other side, they've got their eyes on the prize as a team that has a decent amount of experience coming into these kinds of moments, but also with a little bit of new blood as well. But this team is looking to make a run for it.
And they are. I mean, you look at this top side, have definitely, you look at Dragoon and Will, have had some time in the NACL in the past. I know Will, we used to love to call him our summer child because while he was in school, he could only participate in Tier 2 during summer vacation. Kind of fallen off a little bit in more recent years. I believe the last time we saw him play was on AoE, and things really just didn't work out with that roster, but he's given it another go this time around with Jolly Ranchers. And you know, you have, or Jolly Rogers, excuse me. You have players like Sudsy, really experienced, been around this Tier 2, Tier 3 circuit for quite a long time, and of course Dragoon, who we know has been a pretty solid player himself. It looks like they might be able to make it happen this time.
Yeah, just seemingly always finds himself in that final conversation, at least almost 50%, over 50% of the time.
Yes.
We found for Dragoon, but this composition, this team really relies on that kind of mid-jungle duo as well, and that's why I think that matchup today is going to be super important to get the ground running for these teams. I really love to put a little bit of highlight on Will. That photo we have is from when he was on 100 Thieves Next, so that's a long time ago.
Many years
He
now.
still has the like polo long sleeve. I still have that in my closet, one of the best esports jerseys we've ever gotten. But this is a guy that has gone through different shades, right? He's gone from the ruthless Will that is always playing carries, that is always finding success in that way, to having some fluctuations and being very facilitative. The Skarner has become a key pick for him a lot of the time. And trying to figure out which one and which version we're going to get of Will today is going to be extremely important, because their series, they started off real strong against Dorado Gaming, who went on to qualify, but then the last 2 games there ended up being a little bit one-sided too.
Yeah, and I will say, despite the struggles Will has gone through, I think there has been growth for him as a player. I remember one of the first interviews this broadcast had ever done with him, and he went on probably the funniest rant, I think, of all time, talking about how his team are trying to lock him down by talking about things like jungle pathing and gank timers, and he was just not having it. But now being able to, play for his team over these last couple of years, I think has been a good improvement.
Yeah, and it's showing a little bit of that kind of maturation of a player that came in guns blazing and using a lot of that experience. I think when you talk to him, he's a much more somber kind of realism guy now, and he really talks about all the experience he's gotten over this time. And I'm expected to see some of that experience on the Rift today, because you have a lot of growing, at least pressure on AMI, who want to keep their spot, who feel like they had a really good opportunity coming into this tournament to be back in the NACL and reclaim that spot that they felt like they had, gotten a lot of growth off of in that split number 1. Let's take a look at predictions, though, and see who exactly comes down to each side here, as we're going to see how the broadcast does. And I'm the only one. I'm the only AMI believer.
Kind of fitting, because it's the wolf, lone wolf. That's you. Yeah, you're the lone wolf. No, Lennon, here's the thing. You have the chance. You have the chance to do the most amount of gloating of all time. Because if AMI win the series...
I also feel really bad, though, at the same time, because I like a lot of the players on Jolly Rogers. But the story of AMI is so good.
It's good. Come on. Yes. No, you're right. I agree.
I just feel like their record did not indicate exactly how they played for the most part. I think they could have been kind of that 6th, 7th place team there, but unfortunately a couple things at the end of the split not going their way. I'm looking for them to bounce back. I believe. I don't know if that belief is going to be rewarded or not, but I see I'm a little bit alone. And
if they win, they better thank you. Giving them your energy like Spirit Bomb style. You know what I mean?
They deserve it themselves if they win that. It does mean, though, I think if I did hear correctly, AMI are going to be choosing blue side for this first game. So that's something they did yesterday. They went with blue side for the first 2 games, decided to swap something up, go red side for that 3rd game. Still did not work out for them. But we saw them try to go for some big power picks. That first pick was a Lucian, by the way, going for that kind of duo bot lane. We'll see if they do that again today.
Yeah, it could work. Maybe we could see them throw something like a ban towards that Pantheon, or try and set themselves up by getting it themselves. I think that was the big detriment there to Baz in that game. Lane phase actually went all right for him. Problem was, when Orianna throws the ball on Pantheon and he flash stuns you, like literally, how can you play that? Like, come on, we can't grief him for how can play. Thank you. So not as bad as it maybe looked. Maybe this time around, if they're aware of such situations, they can avoid that and really empower Baz to be happy Baz.
Well, we're going to find out what they get with that first pick, because we're headed into draft for this first best of 3. Lives on the line between the defending spot for AMI and seeing if we get some new blood here with Jolly Rogers. We will see them already stick to the kind of similar bans that we had in that series yesterday for AMI, as they ban away the Talia, not the Jace first this time. We'll see if the Jace also adds on there. The Lucian going to be the ban by Jolly Rogers.
Oh, so they just don't want to deal with it altogether. So there you go, some respect thrown Baz's way, as also Lucian's a bit of a
nightmares.
Yeah, I mean the Orianna ban
yesterday. I don't know, man.
Dude, sometimes you ban for mental, and that's just all you really need to do there. I'm curious what AMI will go for with that first pick. I mean, haven't seen Jace taken away just yet. Haven't seen them play much of that recently, but it could be something they lean into today. I think the Pantheon ban does make me wonder too, because Pantheon, champs like Pantheon and like Nocturne, you make side laners who are like really strong duelists like Jace feel really bad, because it goes from, oh, I'm winning this 1v1 to, no, why is there jungler here?
Yeah. To try to figure out how they got there, and it came from the skies, I guess. It's a lot of bot lane focus, though, for Jolly Rogers, as they also end up banning that Azir in the end as their 3rd ban. We'll see what that first pick ends up being for AMI.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of options there. Okay, it's going to end up being the Corki. They want to pick a scaling pick, either for Baz or Fi Mini. Fi Mini actually had a really good game on it yesterday.
Yep.
Even though they lost, they managed to funnel a lot of resources into him, and a lot of those team fights looked good. And that was game 3, correct me if I'm wrong, Zell, where things looked the closest out of any game in the series.
The double marksman comp was trying to come online. Unfortunately, it was cut just a little bit short. But it does mean that there's still some big power picks at the jungle available.
Yeah.
This is something that kind of floated throughout the series. Finally ended up coming out in game number 3 for AMI at least. But Jolly Roger's going to lock in the Vi for Will.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty easy pick up there. It's been a very staple pick for junglers this last, year or 2? I don't even know. She's been good for a long time, Lizelle. And it's going to be really nice into champs like Corki as well, because you have that point and click. It's easy to lock down, especially if you have a dive buddy with you in any other lane.
I do really like the Varus here, though. It gives you so much that utility, but also yesterday the answer was kind of that poke Varus into the Ezreal that they ended up going with. This time it's going to be the Xayah to pair along with that Corki, so we will still get that double marksman comp for AMI.
Yeah, and if they go for that Xayah or Khan, which I'm kind of hoping they do, you also take away a pretty good pairing there with the Vi. I am a fan of Vi or Khan. I think they sync together really well in dives and team fights, so yeah, it's kind of like a double whammy there, being able to grab that for yourself.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of protection, also some extra resources given to the two of them. The Nautilus, though, it's going to be hard to deal with in the bot lane. Varus Nautilus can be very punishing in the 2v2.
For sure, and another point and click, so it's going to make the life of Baz and Fi Mini that much more dangerous. Even with the movement, even with the safety, you still have to be really careful about how you play your lives in these team fights.
In the second phase, we get the Maokai ban started off by Jolly Rogers, so trying to take away some of the jungle pressure that can be set up by LoJazz. I'm surprised the Xin Zhao hasn't been banned away yet. It's one of LoJazz's best champions, at least, and
I think
it actually gets through. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think you want to ban, it's either Xin or maybe they'll ban something like the Gwen, because you have Engage already in support, you just need it in jungle, and I think at this point in the draft, I think Gwen would be a pretty good pick, just because she's good against dive. Clearly Jolly Roger's comp is leaning more in that direction, so it does kind of give AMI that bit of an advantage where like they can take either one, and it should work out for them.
The Ahri ban going to be focused on to Sudsy a little bit more. The Wukong is going to be banned against LoJazz. It is something he was very happy to go towards, at least in the regular season of NACL. And the final ban will be the Ornn. So taking away the Ornn Horn from Dragoon and taking away a lot of that extra engage potential that can come through the top.
Yeah, plus you remove a pretty big scaling element as well. So your double marksman comp, it's going to feel really good going into that late game, even if the Victor does get locked in there for Sudsy. I'm really curious now where AMI is going to go with the rest of their comp. Since Xin is still up, I mean, you highlight how important it is for LoJazz, how good he's been on the pick overall. I think that's the natural pick for him, and then just something that plays really well into dive in the top lane for DeFi. Again, Gwen.
Gwen's really good.
She's still a good champion, I promise, guys.
All right, we'll see if they adhere to that. No, it's going to be the Sejuani Rumble locked in.
That's fine, too.
Not too bad of a combo there. At least you have the melee passive as well. But now you get a counter pick coming into the Rumble for Jolly Rogers and Dragoon.
Yeah, so that one is going to be exciting. I guess they weren't really into the Gwen pick just because you're playing into Dragoon, who is very willing to play something like the Darius. So I think that's good recognition on their part. But you leave yourself open to some pretty spicy counter picks. So Dragoon going to have no problem slamming the Galio there in response.
Yeah, I mean, Galio does a lot of damage, even though he's pretty tanky. I'm very curious. I mean, that's really the dive tools that they have now, is just kind of the Vi with the Galio combination, trying to figure out how they're going to pull that off. But if we're just looking at the lane states here, how are we feeling deep down?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Jolly Rogers, because you have Victor, who we know has a pretty safe lane phase, is going to be able to scale, do a lot of work. While I like the scaling on AMI's side, the team fight is really good for JR, especially because you have a favorable lane matchup for you with the Galio in the top side. You have Fi Galio in general, which we know historically is a very strong combination. So I think the team fights for Jolly Rogers is generally going to be better. AMI need to play it well.
All right, well, we're going to find out who strikes first. When Pirates and Wolves go to war, only one can walk away from the series. and only one can take that step forward to earning their spot in NACL. It's Apex Mission Impossible against Jolly Rogers, and we'll see who can at least get this first game under wraps. Very even comps, a lot of scaling on both sides.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping we go the distance.
That would be nice. It's not a best of 5, so the distance won't be very far, so to speak, but still would be exciting. Something we're always rooting for here on the caster desk. And something you mentioned too, Pirates Wolves. Sounds like a fantasy book, Lennon. Right?
Yeah,
I'd
honestly.
read that.
Hey, we might get all the chapters we need from this series today.
True.
Let's see. That honestly should have one of the other casters behind the broadcast like write out stories based on what happens, and then have like an essay book about AMI Jolly Rogers. That'd be great.
So
I don't think anybody would read it, but it'd be great.
I would read it. If one of us were writing it, that'd be pretty funny. Or you know what? If we go for maximum entertainment, Lennon, we write it while we're casting.
Yes.
So they can watch
and then we can put out polls and see if people want to add
better.
things, you know?
Wait, no, even that's even better. I like that. Write it down, guys.
It'll be a community effort. It'll be a community effort.
Yeah.
All right, I think you know, we're on to something. Future
We're
broadcast, watch out, all right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the future of this series, though, and I'm looking at this bot lane that can be very contested. Both junglers going to be pathing away from it, though, so whatever leads you get here in this 2v2 is going to stick.
Yeah, that's right. And while Baz does have a lot of safety on the Xayah, a good amount of agency, he still has a lot to contend with. Dives from Vi, Galio, Nautilus. So Baz and Phi Mini gonna have to position themselves really nicely, especially because Lojaz is really the only tank on this team. So when we get to these team fights later on, it's really important that he is the one making space, and because of this draft, there's a lot of pressure on him to be able to do so.
That boss bomb hits. Phi Mini might just find himself an early kill. Still no priority given over to Jolly Rogers, at least looking at the top lane. I guess that's the only one right now for Dragoon, but
yeah,
will be spotted out as he goes up towards top side. The vision a little bit deeper in the top side for Jolly Rogers, so you won't exactly see Lojaz pathing just yet. But I do wonder what this path up top lane is going to lead to, if we're just going for a full clear and reset, or if we're actually planning on doing something in this Dragoon decoy matchup.
I can't imagine Will's going to do much other than cover a potential gank, but you can see Dragoon put a ward down in Lojaz's jungle. He should have an idea on where this is going to happen, so I think he's pretty well covered to begin with, unless Lojaz does a very suboptimal route. So with that in mind, Will, he's probably just going to reset, do his camps again, maybe go for a Scuttle Crab, and that's kind of it. I don't think he has much to worry about in this early lane. It is really more pressure onto Lojaz, who needs to get that ball rolling, which feels like it was always the case for this AMI team. By the way, Lennon, he's going Spellbook on 620, which very exciting. I love when people use this.
It's gonna lose the first smite fight there. Wasn't able to get smite off at the end, but the Spellbook tech, something we've seen on the Sejuani jungles as of late, and now we're gonna get the double scuttle potentially, because Will has his second smite. So you can absolutely contest for this one, and you have push from bot lane and mid.
Oh yeah. So I think that is actually a pretty good advantage so far early, as long as Will's able to secure it, which I think he is. I like that move from Sudsy. He's going to sacrifice a bit of pressure at the mid lane, but like really, again, you're Victor, not much to worry about. And you give Will a bit of an advantage early on, which, as long as he keeps on cycling his camps and farming well, that should be pretty meaningful.
Dragoon's just going under turret. He wants one more auto. The Winds of War and the flash, and a clean play from Dragoon.
My apologies. I was not familiar. You'd think after all this time I would stop doubting this man, but nice dive onto Decoy. It does cost him his flash, but he does get the wave in. He denies a good amount of creeps from Decoy. He's going to be able to get a pretty nice advantage coming back to lane again.
That's actually a massive play there, because it just opens up every other avenue around the map for Jolly Rogers, and you're just going to have that permanent. But he went Dark Seal. What a Chad. What an absolute Chad.
You just love that kind of confidence when you play like
Double
Dragoon.
Dark Seals, you know?
Yeah, I mean it's great. If you're Sudsy, for sure. Like, what are you scared of? in this early game. I really think it's nothing. So I like the angle. We'll see if they're going to be able to make good on it, as Will's going to get spotted out. But I think he's not in any actual danger. He does have smite. Yeah, there you go. I think we're just going to watch this again.
Back,
yeah. Not really much else to say. Dragoon came off a back. He hit level 5. Has all the stats and help he could need to make this dive go through. So, good job.
And that just means a little bit of setup now can go a long way for this top lane trio, at least top side trio, of the veteran presence on Jolly Rogers. And Dragoon's going to be
that hits.
having a little bit of fun at that one. Yeah, a little skirting of the edge of the circles there. But I got to refocus on these objectives because Dragon has been up for a little while. No big focus there, but in about 2 minutes, we will have the grub spawn. Which team do we feel like is a little bit more in the favor for that one? I mean, now that you have the lead in top lane, it feels like it's JR for at least the grubs.
Yeah, probably. I think it wouldn't be so bad too for AMI because they still have opportunities while they'll be hitting turrets, especially if you do get a successful gank off the mid lane. I think putting some plates into 5Mini's pocket would be huge. I have a feeling that's the objective. We'll see a lot of contest for us in this early game, but I think Lodas might have a timer now to do the Dragon if he wants to. I mean, 5Mini is here as well. I don't think a play dive is really what they want. Yeah, I think so.
Willow's right around the corner. They have a bit of wardage there as well. 5Mini will be able to spot him out, though. A little preemptive engage from Pocus. We're going to get a little bit of Pocus back from Zev. I don't know. I've tried to force that one.
No, I like
it's going to turn into a 50-50 now, potentially. AMI a little less confident to step forward. The Dragon will just reset.
Yeah, and you know what? You're worried about Dragoon. Decoy pinged it. He's out of lane, and once Dragoon is walking back, because Decoy has no teleport, that fight, if JR want to take it, is a guaranteed win for them. So I like that pressure. Dragoon loses nothing for it. In fact, he's going to walk back and chunk Decoy in the process.
Counter pick is working out. For I feel like, honestly, one of the most legendary names of the NACL promo tournaments history, at least. Just always seems to be taking names. But it's nice to see him pay off that R5 counter pick and sometimes goes unpaid off of. And now Decoy in a lot of trouble on top side. And we might actually see an adaptation come save him. He might just die here again. The taunt, he uses the Justice Punch beautifully to get out of the turret range, but now he's in trouble. He's going to have Winds of War coming back up. The Flame Spitter, it's hot at his back. Decoy a little worried. A little overheated, gonna miss the harpoon. And there you go, Winds of War yet again. The thumbs up in a second. Solo bolo for DDD Dragoon.
Oh, Lennon, the psychic damage is indescribable. And it does give that opening for Lojaz to be able to just take that Dragon on the other side because they know Grubs is simply not in the cards for them, Lennon. Will's gonna be able to collect that one nice and easy. And this Galio is just going to continue to become a problem here for the side of AMI. I mean, the only nice thing is that Galio, better against mages, is building a lot of MR. So if we get into some fights, 5Mini and Baz will be able to do some good damage into this thing.
Grub's going over nuke on the roam as well. Lasting damage now as well. You see the little play on mid lane, but here's the heroic entrance coming down. You got double grand entrance style too if they end up bringing it over. They're going to get the engage though. Feats of Warfare completed by Dragoon himself. 3-0 the Galio counter pick. And that's massive to start the series.
Yeah, when I said 5Mini and Bass could do some damage here on the Galio, I didn't mean right now, Mazel. They need some items first. They need a little more stats to work with, and that's tough. Decoy, at the very least, is going to be able to get a plate there. Maybe two, but I don't think so. But Jolly Rogers still very happy to collect those Feats of Warfare on yet another successful play.
About 1,000 gold up now early into the game. They have readapted some lane presence towards top side with the 2v2 now there. As Decoy, I see getting pressed again in his lane. And now with the Spectral Cowl, he's just in so much trouble because he can't do any damage to Dragoon with the Haunting Guys. And it just seems like an inevitability. And unfortunately, he just hasn't been bailed out. Like, literally nobody has come to save him. And he's just out there on the front lines fighting this giant beast of a Dragoon.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. They could change his lane assignments up if they really want to, but I think you just want to give Mini the best chance he can to farm it up, because once we get to late game, as tough as this is for Decoy, really important for Mini and Baz to be the ones collecting on this gold. So I don't know if we're going to see Decoy get bailed out anytime soon. He's going to have to strap in because it's a rough one ahead of him.
Saving private Decoy that nobody ever shows up. Oh, gonna miss the red line there, and a nice pick kill on a Zev from Lojaz.
Good catch out. Zev not able to respond in time and flash, so they're going to be able to deny this wave from him and be able to get some damage into turrets. Yeah, I think part of it is just a good setup there from Pocus. You use the extra range on the E because he's playing with Zaya, excuse me, and he's able to just jump in from a big range. And by the time you realize, it's like, oops.
Well, that oopsie might cost a decent amount. As AMI gonna look for Sudsy, and they go straight into it. The spellbook has been unleashed, and Mini gets his first kill of the game.
Honestly, Spellbook, it's so comical to be Michelle. Just hearing Ghost and watching Sejuani start sprinting. But this is important because you got gold on Mini again. Really important on this Corki to allow him to be able to continue scaling, continue being a threat, because he needs to be a threat. Players like Dragoon on the other side. Look at this guy. Yeah. Already has this
unending. Yeah, I mean, we already have item spikes really coming up plenty on both sides. We'll see what that changes in these fights as well. The Sundered Sky, really big unlocking point for the Vi and Will. You still have that Yumu's plus the Essence Reaver combo in the bot lane 1v1, at least between the ADCs. But the next thing's coming up at about 1:20 is another Dragon. Could be a good stacking moment for AMI to try to get something back on the map. Very dead even game.
Yeah, could be. AMI, while they got that first Dragon a little later than they had wanted to, still early enough that Soul, I think, is a reasonable win condition for them. Especially right now, Decoy is in a lot of trouble. If they spotted Will out on that top side, it gives Jolly Rogers an opportunity to set up this Dragon. And Mini really needs to live if they want that to happen.
He's going to walk over to Lojaz, who was taking a little bit of Will's jungle. I don't know if Will expected it. He's going to Vault Breaker away from Lojaz's flail. A little bit of healing going the way of Mini. This ward is the target for AMI. Will trying to decide if he wants to go in. They're trying to move over nukes as well. Going to get the Valkyrie out. Vault Breaker not going to be unleashed there. They will back away. Get a little bit of presence over this Dragon pit, though.
Yeah, it looks like Nukes used the depth charge off screen. I didn't quite catch when he used it, but it must have been recently. So there's an angle actually for AMI to get a pretty decent fight off. That's a huge tool that's not available here, and wondering if they they must be aware of it. So wondering if they're going to try and take advantage of that. And you can see right now Nukes did reset. Bot lane of AMI is already in that bottom side river. Jungler's close by too. So I think this Dragon is in the card. We're certainly going to fight.
We got Dragoon already moving over. Decoy has just started walking, but the damage is already done. Lojaz will end up seeing the inevitable, but the Dragon just going over the way of Jolly Rogers.
Are they looking for a fight after? No, I guess not, but they saw Pocus.
Lojaz might be. Step forward, gets the grand entrance down. Zev immediately gets the heroic entrance used onto him, and now Lojaz is caught between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place is 5 pirate bodies as Jolly Rogers take his life.
That was bold. I think they wanted to get something for giving up that Dragon the way that they did, Mazel, but unfortunately they just give away too much. Small bright side, Decoy is going to be able to knock down this turret, it looks like, but you lose so much in that fight, I don't even know if I necessarily call that one.
You still have a little bit of a lead there. Can't actually get it in the end. Have to be a little bit wary of Dragoon. Meanwhile, bot lane, there's a play being played. Nice blade call at the last second on the Zev. Couldn't find the distance. Now it Pocus and Paz. Oh no, the death charge coming in with the cease and desist. The combo used, but Nukes might go down. He's not. He gets the shield. The dredge line not going to connect. Pocus is out, but unfortunately, Paz pays the ultimate price. Meanwhile, there was the counterplay in topside. First turret will go to AMI, and they got the shutdown onto Dragoon.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good value for them there, although overall it still feels bad to lose Baz on the bottom side like that. at least AMI, they're able to turn this into a bit of a gold advantage for them. And I think if we look at again, it's Mini who's really doing the best right now on the team. He's ahead of Sudsy. He has a kill in his back pocket. He's already working towards the second item. And I think much like yesterday, we're going to have to be looking to him if we're going to want to see AMI come out on top of these team fights later on. Again, AMI's comp, really hard for them to make space for their carries against the likes of Vi, Nautilus, Galio. There's really only Low Jazz who can be that space creator.
And while I do give the benefit of the doubt to a double marksman comp as it goes late, the Victor is going to be terrifying nonetheless out of all of it. And some of that poke Varus may be falling off, but still, if the right moment hits, can have those big impacts. We're going to take a look back at that fight in topside.
Yeah, and it's a teleport from Spellbook. Just casual Sejuani teleport.
That's
nothing to see here, guys. And not much else to say. Can't really play as Dragoon. And
Did you expect the Sejuani TP? I guess not.
I mean, how could you ever? I feel like anytime I play against someone using Spellbook that I don't expect, I'll be like, who the hell is teleporting? Or like, why do they have Ignite? Like, I always forget.
So already had a lot of impact with it so far.
Yeah.
And it's working out for him in a game number 1. Already at trying to get to that 2-item spike at least for a couple of these carries on the side of AMI. Getting closer and closer to that, but 1,000 gold lead in their pocket. About 17 minutes into the game. Still about 2 minutes for that next dragon, but because Jolly Rogers ended up getting that one, it's kind of split even. That means it's going to go even later. And if we talk about that a little bit, who do we prefer as we go later? I mean, both teams have such powerful team fighting options.
Because I think it's really hard for AMI to create space for Mini and Baz, I'm slightly leaning Jolly Rogers' way. It's going to be really hard because, one, you're getting poked out by Zev. You can already see the damage those piercing arrows can do. And, of course, once Will Dragoon and Nukes pull the trigger, like, how do you really avoid that? Yeah, you have one Xayah ult, you have one dash Scorky, but I don't know if that's going to consistently be enough. It's possible, but, you know, I'm not a believer. I'll just say that.
Anything is possible, though.
Of course.
So we see a play that was initially set up for Will on bot side, try to dive Decoy. They didn't decide to go for it as the minion wave had died. Decoy was actually winning a little bit of that tussle against Dragoon. We'll see if Jolly Rogers want to put more pressure here. That TP going to be going towards bot side for Dragoon. There's a reset for Sudsy. Should TP back out. Seems like we're getting at least set up for this dragon in 50 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. It's one dragon apiece, so nobody's really any closer to a soul. Focus, not at all scared of the dredge line. He's going to sidestep that one really easily, but of course, gives up a bit of that pressure there. You can already see JR, they have good amount of vision in that bottom side river and around the dragon. So AMI, they're going to have to do some work if they want to deal with it. But also, that work will require all their members being there. I think with Mini being on this top side, this is something we saw them do yesterday. They kind of posture around these objectives, but really they don't fully commit. And they allow Mini to play elsewhere just to collect resources.
They're bringing him down now, though.
He's coming down now, yeah.
They've got 2 items on Baz. Foregone the boots early, although everybody else on his team is all in sync with that, and they all got Merc Treads, which are already completed for the 4 other members. Engage goes through. They end up finding Pokus. Step Charge could be used on a Baz now as well. Still ultimates available for AMI. They did end up using the quickness just to try to dissuade a little bit of that follow through from JR, but now they're trying to contest over this mid priority to get down into the dragon pit. Again, this is only a second dragon for their team, but we're throwing our lives on the line here for it as Lojaz ends up taking a huge chunk, so does Dragoon.
Yeah, I think big thing there for Baz is that he holds the summoner spells, he holds the ult when the depth charge comes through. It wasn't that good angle there for JR. That's all the pressure they need to just go ahead and start this dragon. I think AMI can also turn and fight this. They still have a lot of tools to work with.
Decoy going in to wait for the equalizer right on top of the glacial prison. Nukes is already gone. Lojaz trying to get back into the pit towards the dragon. The Chaos Storm is going to run out. Will goes into the pit with a heroic entrance, but he is gone. No heroic entrance for you. Lojaz still in the pit, dies to the winds of war.
No Decoy
is cleaning up the back half, and 5-minute goes with the Valkyrie to justice as AMI come away with 4 bodies still alive and an ace over Jolly Rogers.
And that's a big gold lead off the back of all of that, Mazel. Now they're sitting at 3,500 ahead. Otacon has just spawned, and they're going to get more gold in this mid-tier 1 turret. They have an angle to start this one right away if they want to, but I guess they're worried about spawn timers. They want to spend the gold they just earned, see if they can earn a little bit more, but that's a big advantage gain for AMI.
A huge one. Now ballooning their lead to over 4,000 gold and going to make it even more with this side lane turret taken down by 5 mini. The double marksman comp is coming to fruition here in a beautiful start off to the fight here by AMI.
Yeah, and really because we were talking about how difficult it will be for LoJazz's game to make space, but I think he did a good job of it, especially given Jolly Roger misused some of their resources in the skirmish prior to this replay. So it really empowered 5 mini and Baz to freely auto-attack and get some damage down with the help of their jungler to be able to make full use of that double marksman comp.
And I gotta say, it's like a little bit of going back to the draft and thinking about how the Vi really provides that go forward button. Dragoon on the on this Galio really provides that follow through that nobody else can follow with them. They don't have anybody else that can really jump in with them, and they have 2 backline carries in the Victor and the Varus, especially with the poke Varus on top of that all. And it's just really hard to follow through on those extended plays like Will tried to go for.
Right now, I think we got a fight on our hands, Lennon.
Chains of Corruption going to come in. The Equalizer already used. Nukes
is
going to get nuked as he is just down. 5 mini goes on a killing spree now. And Focus finds that big great interest. Will just gets burned down. Is it going to be enough to lead injuries? And Decoy from nothing comes something. 3, 2, and 6, and that's the comeback of a century.
And that's the Otacon for AMI. Now they're up 6,000 gold. 2 big plays have turned into a significant advantage for Apex Mission Impossible. And this Otacon is only going to make that advantage that much the larger as Jolly Rogers really starting to fall behind in this game, especially even before they spend all this gold that they earn. Look at the items 5 mini and Baz are on. Looking at, they're halfway towards their 3rd, while the carries of JR are not quite there.
Not even close, if you will, and this back's going to signify that even more. Yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like Baz couldn't afford that 3rd item. He's getting close, though, because all he bought was a control ward. As any good ADC should do, I guess.
Oh, yes, of course. Don't tell LS.
Yeah. Don't tell LS. But 5 mini obviously has a pretty big item to purchase next time around. I think he's going to be going for that Trinity Force, so we'll see how long that takes for him to get. But this lead now, every time we check in on it, seemingly goes up by about 2,000 gold. And now 6K in the lead is AMI. And this is the AMI that was able to take some good moments off of some top teams in NACL, that was able to actually find series win in NACL. And it's a much different cry than we saw yesterday.
That's right. Now it's good to see that AMI are able to get some work done here. But again, closing has been that big question for this roster, even in matches that they did end up losing. There were moments where we thought maybe it could have happened, but they kind of fumble at the finish line, if you will. But this game, big advantage. Not quite a Baron to play with yet. It'll be up in a few minutes, but already such a big lead as they're starting to systematically remove these tier 2 turrets.
And just scoop up all that remaining gold that's still on the Rift. They're going to end up popping into mid for a little bit extra damage. Yeah, weren't able to get much. A little bit of wave clear is going to pay off for Jolly Rogers. That second item, Riftmaker completed for Dragoon, providing him a little bit more strength. And I guess in that regard, does this second item really provide any place of promise for JR?
We'll give a little bit of damage there for Dragoon, but I think you're really waiting for Sudsy to get a little more firepower, I think, in these team fights. And Zev, he's halfway towards his 3rd item as well. Once we see that Serolda's Grudge come through, I think those piercing arrows are going to really hurt. But it's tough. JR, I think these last couple of fights haven't been really synced up perfectly. We're either misusing our resources or we're getting caught out in numbers disadvantages. So I think that's been the problem with how they've been team fighting lately. Maybe this time around, in these next couple of fights, they'll be able to find something, but the wallet diff is insane. Yeah,
and AMI playing very reserved, very calculated, just trying to see what they can push, what buttons are going to unleash the chaos into JR. They're waiting on bot side, see if they could dive Dragoon. Don't end up going for it on the end of it, but the Dragon is up. We'll go ahead and try to go for that in the end. This is sole point for them as well. Baron is coming up. AMI terrified that it is JR that want to just go ahead and burn that one down. They won't even finish the Dragon and try to get Prio in mid.
Right now, Focus already taking a little bit of poke damage. LoJazz is the one who has the face check.
They know they can cut them off with the equalizer. Sudsy was by himself, but now the combination comes through. Heroic entrance plus the cease and desist. They get the lockdown, shuts down as well. And now this fight from JR looking pretty good. They have nukes on the other side, but he's not going to go for anything more. They end up getting 2 for none, although the Dragon's still looming large.
Yeah, I think Will needs to live this one. Buy time for Sudsy to back and teleport, but I think we're just going to keep fighting.
LoJazz overextending a little bit. There goes the engage with the dredge line.
Not
even going to have to burn anything there. And JR going to take back control. Just wiped almost 3,000 gold off of that gold lead AMI had so meticulously put together. And got to get themselves to 2 Dragons as well.
Yeah, AMI getting a little too hypey with that last engage. They should have been happy with Sudsy's splash and just tried to threaten him later on when those cooldowns are back. When their cooldowns are back, but instead they overpush it, so they lose Drake. You said it, they lost 3K off that huge lead that they earned after these last 5-10 minutes of play. So now it's still a big advantage for them to work with, but now if you go item for item, line by line, Zev is caught up. He's still doing a lot, offering a lot of value, and while Sudsy isn't quite there, 2 items and a rod is still pretty big for Victor.
And I love to see some of these fight backs in a series that is so important, and it's only a best of 3, right? Like you either have a chance to go on and have one more series, one best of 5 in front of you to try to get that last NACL slot, or you're literally done trying to get in the NACL for the year until that promote for 2026, which is actually just a crazy moment for the stress. But we'll see the engage here. A lot of that stress is breaking the backs of AMI. We said they have trouble closing, and I gotta say, coffee's for closers. They ain't got no coffee over there for AMI.
No, sir. No caffeine to be had as they try to close the door on this game. Jolly Rogers have stuck their foot in it because that's another big catch out, and it's going to give them the Baron, Mazel, which is going to cut this gold lead even more. And I think we're starting to see the collapse here of Apex Mission Impossible. We've got to give them credit. They are trading well. They did take a tier 3. In that mid lane, they did crash a pretty big wave into the bottom tier 3 as well, but still a lot lost.
Are they going to lose the turret? Is it going to go down? No, it is not. Barely holding on, but that's just a love tap away from falling, as that was some gold recoup by AMI, but that once 7,000 plus gold lead is now reduced to 3.
That's right. And this game's only going to get harder because now you can see how much damage Zev is doing. Sudsy's really close to that death cap, which is going to be that big spike. And you can see how much work Jolly Rogers have done to cut down that gold lead. We were looking at 7-8K for Apex Mission Impossible. Now we're down to about 3,000. And of course, we were talking about it. Every Mountain Soul they get to makes their tanks that much stronger. Dragoon and Will, even Nuke's going to be really hard to kill.
They're just going to go for the fight as well. The equalizer's already been used. Double knockup on top of the equalizer. It's doing so much work, but not enough. The tankiness is coming through for Jolly Rogers. They're raising up the flag, and they might end up fighting LoJazz. Dragoon trying to get away, but now he's stuck in the midst of the grasp of AMI as they chomp down and find the pick. That's going to be Jolly Rogers having to run away.
Wow, they tried to bite off AMI, but unfortunately they couldn't get through it. Now they use so much only to lose Dragoon in the process, and it seems like they just weren't strong enough. They didn't have enough damage to make it happen. LoJazz was so close to dying too, but they weren't able to actually secure it. So it's tough. You're still seeing the power that AMI are working with right now. Again, I don't think you can afford to not try and focus on 5 mini and Baz. Try and remove them as elements from these team fights because they're very strong, Lennon.
They are very strong. It's a little bit of fight back, a little bit of fight back and forth, actually. And still timer ticking. About a minute and 40 seconds for that next Dragon. Would be a soul point for either side on a Mountain Soul. Both teams get ever more tanky with each Mountain's Dragon claimed. Jolly Rogers going to try to recoup some more gold by getting these standing turrets there and chunking down this mid lane.
Yeah, we'll say, with how much damage AMI have been able to do on the map, Jolly Rogers actually have a lot of easy gold to pick up. One good fight, suddenly they knock down two or three tier 2 turrets, they might actually be able to get a big influx of gold and wipe away this lead entirely. The thing is, they're going to have to win the fight to make it happen. And you said it, it's going to be around this dragon in a minute's time. Both teams really want this one. Mountain Drakes going to make the team tankier, especially Lojaz, who's the sole tank on AMI. And for JR, Dragoon, Will, Nukes, they're going to be that much harder to kill with every percentage increase in their resistances.
Just see this setup now as Lojaz trying to tank up as much as he can. We got to check in on item spikes coming through. Everybody, at least Sudsy and Zev, have hit their thirds. We already had that be true for AMI, but the engages start before everybody's here. We're kicking up the party before the party favors have even arrived. Pocus, he's got to get out of there as Dragoon's looking for the knockup.
Oh,
and
they got him.
Jolly Rogers,
they got him.
They're throwing up the skulls, and that's a double kill for Will.
Yeah, it's a really good catch out. I think Will's been doing a good job so far alongside Nukes to be able to punish some of these missteps from members of AMI. They've been very costly missteps. And what did we say?
Oh,
these tier 2 turrets, they're going to allow them to wipe away this gold lead, and they've essentially done just that. 3 members still down. The members of AMI, they have to respect it as they're going to lose their mid inhibitor.
That is absolutely insane, and if it's not just a little bit of a microcosm of how AMI have faltered time and time again in the NACL, they have gone from a 7,000 plus gold lead to almost a dead even game 31 minutes in, and Jolly Rogers, they're going to take this third dragon as well.
That's right, Mountain Soul Point, Dragoon, Will, and Nukes especially very happy with how much tankier this is going to make them, and the rest of AMI really dreading these last couple of plays. Nothing for them to really trade on anywhere on the map. They're just going to have to go back and farm and try and collect as much gold as they can to get these final item spikes, because we're approaching that end game here, Lennon. 32 minutes. If Jolly Rogers get that soul, it's probably done and dusted. But the Baron in a minute 20 time is something both of these teams are going to have to focus on as well.
A little bit of recouping for AMI. I know in the moment, the players can feel it slipping out of their grasp here. Need to find a way to stabilize where there seems to be no stability. A fourth item coming through for Baz on his side of things. That Lord Dom's going to do wonders to try to chunk through Dragoon, Nukes, and even Will at this point. You look at that third item for Will, he can just throw his body on the line here with this GA completed. He knows that he is the ticket to the back line for Dragoon as well. And that 2-for combo has been so detrimental to 5mini and Baz and how they can play these fights. Baron is coming up in 35, but it looks like we're going to get a fight over mid lane prio.
Yeah, and it's going to be important. You see Sudsy has set up that top wave pretty nicely. So it's going to give Jolly Rogers a bit more time to play with as they try and approach this mid lane and make plays. Keep an eye on Will, keep an eye on Dragoon, Nukes. Any one of them are going to be looking to pull the trigger on this fight. I mean, the way they're posturing right now, AMI, they have to respect it, especially with Will's GA. Means he can really get in there and sacrifice his life for a great great play.
They're really contesting over this mid lane right now. Just trying to play a little bit of NARAM style, see who can get the better of it. Will steps forward a little bit, but Pocus has to step away. They're going to refocus back into mid lane, but right now there's nothing to fight for. They could do a Baron dance if they want to. You can see AMI are a little bit worried about it. They're going to use the blue trinket to spot them out.
That's right, they have a super wave as well, so AMI are the ones who are pressured to have an impact here
on
this mid lane. Yeah, he's
got the
really
Curus.
Strong. That's right, he is really strong right now. So if AMI can set him up, he's going to be able to do a lot, but it's tough. Walking into JR's comp, especially through fog, very dangerous. You can see that's why they're trying to take this route that they are, get this mid wave a little bit further, and see if they can approach from a different angle.
That approach is going to pay off in any way, shape, or form. So contested around this mid lane, though. It goes back and forth and back and forth. Whoever gets prio, but maybe that back and forth has just gone one way. I don't know if the Overlord's Blood Mail is going to be enough for 5mini to survive in this one. He's the only one with the damage that still has his health bar intact. As Baz is going to be forced to go catch that mid wave, that means Jolly Rogers just going to go ahead and threaten the Baron here. That dance we're talking about, it's about to get spicy in here.
And the music started, and Baz is a little late to the dance. They're going to start this one. You know it's going to be a turn. Look for Will or Nukes to try and pull that trigger. Dragoon's going to follow up with the ultimate. That's the biggest thing.
They're losing their health bar, though. Baz was never able to get his
Boris.
health back. He's still half health. Pocus is on the side, getting locked down now by Dragoon. Engage goes through with Nukes. Now Lojaz is going down low. There's the depth charge used. They reset. Will just goes full ham. Heroic entrance comes down. It splits the fight as well.
Corky.
And now they've already picked off two. They're finding even more. Baz gonna pop the feather storm, but is it enough? The blade collar gets one. Here comes 5 mini. That Overlord's blood veil might just be doing enough. Decoy still has his full health bar. Jolly Roger's gonna back away. Zeb not gonna go for any more poke. The Baron play has been thwarted by AMI.
Oh, wait, the equalizer's back up. I think Dragoon's in trouble.
He missed his Justice Punch as well. Hits it into the wall. Boss Bomb's going to stop Sudsy. Not going to be enough. They're losing their base.
Yeah, okay. No, they have to respond to the super wave. So that mid lane, bit of a saving grace there with the supers. But again, you talked about it. 5 minis build, he's really strong right now. He's using that health into AD with the Overlord's blood mail. And you gotta watch this Corky in these team fights. He's level 18, Lennon. And if Jolly Roger aren't paying attention to him, he can ruin the game for them, just like he did in that last fight. He is pumping so much damage, and he's not even at his full build yet.
Yeah, they might have lost a 7,000 gold lead, but they are still a double marksman composition, and late game is the shining point for any composition like that. They have permanent scaling with the Heartsteel from Lojaz as well, as he has to cleanse now with the spellbook. As Dragon is coming up, would be soul of a Mountain Soul for Jolly Rogers if they can get it. They can always force the hand at the Baron. Yeah,
exactly. Like, you don't even care about them getting soul point. You can just start this Baron right now, force them to walk into you, do this exact dance all over again. Baz has no flash, Pocus has no flash, but remember, by Mini's the target. He's so powerful, he's so dangerous.
He takes that first engage. Lojaz putting his nose in it now. Might be a little bit overextended, but does still have these walls to work around. 5 mini waiting for his entrance. Baz pushes out that mid lane and can now join the fight. Ultimates aplenty on both sides. Will loses about a quarter of his health from that Baron. They're trying to do the dance. They're trying to get some resources out. Looking for any engage they possibly can find. They're feeling a little bit hesitant. That's going to be the shield pop, at least the spell shield by Zeb. There's the equalizer into the choke point. Pocus gets denied from his 3-man grand entrance. Immediately backs out, but they've already got what they came for. They got nukes, and now they're trying to follow up on the Dragoon. 5 mini doing work, and that should just be the Dragon to AMI.
Yeah, nice catch out. Even though the grand entrance didn't work from Pocus, at the end of the day, he pulled a lot of pressure off the rest of his team to be able to make that happen. So now, soul point for Apex Mission Impossible. No Baron in response. In fact, they might be able to look to at least get some setup before this Baron. Maybe even start it themselves if they want to get spicy.
They are going to start it themselves.
They're doing it. All right, look at this damage.
All right, Will's on the other side of it. He can get the steal. He has the blast cone, has all the resources available to him. AMI wanted to see if they could get some out of Jolly Rogers. They don't. They pack off of it. They don't want to risk the 50-50.
Yeah, so they're going to back up. They're going to spend some of their gold, but I can't imagine there's too much they can do besides control wards that we're seeing, because we're approaching that final item. Big money going to be needed to actually secure those. Lojaz is going to use that teleport as well and go back to cleanse. So we'll be able to eat up at least 1 CC very easily for his team and just cleanse that away.
Easy does it, I guess, in that regard. He's actually been able to use the unsealed spellbook really nicely in a lot of crucial moments, but now it seems like we're circling around this mid-fight. This has literally just been the name of the game. We're just nay-ramming it. Like, this is the epitome of nay-ram. We're just hovering 5 members around mid lane constantly, and right now they try to get the pick on the Dragoon as well. They end up pulling Lojaz back in. Grand entrance going to be blocked again. Dragoon buys a lot of time. They got the equalizer down. Still 5v5. Lojaz getting low. The Chaos Storm is going to start ticking. It's got the reset now, and Jolly Rogers will take down the jungler, which means open season on the Baron if they want to.
Yeah, and really crucial, they hold on to Will's ultimate. They still have that cease and desist, so if they pull the Baron, they can make that big engage onto a carry there for Jolly Rogers. Again, I'm really advocating for 5 mini if you want to win this game. This Corky cannot be on your screen. So here's the dance. They're going to start the Baron, but they have to turn.
Dragoon coming over. He still has heroic entrance. They still have that lethal combo if Will can find the entrance there. They try to get the bait out of AMI. Baz looking at Chunk Dragoon. Nuke's also dying.
Yes,
exactly. The Baron combo with the Rumble. Will going for it. Heroic entrance coming in, but look how much damage this marksman is doing. Baz able to lay in the feathers, and Decoy finds Sev. They left him alone in their backline. Jolly Rogers, they've lost the plot. They've lost the direction, and AMI will pick it up and try to drive it home.
Yes, Poka still has the ultimate too. Dragoon gonna live long enough to do something. Run? No. Oh.
Burn, baby, burn. Is it enough?
He's still alive.
He's alive. He's alive.
Oh!
Wow.
9 HP. Oh my god.
Thank you, Prod. 9 HP. The burn, not enough from the Andres, but it will be enough to get this Baron for AMI.
That's right. Even with no Corki in the picture, you've done enough damage. And that's the Baron finally secured after a very long dance, too. Very long song. Apex Mission Impossible have the big purple word secured. And so, really, our sights are set, Lennon, on the base of Jolly Rogers to see if AMI can get some serious damage and this Dragon in 2 minutes' time. Because no matter what, it's somebody's soul. No more dancing, no more this, that, maybe. Someone is getting their soul.
Somebody has to. It literally has to happen. Logically, technically.
Yes.
Permanently, however you
Factually.
want to. Yeah, however you want to classify it, it has to happen. Or they could just end the game without taking it and make us look like fools. One of the two.
That would be funny. I was thinking about that, honestly.
But we're going right back to the NARAM special. We're going right back to what worked last time for AMI, honestly. As they're going to miss the Glacial Prison there. They don't have that tool available, and that's a big kickoff tool for them. Jolly Rogers now able to get some free poke in with Zev playing a lot more confidently. As we do have full item builds coming across, at least for Baz, and we'll see if that makes the biggest difference.
And you can see some bit of care needs to be taken for Jolly Rogers. They are encouraging Dragoon to push some waves on that bottom side, see if he can take a turret in response. And because Jolly Rogers are delaying, he may even have time to back and join his team to defend the siege in that mid inhibitor. But instead, they're trying to cut him off. And I think that ward is going to give Dragoon the information he needs to just avoid them altogether.
The thing is, he can join the fight right now, and Decoy can. He's a little bit further off, but not going to find it in the end. Decoy came around the corner now. Okay, the flank of a sentry here now as well. They find the season assist on the low jets. They are completely split, though. AMI are going to try to pick apart Dragoon, but Will goes over the wall. Nobody's there anymore, but it doesn't matter. They got the poke from Zev, and they end up claiming low jazz down. It is the 1-for-1, but the jungler being gone is the more important part.
Yeah, the timing couldn't be better there, and now no jungle for AMI means Jolly Rogers should have their Dragon Soul. That Mountain Soul, the shield is going to make them that much tankier. It's going to make their tanks harder to deal with, and the teleport from Dragoon, he's back.
He is back, and he will just be bursted down, but ends up getting past in the end. Oh my god, he was losing so much of his health. Will stops the Dragon and will just die of Decoy. What's happening on my screen right now? Focus. He gets the double taunt there as well. Dragoon finds it in the end. Focus will go down to double kill, goes over to Sunzi. It ends up being an ace against AMI, who just run themselves into the meat grinder.
All right, okay. I was going to be really mad for a second there, Mazel, but they kind of redeemed it in the end. They could look to technically go for an end. It's tough. Low Jazz is going to be the only one up. They have a wave here. Sudsy just teleported. He's full build. He almost has full stacks on the Medjai. So Low Jazz, it's going to have to be the save of the century here. I'm talking about the save from Perry from like a year ago kind of level.
I don't know if he's got the same levels as that, as he does not. Low Jazz goes down to the ace in the end.
That's it.
It might be a deficit. Okay, with this final turret, I think they take the lead at the last second. But from absolutely nothing, Jolly Rogers finds game number 1. Again, a 7,000 gold deficit against AMI, and they still end up winning. Really good stick-to-itiveness from Jolly Rogers.
Lennon, what did we want at the top of the show? We wanted scrappiness. How about a 40-minute game to kick it off these two teams? They're fighting for their lives right now. I'm not saying this specifically, but scrappiness, you know, and this is, by definition, some scrappy League of Legends.
Scrappiest of the scrappy.
Yes,
honestly.
and yeah.
Wow, it's crazy to think of all the different stories we went through in that, as well as like a lot of the control that AMI had. but isn't that just like, I know yesterday we said that was like quintessential AMI, but like this one game literally like defines their whole split.
If you've never seen them
feels
before.
like. It literally defines their whole split, it feels like. In a lot of ways, they find those advantages. They know how they can win, and then they falter in the big moments in the macro decision-making. And that needs to clean up if they're going to have a hope to go into the NACL here. Obviously, still a long road to get to that point, and this best of 3 is already a roadblock for them. And we'll see if they end up bringing us the distance or if Jolly Rogers claims victory over the Wolves with a 2-0. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2 promotion tournament, as we are in the lower bracket with these teams' lives on the line, and Jolly Rogers take the first strike, fire the first cannon, if you will, taking a 1-0 lead in this best of three. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a game it was. It had everything. If you wanted a cinematic experience between Wolves and Pirates, you got it.
You couldn't ask for a better cinematic experience, as you said, Lennon. It had everything. It had crushing despair. It had overwhelming probable defeats, and then it had the comeback of the century.
And honestly, whoever was writing all that down like we had said you needed to at the very beginning of the day, good luck to whatever you had to write down.
Good luck summarizing that.
I cannot wait to read it, because it would be a heck of a story. Again, a 7,000-plus goal deficit that Jolly Rogers fought back from. A couple key picks, couple key moments, and finally coming online.
Right, and I think it's really tough for AMI, who, for the most part, you were winning this game quite handedly for a long time. And
with a double marksman comp, which is very important.
Yeah, and I mean, it was hard because Low Jazz, again, is the only one really who can make space for the team, but I think he did a good job. I think Deco had a lot of good ultimates there on the Rumble. We just got caught in some very silly moments. That replay we just saw was a pretty perfect example. Things we didn't really need to be doing. And so at this point, I think it's just about resetting for them, especially from a mental aspect, because it really hurts to lose a game like that when you're that far ahead. So it's really important that they don't tilt themselves and perform a little worse in game 2, essentially.
I am really interested at the comeback here. I think the thing we've seen over the last 2 days, at least including today, for AMI is some of their comebacks in the series. Unfortunately, we started to see that at the tail end of the third game in that best of 5. It wasn't enough. But you're stuck in a 3-game series now, potentially. It might even just be a 2 if you still have that performance from game number 1. And you got to remember, this team is no slouch. I mean, this team was one of the most exciting stories in the beginning of the split for NACL. It was a team that was trying to contest that middle of the pack, and they unfortunately fell behind in the end. But they learned a lot. The mentality for them felt like they were confident coming into this promo tournament. They didn't stop working. They continued to try to grind. And now you have one game potentially to make good on all of that. All that time that you spent in NACL learning, scrimming, playing together. It's got to come to a culmination now, or it won't for the rest of the year.
That's right, because now one game away from their 2025 as a team coming to an end, because this is that lower bracket. This is the only other chance left. There's only one spot remaining to make it into NACL Split 2. So if you want to be participating as AMI, if you want to make it back, we're going to need to see a big comeback going into this second game, as you can see it scores 1-0. AMI will still have side select, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do with it.
That's the hardest thing, is now what do you go with? I really would love to see this Zinzao at least one more time for Low Jazz. I want to see this mid-jungle duo really come out to some success, and we did hear that AMI will be back on the blue side. So just as they did yesterday in that series, they do choose blue side for the first 2 games. And we'll see exactly how they want to utilize that. Again, the first pick is important. The counter pick ended up being even more important, at least for the side of Jolly Rogers last time around. But really want to see what they try to go for.
Yeah, and we'll see now. Hopefully the mid-jungle of this team is going to be able to step up, as you say, going into this next game. I think it was tough because Fine Mini looked good for a while there, especially once he got to that 4th item. He was strong, but I think as a team they weren't able to come together in the end. Again, some oversteps that didn't really need to happen, and some pretty sloppy team fights, I think, all across the board. So hope is that they can get that together going into this next game. As, again, last chance for them. They're down 0-1, lose this one, they're going home.
And at least for the other side, for Jolly Rogers, I mean, this wouldn't be a qualification into the ACL, but you at least take one step towards that. And I think it means a lot for all of them involved. And you could kind of tell that they did not once relent in that game. I mean, they were constantly trying to push the mental. They were trying to get that Baron dance going for the longest time, right? They always felt like they had a chance in the game. And I think that's a very important mentality to have at this level, but especially when you have this kind of veteran top trio that Jolly Rogers does have. And that's something that AMI are going to have to find a way to tackle.
Yeah, it's going to be really important. Exciting for Jolly Rogers, of course, and Jolly Rogers fans, especially if you've been watching some of these players who have been in NACL previously. I mean, Will, again, is a really easy example, having been played in Tier 2 in the past, and them winning today would be exciting for them to take that next step towards potentially being able to make it back into the league. Of course, you still have to play a best-of-5 tomorrow versus the winner of our next best-of-3.
It's just crazy how 4 days can kind of go through and decide your trajectory for the rest of the year, which is just a lot of weight on the shoulders of all these players who are burgeoning and trying to find their way into this system. As AMI back on the blue side, we're into game number 2. You see all those bands at the top of your screen, everything that was not available, or at least is not available for this game because it was played in that game number 1. The Talia going to be the true band that AMI never stray from in this tournament, as well as that Oriana going to be joined onto that one. The Lucian going to be banned by Jolly Rogers.
Yeah, right. And I think otherwise we're not going to see anything really too exciting there in terms of the first rotation bans really changing. I think it's mostly going to be the same. It's really going to be for me about what AMI are going to be able to draft for themselves there. I mean, we're talking about what's up and available. I mean, Jace is still up. Lucian's banned away, so Baz won't be able to play that one. Technically, I mean, there is Jin, but I don't think we're going to first pick that really in any universe, but maybe later. Could be picked on 4th. Later. I know you like that one.
Yeah, you got to save it for the 4th pick. That's where you get all the power. But no, hey, we'll see. We'll see how it all pans out. The Wukong has actually been banned from AMI this time. But I do like the Yone ban towards 5 mini. It had been something they really hovered to in the regular season of NACL at least. And that final ban of the Azir going to be just like in game number 1 for Jolly Rogers. The Pantheon, that was banned by AMI in that first game, going to be taken in this second game for them and for Low Jazz.
Yeah, so big option, especially with Galio being off of the board. Getting yourself a semi-global will be really nice. And of course, Pantheon just in a really strong position right now for what he's able to offer at really every stage of the game. So really giving Low Jazz an opportunity to have a huge impact in what could potentially be AMI's final game display.
Yeah, and Zinzao is going to be there, at least for the side of Will. Give him a lot of fighting strength in his own, a lot of skirmish potential there into the Pantheon as well. See exactly what they want to cook up next. Wow. It is the Nico. Something that can absolutely break games and will be the pickup for Jolly Rogers.
I wonder if we're going to just see Ezreal Karma from AMI, since that's usually the answer into Nico support. But the thing is, I actually think this could be a Nico mid, because Sudsy does play this champion.
He does.
So he actually could be the one piloting that one. Maybe it gives an option for Nukes to get something favorable for him in the bot side. Depends on what him and Zev actually want to run for. But either way, we did want to see Baz back on the Ezreal in a game like this, where you have a strong lane like this. Could give him that opportunity to get some leads, be able to carry.
Yeah, and there's the
Jin.
Jin. It wasn't 4th, but it's the Jin. I'll take it anyways.
Yeah.
But at least they have a lot of utility to set up Will and whatever else they end up going with, if this Nico is going to be mid lane. But I do typically like the Nico pairing with the Jin. And trying to kind of dissuade some of that poke that's going to be coming from Ezreal Karma. The ban in the second phase from Jolly Rogers is going to be the Ziggs.
Yeah, so you want to remove some of those magic damage options there from 5 mini. I think the Ziggs ban does make me think it really is Nico mid, just because that doesn't... Nico's advantage, I think, in mid lane is that she has a lot of range to work with, so it's actually kind of hard to trade with her. So you want to remove champions that can outrange her, essentially, like Ziggs. So curious to see if AMI are picking up on that, and if they want to take some bans that kind of reflect that towards the bottom lane, the support pool, maybe with their last ban.
See, exactly. I love the Darius ban. Just, they don't want to go out on a Dragoon special.
It's a critical moment. Yeah, they really don't.
They don't want to give that one over. They don't want it to happen like it's happened so many other times. It just seemingly always gets the pick when it matters most. I do like the kind of Ahri ban there, but trying to focus in on that top lane is the focus for AMI as they ban away the Jax as well.
Yeah, makes sense. So they just want to put a lot of that pressure on the top side instead there for Dragoon. And okay, so it actually is going to, it's not going to be Nico mid. So it is going to be the Hui. And you still have a lot of range to work with. You still have a lot of a teamfight damage later on, even some utility. So that's fine for Sudsy.
Yeah. I think it's really powerful, too, in terms of, again, all the utility that Jolly Rogers has right now on their composition, right? Like, It's crazy how much Hwei can do to affect the state of a big team fight in not just straight up damage. But the answer right now from 5mini is going to be this Akali. Can see that one there. Maybe some Wild World when we get that top lane, but I would love to see this Akali versus Hwei matchup.
I'm curious what this last pick is going to be, because I think at the moment there, Jolly Rogers have a pretty good chance to just pick a big tank there on R5. Especially if it's Renekton. Look, I know you have magic damage in the Akali and the Karma, but it's so fake. Dragoon can pick Malphite and can just do like the funniest thing in this game.
It's it could be. It's going to be the Renekton in the end for AMI, and for Decoy, it's been something that he has loved to go towards as well. Provides very strong jungle top. As this would be a spicy one as well, but Jolly Rogers using this counter pick yet again, potentially to really give Dragoon a leg up in the matchup, and the Mordekaiser is going to be locked in.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the Darius. The Mordekaiser is another one he pulls out in that 11th hour. It is going to be a pick that scales really nicely, and it's going to be a menace in objective fights. We've seen him do it before. Ult the jungler. Well, where'd your smite go, buddy?
Now, there is some questions to be levied, though, over towards Jolly Rogers. They did not look all that put together in the earlier parts of the game. Even if there was a double solo bolo for Dragoon, it comes to those early game decisions, and I really want to see that cleaned up from them. But for AMI, it's backs against the wall. This is it. This is the moment. You've gotten the Akali. You've gotten a heckin' powerful top trio in this Renekton, Pantheon, Akali. Get this early lead that we've known you for, and try to levy that into a game win.
That's right. It's going to be really important there, especially for AMI to take this to a game 3. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen.
Well, we're getting into game now as we are headed off onto Summoner's Rift to see the second bout between Wolves and Pirates. Pirates are already up 1-0. We'll see if they get to write the script for this one as well, as game 2 between AMI and Jolly Rogers kicks off.
And we're going to see the moment here for AMI, last chance to keep themselves alive in this lower bracket and to continue fighting for an opportunity to take that last spot in NACL Split 2. And Jolly Rogers, they're looking to put this series to bed. They want to rest up Lennon. They want to watch the next match, see who their opponent for tomorrow is going to be.
Exactly that, and I think it's really important to think about the trajectory, at least for these teams, and moving forward, at least off of that, and some of the ways that, you know, we see the bounce back. Obviously, Jolly Rogers hadn't gotten knocked into the lower bracket the day before yesterday, but it's still about trying to use those lessons as for AMI, trying to find their first win of this promo tournament. I think it's really important for them to try to get a leg up here.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think they have, honestly, a lot of options to be able to do that one, especially when you look at champs like Renekton, Akali, 1 item mark, really good place for you to be as solo laners. So there's a chance for, I mean, you can already see some of the value coming through from that electrocute from 5mini. And I think that 5mini and Decoy are going to need to be the ones to go big in this early game, find advantages, and when they reach their critical item spikes, and lead their team for big team fight wins.
See what this early pathing leads out to, because we are getting a little bit of change in that Bash. We're going from top to bot this time, so maybe seeing if we get a little bit of fighting going on in that 2v2 instead of leading into his own. As I'm very curious of what the early skirmishes can look like between the Pantheon and the Xin Zhao. I think we can obviously see a lot of those early skirmishes lead out to some lane moves as well. But right now, this poke is going to be hard to deal with for Nukes and Zev, who, again, kind of like maybe the lesser known part of this this team composition, but still a very strong one in the end for Jolly Rogers. I've really been impressed by what they've been able to do here.
Yeah, especially for players who are a little newer compared to their counterparts. Both have only been playing these last couple of years, I think since 2022, and have only really been playing in the NACL circuit. So they have been in a lot of qualifiers, but haven't made it far enough that we've seen them in these promotion tournaments or in the NACL. But who knows, Lennon, maybe this time is different. Maybe this is the year they make it happen, the Big 25.
And for Dragoon, yet another one.
Yes, exactly.
But they came out with a screaming start, at least in that game number 1. All eyes and all pressure on AMI for this game number 2. We are going to have the culmination of the past coming up here very shortly. And I gotta say, in terms of what AMI have been really known for in this split is a lot of those early game leads, and I love that they're giving LoJazz a little bit more carry potential to him, a little bit more. I know the Sejuani is decision-making power, but now you have decision-making power plus damage, and I think that fits a lot of LoJazz's style that we've seen him be successful with throughout this at least regular season we saw in split number 1.
And I'm curious, it's going to be a bit of a battle at the Scuttle Crabs from both of these teams, but with Sudsy, okay, he cancels his recall. So Sudsy getting that first move yet again, and even Zev and Nukes actually, even though they are kind of pushed in, they make it through that tri-brush and are able to get Will the space potentially.
The Omega fight over Scuttle Crab, let's go.
Oh, Will doesn't have smites.
He doesn't. We'll see LoJazz though moving over. He doesn't either, and they're gonna try to go 50-50 over it. Oh no, LoJazz gonna have to burn his flash. The Deadly Flourish connects from
they're going in.
4th shot to the dome, and that's first blood for Will. Trying to follow it up there as well as the wind becomes lightning. Here comes the Severing Bolt to get the slow, the Tangle Barb as well, and Nuke sets it up for them to knock him down. Will finds himself a double kill.
And what a great opening for Jolly Rogers in this game. You don't only secure the Scuttle Crab, but the Xinzao gets 2 kills and a fat back in his inventory after such a successful fight. Really tough, especially for Pocus and LoJazz. Flashed and died in the process. So something that I think the side of Jolly Rogers are going to be able to punish really well.
Oh. A little bit of finding
we're just being
action mid lane as Dragon's going to be coming up here soon in about 20 seconds. See if AMI can recoup any ground while maybe giving that one up. I mean, obviously early Dragon stacking would be nice to try to dig themselves out of this one a little bit, but it looks like LoJazz just going to go for an aggressive invade now onto the Chicken Nuggets as Will is going to be coming around the corner, but a little too late. Oh, Sudsy's in trouble. Gets the fear off of 5-8. Didn't expect LoJazz to be there. The flash doesn't matter. The chain comes through, and LoJazz gets himself and AMI on the board.
Yeah, really nice to be able to snag those respawn Raptors and the kill for this Pantheon. It's going to help ease the sting of what happened during that early game. We're going to see a replay of the first blood. I mean, really, at this point, as soon as that Deadly Flourish landed, really LoJazz was dead to rights.
Even with the follow through there, getting locked down from the root, the flash from Nukes to set him up, and a really good start for Will on a very aggressive jungler that fits him to a T, and the Dragon should just go down to Jolly Rogers.
Yeah, really easy. So not quite enough done there for AMI to be able to take this opportunity on the Dragon, especially for this comp where I think you spike pretty hard in that mid game. You really do want to be Dragon stacking as Apex Mission Impossible. So I think this kind of hampers their game plan here in game 2 a little bit.
Just a little bit. I'd say a little wee bit.
Just a touch.
Just a little touch.
Smidgen.
A little tinge.
Yeah. Oh, tinge is good. I like that.
We get a level 6s now. And speaking of, we're going to have level 6 for LoJazz where things can maybe up a little bit for him with the Grand Starfall. Ooh.
Oh.
Death Realm going to be popped. Dragoon trying to get Decoy down. The Dominus has already been there. And Q one more time. No, not going to find another solo bolo. Would have been his 3rd of the series so far. But Decoy will have to back. Has no TP. So this lead is going to get a little bit further out in front as that Bramble Vest really making the difference. Yeah,
I mean, again, this is a matchup Dragoon is very familiar with. Plays it quite often from what we've seen in these matches. And of course, he's a big Mordekaiser player overall. I think it's going to be a big problem if AMI aren't going to be able to shut him down in this early game. And so far, they've left him to his own devices, and he is quite happy with that. He's going to be even scarier once it comes to those objectives like you foreshadowed to. Baz! Okay. Whew. Sidesteps the Deadly Flourish. That was a little bit scary. You know, Baz playing on the line. We love to see it. It is a line. Exactly. You got it. It's crazy. It's crazy. The synergy. We're taking a look, though, at the map state because Grubs is coming up here shortly. There is a lot of presence from AMI on that top side of the map, but unfortunately, Decoy is going to be forced to back again, so won't be able to be out there just yet. Still have a little bit of time to get set up around that, though, as they will be spawning in about 20 seconds. Do you feel like LoJazz and Co can really contest over this? It's possible, especially given that I think top laners are lane swapping, moving towards this bottom side, should have no impact since they don't have teleports in these fights. It's really just going to depend on whether or not Nukes gets level 6, because, you know, level 6 on the Nico, not quite, or the Karma doesn't quite match up, we'll say. Having access to that Pop Blossom is going to be really huge. So I think AMI, if they want a really big chance, they want to try and force something before this timer comes through.
Oh, Bazal is lonesome. Still has the rest of the team coming up behind him. Focus not level 6 just yet, but neither is Nukes. That's going to feel good. Baz has finally hit his level 6. We'll have the True Shot Barrage. Grub's not started up just yet, as 5mini is hunting down Sudsy right now. Just going to go all in with him. The fear comes in. Sudsy needs to try to find an outplay onto this one. Is going to pop everything he can. Grand Starfall coming through, and they already get the solo. At least not a solo. It's a 3v1 in the end. It goes the way of 5mini. True Shot Barrage going to come and hit a couple. But that should just mean AMI take the grubs.
Yeah, and that's perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Again, before Nukes hits level 6, make something happen. And they use 5mini's ultimate and Low Jazz to be able to make it happen. And AMI, they earn themselves all 3 grubs in the process. There's no response for Jolly Ranchers to have. Now their ability to siege turrets is improved a little bit. Any alone time they get, it's going to be a lot of play calls.
It is indeed. You really love to see that, especially a little bit of fight back for AMI in those objective contests here. Will be another minute and a half until the next dragon comes up. They can feel a little bit more comfortable there. Maybe first item's going to be close to that, but probably not all the way. See if they end up switching up these lanes again, because they have gone ahead and sent mid laners up towards the top and going to reassume 2v2 in mid lane.
I mean, otherwise, it's a nice win there for AMI to be able to secure those grubs, but we do need a little more. We need them to be able to keep up that pressure, use those ultimate cooldowns pretty much as frequently as they can, and are able to make these plays to actually get themselves a significant advantage. And also, again, Drake stacking. We're 50 seconds away from another dragon. They lost the first one. Really going to hurt to lose the second one, because that really decreases their chances at a Dragon Soul from low to 0.
It's going to be, I feel like, a pretty heavy importance in this game as well. I mean, we saw them really only contest around objectives in that mid lane, both teams in that last game. So you can tell that that timer is really where both these teams feel really comfortable around, at least those objective setups, and trying to get those all tied down. Now this mid lane is going to get pushed out a little bit by Jolly Rogers ahead of this dragon spawning. They should be first to the fight here as well.
Yeah, late back from the side of AMI, really going to hurt their chances on being able to set up. Jolly Rogers, they already have a good foothold here, set up some vision in the neutral side, and even a bit of deep vision into AMI's jungle.
Top lane. Hit a flash play out from Sudsy.
It's not going to end up netting a kill, and it still doesn't help AMI's situation here around this dragon. They're just going to let that one go, try and see if they can make a push in the mid lane instead.
They'll have to come revisit that one next time around. Another Mountain Soul. Going to provide even more tankiness on this map, but they will want to contest over that next one for sure, not give over that soul point decision-making power to Jolly Rogers. As AMI going to move in topside, try to get a little bit of deep vision going up here and play towards 5mini, their strong suit right now.
Yeah, and I mean, props to Sudsy. A lot of respect before he comes back to lane. He knows he has to sacrifice a lot because he's the play.
Oh, no.
He's
Gets the fear off. That's really nice. Tangle Barb into the Pop Blossom. Has a lot of damage now to Low Jazz too, but Low Jazz turns it all around. 5mini comes in for the Fates of Warfare. Straight for AMI as they claim it for the first time in the series itself, at least trying to get in the second game at least. That Pengu dab going to give a little bit of signifier for AMI's strength in game number 2.
Again, a nice kill there. 5mini going up 2-0 on the Akali. And oh my god, I've never seen that back animation actually. Now I really
really?
Skin. That's not important. Yeah. I've never actually looked at it that closely, but that was really cool. But yeah, so again, we see another situation where 5mini is getting a lot of resources. This time it's going to be on the Akali, so there's going to be that pressure on him to find these angles in team fights. He's going to have to force the situations where he can get on Sudsy, Zev, Nukes, any one of them with Electrocute, he's going to blow them up. They're made of paper to him, essentially.
And that's going to be a big factor as we move forward as well. But it's just so interesting to think about how this setup for AMI can actually find this kind of momentum moving forward. I mean, again, this top trio has been so strong, but there's been a problem this whole time brewing. Has been Dragoon trying to get the flash play on a decoy. Can't get it. The outplay from decoy. Solo bolo for the dominant Dominus.
Oh, Dragoon, we are feeling ourselves just a little too much, but nicely played for Decoy, getting the flash on the Ruthless Predator. He's going to be able to stun him up, keep him CC'd under the turret, and now it's going to hopefully alleviate some pressure for him in that matchup, as there isn't really any action anywhere else. But now Decoy gets to use that Demolish proc, gets to use those grubs, actually collects a lot of gold off that kill.
Yeah, he does, and going right back to that conversation about this top trio, there's so much damage in place, there's so much outplay potential, and Dragoon overestimates himself.
He does, and I mean, the pressure is definitely there, considering how much hurt he's able to put onto Decoy, but at the end of it, Lennon, we're in the big 25. These turrets, they do a lot of damage. You cannot get caught like this. Especially taking 2 turret shots for free before you even start this. Like, I don't know, like, it's an 8-second recall, you know? Go around the bush. I don't know, just do something. Just not that.
Well, see, now he's got the empowered version of the skin, so, you know, he can feel a little bit better.
That's true.
That's what he was missing.
That's what it's all about. Oh, you're right. Now he's back. Now it's going to go different. It's going to give him more damage. You're right, Lennon.
No, that's actually such a massive play for Decoy, because he will also be a massive ticket into finding Sudsy and Zev in the backline if he doesn't get picked out by Dragoon. And we've seen what Renekton's can do to little squishy backliners time and time again.
Yep. And you can see it. He goes to Shojin build. I think a pickaxe means that he might be going Eclipse as well. So a little more combat-oriented instead of focusing on health or shred from the Black Cleaver that you can go sometimes, because not a whole lot of armor is going to be built by other members of Jolly Rogers. So he does have that opportunity to, like you said, be that big backline threat. And you can see he's made good use of that gold injection he got.
Let's see now if this contest over the Rift Herald does become a thing, because I got to say there's a massive lead developed by 5 Mini over Sudsy as Grand Starfall is coming in the top side. I spoke about it. Sudsy's defense difference is going to get even further away from him now as 5 Mini just hunting him down, finds himself a killing spree off the back of his opposing mid laner.
And I like this pressure onto Sudsy. Again, you're playing this low mobility mage. They're tracking his flash summoner spell timer, recognizing that it's going to be up soon. So they use that chance to get one more play onto him, really making his life that much more difficult.
About a 2,000 gold lead, 15.5, a little bit more so for AMI, as they're also going to take the Rift Herald and almost at least full objective control on this top side of the map.
Yes, I was just
the Dragons on the other side, maybe not so much. In about 15 seconds till that next one spawns. Are they going to have enough resources to move from Rift Herald down to that Dragon contest? I guess that's the question.
They better hope so, Lennon. You have a lot of resources on 5 Mini right now, and even Decoy is able to pick up a not insignificant amount of gold. So with this Herald, you drop that mid, it should give you plenty of space, especially if 5 Mini is able to back TP to this engagement and participate in this dragon taking. But if he does, he is going to be very late. I think if you're going to do it, like, you already need to be recalling. But
he just got the feats of strength, though, as they got it for AMI.
Yeah, so, okay, conscious decision here. Instead, again, it's what we've been saying before. They'll leave 5 Mini in the side lane, collect more gold, use the pressure that's alleviated from their opponent's taking dragon. But this is a big risk, Lennon. Because when you put yourself in this position, especially when you don't necessarily have to, now you need to perform in this next dragon fight. All this gold you're collecting, all these resources, it needs to be for something, because if you lose that soul, all pointless.
Actually save both the mid and outer turret from falling in the end, although the love tap will do in that mid lane turret for sure. That's going to be very close to getting that one down, but these first item spikes have now come through. Decoy going under turret, gets the Spiraling Despair used onto him. Will's going to fight off onto Focus as Flash into the Deadly Flare. They just go for the play. Focus gets sniped by Zeb from the bushes. And that's a big play from Jolly Rogers.
Yeah, nice response and a really good adaptation from Jolly Rogers to recognize that, okay, Sudsy's obviously the target here, so let's cover him. And I think they're going to get a little more.
Nuke's playing with Decoy's mind. How many Mordekaisers do you have to deal with?
2,
right there.
3?
3 maybe. I'm not going to be there, though. They're going to back off that play. And that does mean that there was a little bit of effort in the side lane by Phi Mini. Still getting ever further ahead, almost on this second item as the Akali. I know you're going to be feeling good about that, watching the Akali pop up, but I also feel good about Phi Mini finally getting himself a lead, finding himself something that he can really build off of in this game.
Yeah, and especially on a champ like Akali, where as long as you're playing these angles and team fights, you can do a lot of work, because he's building towards that Shadow Flame at like level 12, so you have rank 2 on your perfect execution. Like, this guy hurts. Zev, Sudsy, Nukes, like if any of these players are on his screen, even Dragoon, if he plays the fight right, like they're done. So he has the resources, much like before and what we've seen on the Corki, and if he can do some work like he did on the Corki, he might be able to have a big impact in these team fights. I mean, that's the power of this champion. You can just erase people, erase squishy champions, especially when you're ahead like this.
And for a player that's been playing for a little bit over a year, almost a year and a half now at this point, at least competitively, it's really cool to see those little moments of growth, right? I think there was a big conversation about rookie mids in the NACL in the regular season, and maybe Phi Mini didn't reach the top of that conversation there, but it is something to think about, the little moments of growth, the kind of carry potential we saw build into this guy throughout the split itself.
Yeah, I think Phi Mini's definitely had some good moments, especially for his rookie split in the NACL. And that's a player, especially if AMI aren't able to actually get the win here today and they don't qualify into Split 2. Phi Mini is a player that I would want to see more of in the future. He gets picked up by another team, different circumstances, whatever the case may be, because especially for a player so young and not so experienced, you got to imagine there's a lot of room for growth that we're happy to see as fans of Tier 2.
And now has all of that growth on his shoulders, the weight at least of it as well. On this Akali, does have his second item. That's going to be second item complete for 3 members of AMI. Their fighting strength just went through the roof.
Insane. I mean, especially huge for Baz. Once he has that Muramana fully, the Manamune fully stacked up, we're reaching all the critical item spikes for everybody on the side of AMI. They have all the power when this dragon comes up. So again, there's really no excuse for them to lose this one out, Lennon. If I'm being honest, like, they have to be able to get this. There's no world where they should let that soul go through.
Phi Mini playing this play on the mid lane with Lojaz trying to get Zev, but it might have been an overextension. Pop Blossom coming in on a 2, only gets the 1 with the flash coming out from Lojaz. Here comes the curtain call. True Shot Barrage actually misses. Dragoon coming for the play. Tries to get somebody. Is going to get nobody in the end. Is finally going to pop the Death Realm onto Baz. Is by himself here trying to fight it out, but I don't think he can. Baz goes down. Dragoon becomes tanky. And the Deadly Flares is going to connect on the back of it. Jolly Rogers, they've signified that they are in this game. But Decoy
but
just shut them all down with Phi Mini. The combo of the solo laners really coming in clutch here. But Zev is going to get the shutdown over on the Lojaz. Now trying to hunt down Phi Mini, but it is an ADC versus a solo laner as Will goes with the shutdown onto Decoy. And it is a scrappy as hell fight and ends up being a 3-for-3.
And the fact that AMI were able to kind of catch up in that fight and turn that into an even trade tells you all you need to know about how strong they are, because that wasn't a great angle for them to actually fight. I mean, they're in a position where they don't have to actually force positions like this under the turret. They're so strong that they can take the straight up 5v5. I really think they could have just pushed this wave in, set up around Dragon, and wait for Jolly Rogers to walk into you. You have all the agency in that situation. You have all the power in that situation. But instead, they force the play. It goes pretty badly. And again, the fact that they even up is a testament to how much of a gold lead they have.
Yeah, and it does show a lot of what Decoy and Phi Mini can do in these moments.
Yeah.
Decoy almost went a little bit ham there on the back line by himself, but then Phi Mini helped him out in the end. Decoy going back in, does end up getting that trade back to make it an even 3-for-3, but still showing the scrappiness that has been the ticket for this series so far, even only 2 games in. And there's only a best of 3 in this one, as Will gonna have to pop the Crescent Guard already. Will be forced out of this fight, so that soul fight that Jolly Rogers were trying to go for will be seeded, and AMI will get their first dragon.
And this is more how these fights should be going, in my opinion. Again, AMI, you have these really strong mid-game champions. They've hit all their key item spikes. Like, you shouldn't be losing anything at this current point in the game. So that's the kind of fight you should be looking for, just to use that gold to turn that into objective wins. So the risk pays off. They have a lead. They stop the soul. And if they're able to stack Mountain Dragons, well, all the better for them. But, I mean, if you give Sudsy time, he can catch up and be very impactful. And for all the lead that AMI have, Dragoon is still a formidable force as well, and there's someone they need to worry about as time goes on.
He's going to be focused now. I don't think he wins that 1v1 against 5 Mini. He's going to pop the Death Realm here, but he's just going to get 100 to 0'd by 5 Mini. 6-0 on the Akali. Going to be that much closer to his third item. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal too.
Yeah, no MR. That's the way it goes, and I like that cognizance from AMI to at least get some eyes on the Otacon to make sure it's not started in Low Jazz's absence. And that's just an easy pickup there onto the really strong Dragoon. He has no MR to speak of, even though he just bought the Null Magic Mantle. So I think that's a lane advantage that 5 Mini will be happy to use.
I mean, at this point, who deals with 5 Mini? Like, it's so
like
hard
3
to
people
find
maybe?
the damage to be able to do it. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a full committal there, but he's just going to be dancing through the back line time and time again.
Yeah.
And this lead feeling a little bit more consistent than the lead did last time around for AMI, at least.
Yeah, so far, only one real oopsie, I think, from Apex Mission Impossible. And if they're able to limit it to just the one, we will have a Game 3 on our hands, Mazel. But of course, again, Jolly Rogers still have ways back into this. You still have some really strong team fight tools. You still have Dragoon, who scales really well into this game, and is wild card.
Okay, Decoy going to get the aggression here. Deadly Flourish is going to connect. Low Jazz trying to counter engage down to Zev as they get the True Shot barrage across. Low Jazz getting low now. 4th shot ready to go, and he claims the life of Low Jazz. They're losing their front line, but 5 Mini finally joining. That's the big dog on campus, and Dragoon getting low too. Going to try to go through, but doesn't have the Death Realm in the end. It is going to be the 2-for-1 in favor of AMI.
Yeah, keep fighting as AMI. That's what you want to be doing. They're strong right now. So they're the ones who should be pushing the pace of this game, Mazel. I'm surprised they're not really going to go for the Otacon right now. I suppose they don't want to go for the flip and give Will an opportunity to steal. But I think they just want to take every objective they can to allow them to accelerate this game further.
And 5 Mini is right on the cusp of a Rabadon's, which is going to be so much more difficult to deal with. Yeah, you know, third item Rabadon's on the Akali is going to feel real good. But we got about 2 minutes for Jolly Rogers to kind of figure out their game plan moving forward, because they could give another dragon. Yes, of course. We slowly are starting to feel the map fully in favor of AMI. If they get more mountain dragons, if they end up getting to 3 right on the cusp of like giving those away from Jolly Rogers, that's a lot of tankiness that they're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and I think the moment Jolly Rogers, they're going to need all the tankiness they can get, because 5 Mini, you mentioned it, really strong. He also has 10 stacks on that Dark Seal. And you can even see Will forced to index into some MR with his third item to be able to survive this Akali.
There's going to be a third item for Zev as well. A little bit of mosquito build going on for him. Really hurts not to have that IE on the Jhin. We'll see if that comes back to bite him a little bit in the end, because honestly, the damage output from Baz on 2.5 items is probably going to be more than the 3-item spike of Zev. But it's all about picking your moments, and especially utilizing this heal cut he's going to have with the Mortal Reminder.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it ends up being the case here. 5 Mini just going to be perfectly happy in the side lane for the moment, but about a minute till that dragon comes up. No TP for 5 Mini, so he would have to walk.
Yeah, and that's why you're seeing him recall now, thinking he might have enough for this death cap, and it means he is going to be monstrous. I honestly wonder if we're going to see Jolly Rogers abandon this current dragon, just because even though it's 2 mountain dragons, at the end of the day, it's nowhere near a soul for Apex Mission Impossible, and I don't think Jolly Rogers are in a position to fight right now, unless they're able to hit the Tangle Thorns onto 5 Mini, Nico ult, Deadly Flourish, everything in the kitchen sink to take down this champion, then sure, but I think that is a very thin line to walk.
It is indeed. I'm just wondering now how they walk into this setup. I mean, you got so much potential lethal damage coming out from AMI. If you overstep one moment, Dragoon is going to have to pick the perfect target to take into the Death Realm. try to set up his team for the best odds or try to take this dragon away. Will doesn't have any real good entrance into the pit here, but AMI, they're playing it slowly. They're playing it respectively. I really like this from them. True Shot Barrage will just go a little bit wide in the end, but AMI still holding position here around the dragon pit.
Yeah, again, just holding them in place. Really no need to rush for them. Wait until the time is right to take this dragon. And Jolly Rogers have committed to getting those front row seats to this dragon take. Means that they don't really get anything in exchange. Yeah, now Sudsy's moved up to this top side. Now the team is moving up to set up around Otacon. But I mean, it's kind of too little too late. Most of AMI already able to respond as well. And this has been a good game from Apex Mission Impossible. Oh,
Mini gonna get ulted by Sudsy. Sudsy's starting to come online too. He's got 2 items now as well. Not gonna be the 3rd item that Mini has. You know, literally a full item ahead of him. But
yes, and an expensive one.
Oh, look at this. Will's been hovering around the Otacon this whole time. Maybe trying to bait out Pocus. Gonna get the at least move out and the flash from him, and they just started up. This is bold. I kind of like it. The Pirates try to steal away from the Wolves.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Mini has no ult, so maybe they like this angle because that perfect execution is so important. Yeah, I think they're going to TP. They're just going to full send this. It's a 50-50 now, Lennon.
Oh my god, it's TPs both from AMI. They got to get in the pit. They got to get in the fight. Lojaz trying to find his way in, but the Otacon's already taken by Jolly Rogers. I think AMI a little bit indecisive on how they wanted to enter the fight, but it might not even matter. Dragoon gets caught by himself. He is down and out for the count. Now Nuke's trying to get his way out. Grand Starfall going to come right in onto Zev. Lojaz doesn't want to go in just yet. Pop Blossom used 4th shot in the dome again. Zev going to pop his ult, but needs to run away immediately.
Nice
The fear was so big, but it didn't matter. He goes godlike. Mini unkillable, untouchable, and the big carry in this game.
Oh, Jolly Rogers, let's walk it out. We got the Otacon, even though we go 1 down in kills, that's still pretty good for them. Being able to secure that neutral objective. I like the call, and I want to point out too, Dragoon put Lojaz in the death realm like we were calling out in draft, making it so that there was no smite, there was no 50-50. It was 100-0 for Jolly Rogers.
A little bit of contested fight, but a permanent buff going the way of Jolly Rogers. Even if they did end up getting a little bit of a tussle on the back end of the fight and still have not been able to find the shutdown on Mini, they are keeping themselves in this one. They still have about 3 minutes for that next dragon. Again, would be another attempt at the soul for them, or potentially a 3rd mountain dragon for AMI. But the stress, the tension, it's building. We don't want another situation like game number 1 for AMI. This lead has felt much more consistent, and they just need to close it out.
Yeah, that's right. They still have plenty of tools to be able to do so, especially Baz. He's hit that Spear of Shojin, really huge for Ezreal, level 16. So is going to give him a big opportunity to get some good damage on it as well. This next fight, we may actually have a fight on our hands right now.
Just spotted out. Gonna go for the engage potentially on a Sudsy. Does get feared away though. Really nice utilization. Sudsy's fears have been so clutch this game so far. Decoy looking for a little bit of a flank. They might look for a dive. There's no way for Dragoon to join.
Yeah.
Zev has to walk over. Does have everything available to him with the curtain call, so it looks like AMI going to play still respectively into the Jolly Rogers side of the jungle. Maybe try to take this mid lane turret too.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much like the last game where they're really just playing 1 lane at a time instead of syncing up these waves. It is going to allow this tier 2 turret to go down most likely because it is very low health to begin with. But I think limits the damage to the map they really could have achieved had they synced those waves. But right now, things are slowed down. Baron is up. I think Dragoon's okay. He's not okay. I lied.
He is not okay. He's going to pop the Death Realm immediately, trying to get some damage down on Lojaz, trying to take him out of the fight here himself, but it's not going to buy enough time. He's going to try to find an exit strategy. There's the curtain call unleashed as well. Dragoon going to get hunted by Baz. Finds a Mystic Shot as well, and now here comes Mini. Immediately, Jolly Rogers turn their tail and run. But that is a big pick about a minute before this dragon comes up. He will be up for it, but just in time. A little bit of pings coming over towards the Baron side of the map from AMI.
Yeah, I was going to say, Baron's up right now, and we got 35 seconds on Dragoon. I mean, there's a world where you go for it right then and there. I mean, Baz is really strong. You take it relatively fast enough, but I guess too close to the dragon for their comfort. the position AMI have put themselves in by letting those 3 Drakes go in the first place. They do have to contest each and every one to prevent the Soul from going through, and it prevents them from going from the Baron now.
Will AMI get a 3rd Mountain Dragon in a row? Those tanky stats going to make this topside trio just that much harder to kill outright, like they've been trying to do time and time again. This push is going to come through from Sudsy. He does have the TP. We will also have TP from Dragoon. Still no ultimate for him available yet. We have to look at the tools that are going to be there as Will shows up on the top side of the map. Lojaz just going to start up the Dragon.
Yeah, Lojaz, he's going to have that Grand Starfall up soon, so I don't even think there's an angle for Jolly Rogers to try and force these Baron in trade. And so they're just going to settle for setting up some vision and resetting to spend whatever gold that they can work with. I will say, Lennon, it is soul point here for AMI, but Zev, he got the IE on Jin, so he's back. So he's pretty strong.
Late game carry for sure.
I mean, against an all squishy team, he will actually be pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I say all squishy, but ignore decoy. Ignore decoy. And Lojaz, kind of. It's not important.
It's not important. It's not important.
Remember, you choose who you click on, so it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're all going to probably choose Zev to click on if they can get access to him.
Yeah,
so,
probably.
One side has options, the other really doesn't. 5 Mini going to be seen on this fight, this preemptive setup here, but there's really not. We're going back to what happened in game number 1, just setting up around mid lane with no real objective contest. Grand Starfall coming in. They try to get 5 Mini. Lojaz now overextend a little bit. Pop Blossom in. Nukes is about to get nuked. He goes golden though, buys time, and here comes the Spiraling Despair. 5 Mini, he was waiting and watching, but is it enough? He goes golden himself. Dragoon getting low, and the Sunset's coming in, but the Deadly Flourish and to the Curtain Calls. He gets the snipe shot there too. And it's AMI starting to lose their bodies, starting to lose their grace, and starting to lose their position in this game. That's going to be another Deadly Flourish connecting, and Will immediately goes into it. Paz goes down through, and the Catacon is exploding all over AMI, and they're starting to lose their lead. Beatdown.
I've seen this movie before, and I did not like the ending. Jolly Rogers, they won the fight. They're looking like they're poised for the comeback, and you can see it. Zev is really online here with the Infinity Edge. He's got a lot of damage to work with, and Jolly Rogers have done enough that they're going to take the Baron.
Wow, from all of that, from an unkilled 5 Mini into the multiple shutdowns going the way of Jolly Rogers into a Baron. I don't know if it's going to take the lead outright, but the Baron power play will definitely do so. And it does outright take the lead back for Jolly Rogers.
Yeah, that's right, and so much that AMI had worked for has basically been erased here, and you're going to see where this started. With Lojaz going in kind of on his own. I mean, we got to give props to Nukes, making good use of that stasis, getting a lot of space in here. And I mean, you got to admit this fight was super messy there, but at the end of it, it was Zev really taking advantage of the IE spike on the Jin, and of course Dragoon and Will doing a good job playing a lot of interference here to make sure he can get all his damage off.
Really intricate moments there, but honestly, I got to give massive props to Will playing with his health bar the way he has.
Yeah. And
really just be the kind of, him and Dragoon, the big, like, kind of motion moments in the starts of fights for Jolly Rogers. And now dead even game, fluttering the lead to Jolly Rogers' side. About 2 minutes and 10 seconds for that Dragon. This one, again, just like in game number 1, somebody has to take it. Beatdown.
Yeah, that's right. It is the infamous 7th Dragon coming through here, and we'll see.
2 games in a row, by the way.
Yeah,
insane.
We'll see if the movie really, if it's the same ending as before, where Jolly Rogers is going to be able to secure that soul in the end too. We'll see. Right now they're using Baron to pressure this bottom tier turret, and despite their best efforts, AMI not the most amount of wave clear at their disposal, so really they just got to walk away.
For AMI, this has been such a hard promo tournament. After having a very tough end to their regular season in NACL, they felt confident coming into this. They said they didn't stop working. They felt like they had a ticket to find a way to win this promo tournament and come back into the NACL. They have not been able to find it just yet, and if they feel this lead starting to slip away from them, you gotta hope they can just stick to it and keep going with this composition, try to get Baz even further ahead, find those angles, because right now it feels like it's all coming down to execution in these team fights. And AMI, I believe, I want to see a third game from this team. I don't want to see them go out of the promo tournament without finding a win.
Agreed. You can see it now. Jolly Rogers, they've grouped up. They're basically just forming this death ball and looking for any opportunity for a big fight here. Especially keep an eye on Nukes playing the Nico. Camo as a minion to potentially get that surprise pop off.
A bit of a move from 5 Mini to go for a deep flank here. 30 seconds until the dragon spawns. Both teams can burn it down heavily, but you have to look at where the entrances are coming through. Everything available for everybody. Flash not there for Will or Lojaz just yet. Baz not going to have his either, but the ults are all there. So he takes the entrance. True Shot Barrage going to ring across 3 here. 5 Mini still going for the flank here on this very long side of things. Looks like Jolly Rogers just kind of want to pick the fight on the Lojaz. 5 Mini is going to be spotted out in the end on this flank.
Yeah, that's right. The angle that he needed to take. Now they can just pull the trigger.
But 5 Mini has an entrance here. 5 Mini is looking on the back line. Pop Blossom, is it enough? They turn onto him. 5 Mini goes golden. Can AMI save their mid laner? 5 Mini gets out there as well, but is he going to burn down? Dragoon tries to get him in the end, but it's AMI trying to take the fight on the other side. Dragoon is down, and now AMI have this front to back that they love, and they're going to turn onto the dragon. They're going to take the soul, and AMI pull it back from the brink.
Really huge for them to be able to make this happen. They secure that soul, so they're going to have the tankiness of 4 Mountain Drakes and, of course, the shield that comes with that soul. So they're going to be much harder to kill in these team fights, and it's given them that chance. They're back in this one, and even though it is running late, and under normal circumstances, this comp is not one I'd really like in that late game. They have the tools. The soul has helped them kind of bridge that gap a little bit to give them a chance.
Almost on full items here for both 5 Mini and Baz. At least one more to go. We do have full item completion for Zev. He does have that shield bow completed on top of it all, so going to be a little bit more tanky. I don't know if it's going to be necessarily enough damage. Again, I talked about it. It's all about the mechanical execution of a lot of these fights, and Jolly Rogers kind of left their back door open there to 5 Mini, and he absolutely found him.
Yeah, a little bit. And when they turned all their attention on him, it gave the rest of AMI a chance to clean up the fight. So now we're here at this late stage. We're getting close to full build being completed here. And right now, I think we're just taking our time as either team. I have a feeling the way the pace of this game has been is that we're probably going to that Elder Dragon cell. So I prepare for at least another 5 minutes of this one. But we'll see. AMI, they find an opening, they get a wipe. They can close the game right now.
Honestly, with the Mountain Soul completed, like I wouldn't mind seeing Serpent's Fang come out for Zev or something along those lines, but it's so hard to get rid of the Swifties on the Jhin as we go on. Now this top lane tier 2, a pretty good amount of gold standing up here, going to be taken down in the end by AMI. Lojaz goes for a little mini engage there. Going to get the Deadly Flourish right back. Going to be just fine off the back of that one. We have Sudsy with TP pushing in the side lane. Going to end up getting a response here coming through from Decoy. So we'll end up initiating his back. AMI dancing a little bit around Jolly Rogers' setup.
Yeah, could give an opening here for Jolly Rogers, especially if Sudsy wants the TP to join, to try and give his team a bit of an opening here to set up vision. Maybe they start a play before Decoy gets here.
He will not be spotted out just yet.
Oh, they don't know.
Dragoon, I mean, he's gotten a little bit more magic resist now, or at least a little bit more health, maybe not magic resist. See if he actually ends up getting picked up and Nuke's in trouble now. He's going to get the shuriken and the flip and everything on top of it. Pop
wow, nice!
5 Mini's gone. That's your big damage. Decoy now coming in, though, as they do find the pick right back. In the end, though, it's Dragoon now finding an angle onto the back line. Decoy's going to have to try to pull back around. He has the Death Realm available, but he might just be left out to his own devices here. The rest of the team going to try to come save him. He has the fight onto Decoy. Here comes the Curtain Call as well, doing some layering damage, but look at Baz. He is not touched. He's looking for more. Decoy goes down. Dragoon's still alive, still healing, still shielding, and still going. That skin is paying off. up dividends here as Baz is going to get flashed on by Zev. He wants the kill, he wants the name, and he wants his name in lights here. Zev trying to get one more, can't do it. Oh my god, the flash not going to be there in the end as AMI licking their wounds walk away, but the lead goes back to Jolly Rogers, and so does the Baron.
Yeah, and you got to give some credit to Nukes, the hero of that fight, being able to turn what was certainly the end of his life into a really impressive Tangle Thorns into the ultimate combo there with the Pop Blossom. And that gave his team the space they needed to be able to turn this into such a huge win. They have Baron buff on all 5 members. They got more gold off of that play, and it should give them a really good setup going into this Elder Dragon in 2 minutes time.
Whatever button Zanya's is on for 5 Mini, that button is probably smashed right about now. I mean, I can just imagine him smashing that Zanya's button over and over again, trying to save his own life. Could not do it. Perfectly timed from Jolly Rogers, and now they take even more gold on the map. All of a sudden, what was a 2,000 gold lead, which doesn't even really matter at this point, about 4,000 gold lead now for Jolly Rogers, 2 minutes ahead of this Elder.
No, that's right. You can see what they're doing. Playing through mid and top, and soon, maybe like 30 seconds or after they take this tier 2 turret, they're going to just shift that attention to mid and bot lane so that they can get that perfect setup for the Elder Dragon. Because you know what? You're right, Ledin. Gold lead is not going to matter, especially in the face of that buff, the great equalizer that is the Elder Dragon.
TP,
we have a flank TP. I think they don't know.
5 Mini. Oh, that's a bold TP from Dragoon. They got to stand and fight, or Dragoon's just going to get caught out. 5 Mini still looking for his entrance. Look at Zeb. He's so scared to step up. Dragoon has hit the death realm onto Baz, but he's going to back up as well. Decoy still prepped and ready to go. 5 Mini and Decoy, they've got the 1-2 punch here. Can they pull it off? They want to try to go for the back line. The Maw will connect, though, in the end, and they are scared. They don't want to give this game over to Jolly Rogers.
Yeah, they go ult for ult there in their top laners. So really not much loss, but Jolly Rogers, they will give up a lot of space. And they have to answer by recalling here. They have empowered recall, so they won't lose out too much there, but it gives Apex Mission Impossible this opportunity. Snag away a blue buff. Deny that resource from JR, and of course, get that better setup going into this Elder Dragon soon. I think we're at the point where if you need to recall as either team, it needed to be like 15 seconds ago. That's why you're seeing Baz already walking back and trying to get set up. Even that, I think, might be too late because it gave JR a chance to push the mid lane.
5 Mini, he's got another angle. He's been looking for these flanks all game long. You have to remember, for AMI, their backs are against the wall. If they lose this game, it is done skis for them to try to get into the NACL for split number 2. They know it. They know the weight on their shoulders, and they bear it with pride. We'll see them try to take down Will. He does get his Crescent Guard pop, still has his GA available. 5 Mini no longer going to have a flank, but they're getting set up around this Elder Dragon. Will's going to try to heal up a little bit, but not going to get much from that.
He still has the Guardian Angel to play with, but he was forced to use the Crescent Guard. They really want to play this one slowly, see if they can stall it. Oh, wait.
He's trying to take down Baz. He can't get him. He pulls him back over the wall, but 5 Mini, he's waiting for his entrance. This might have been an overextension from Dragoon. Short shot barrage going in. Decoy finding everything. Nukes gets the double man. Baz goes down. Zev goes godlike, but look at 5 Mini. 5 Mini is ripping them to shreds, pace by little pace. And it's the solo lanes for AMI that come out big.
And Will is the only one left. He flashes, but he can't save the game. I think this one might be over, Ledin. I mean, he has the ult, but he can't stop this Elder Dragon from going down. It should 100% go towards Apex Mission Impossible, and that can be their key to ending this game.
Absolutely can be. The overextension from Dragoon. Trying to catch an Ezreal, which I feel like 9 times out of 10 is not going to be the thing that works out for him. And that will end up meaning a permanent lead, at least now, with this Elder Dragon for the next few minutes, and something where AMI can truly fight off of with the nature of their comp, right? They have so much poke as well. They have so much damage packed into a little punch. See if they actually buy time enough to get Baz his as well.
Yeah, I think they can.
Yeah, they're fine.
I was going to say, they can just wait for the whole team, so everyone's going to have access to it. It's a really huge buff coming through here. And at this point, we're already at the moment where gold lead really just doesn't matter anymore. And it's these resources like Elder Dragon that are going to make all the difference. And you called it out. You see the flash from Dragoon, but I mean, Mountain Soul and all those Mountain Dragons are making Baz really tanky. It's actually hard for them to get really anything done. And as good as Nukes has been with these ultimates and these setups, no one is able to actually get onto Phi Mini. As long as he dodges out on these critical CCs from JR, Phi Mini's just going to run away with these fights.
And I gotta say, you know, Nukes, if we've seen one commonality that has worked for them to defeat Phi Mini every time, it's been this Pop Blossom combo, because it's the only real way to lock down the Akali. And when you use it aggressively like that to try to back up Dragoon, I mean, that's just ripe pickings for Phi Mini. And you can see it play out there. So trying to readapt their focus moving forward here, if they can, as AMI still look very dominant now with this Mountain Soul. Very hard to get through the shielding that's going to be coming out. And we see that Zev has transitioned over from the Mortal Reminder into the Lord Dom.
Yeah, I think at this point enough armor has been built that you need a little more oomph with that damage, especially given the Mountain Dragons multiplying that defense a little bit as well for AMI. Right now, still Elder Dragon going on for about another minute's time. AMI can really easily use that to transition into a Baron buff, and they've gotten enough that we'll see. I've said more than once this game already that, you know, so-and-so has the tools to end this game, Lennon, but it's 48 minutes. I don't really know anymore. It's not up to me. It's not
anybody's
up to us.
game.
It really is.
Which honestly is exactly how we would want it to be for a promotion, at least. That game number one, a little bit more one-sided. This one, definitely a lot more going for it here. The dead even are we, and AMI going to be starting up the Baron again.
Yeah, and again, there's really no contest because they have Elder Dragon. It's going to be really easy to snag that, and JR is going to have to watch the big mobile announcement that's going to pop up right now.
They got the memo.
They got the memo. So, you know, it's been shouted on the rooftops.
See if they can do some lasting damage with this Baron buff. The Elder Dragon buff has fallen now. They still have a lot of punching power with this Baron buff to get the siege down. I mean, that's why the Ezreal Karma can be so lethal. Jolly Rogers, they're positioning for a defense over this top side. They got to deal with this multi-pronged push from AMI.
That's right. A lot of Jhin traps are there. Actually, it looks like an ARAM lobby. But at this point, because you're not as worried about Elder Dragon since it's expired, at least Jolly Roger can now interact with these waves. But now watch Nukes to try and see if he can get some kind of CC set up here. Maybe a big Pop Blossom to allow Jolly Rogers to turn these fights around. That's kind of the angle for them. Get a big team fight, play this one out front to back. And for AMI, it's really about Phi Mini trying to get big angles and decoy as well. Trying to hit these teams from multiple points. Use that strength to knock down squishies.
And I've really loved to see Phi Mini's angles in a lot of this. For such a new player to be this kind of lethal flanker that we've seen him over and over again in this game has been truly nice to see.
Oh, we're zooming in.
Get a little bit hot and heavy in topside. Decoy was the focus, at least. The turret getting so low, they can't get the cannon minion. They don't have enough range for it, and the cannon minion will just claim the turret. Now in the end, AMI could just take the fight after. They get the stun CC on a Will. He's going to pop the Crescent Guard, try to get out from the defense here. Low Jazz was looking for an angle himself. The fear is going to miss from Sudsy, and that will mean the inhib goes down. And that also means Dragoon is by himself defending in mid. We'll have to back off that one, and the mid is going to go down too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the call for Serpent's Fang is long overdue, as you had mentioned. Just because this shield from Mountain Dragon, from the Karma, are just ridiculous. I think we're at this point where I don't know if AMI can actually use a front-to-back fight. There's just so much shielding, and they're so slippery on the sides of AMI as well. So it's going to be tough, especially with 2 inhibitors down for Jolly Rogers to be able to make something happen. But of course, they're going to look. They're going to use that range. They're going to use that poke to set up the best angle that they can.
Still some good defense coming out from Jolly Rogers, but not going to be much in the sake of getting out onto the map. We'll have to deal with some of these super minions. They're going to start barreling down into their base, and another minute until a second Elder Dragon comes on the table, which I haven't been able to say, I think, all year.
I think I have.
I think we had one.
I think we had one where we went to 3 Elder Dragons. But otherwise, yeah, usually 1 is enough to end things. But not here in the promotion tournament, Len. 52 minutes. That's cake. That's what we do every day.
Play.
It's child's play.
75 minutes is where we live.
Yeah, it's 52 minutes. It's just a Saturday. I had to think for a minute what day it was.
Oh, nice, nice. Good catch, good catch.
Thank you.
Look at these shields, though, man. Like, if
It's
you had
disgusting.
Serpent's Fang, imagine how much value you get off of just one hit from it. Not going to be the case this time around. Jolly Rogers trying to push out mid lane. Feel like they have one last gasp effort. This Elder Dragon will be the definer of this game. Everything that happened before it maybe doesn't matter, but the lead that has been developed by AMI might. They are on full build from majority members. Lojaz getting in there. 5 Mini caught out on the side as well with the trap. Gonna try to get Will. Will very low. 5 Mini coming in for the assassination. The big pullback from Dragoon, but he goes straight to 5 Mini. Look at 5 Mini.
Oh,
it's been waiting
no
this whole
pop
time. He goes golden. And now Will is in the fight. Big damage from 5 Mini on his Sunset. He takes him down with a
$5 Mini!
flip. He's flexing on him. And that might just be a clean and total ace from AMI. Welcome to the series. And we're going the distance.
It took them almost an hour, but they made it happen, Mazel. We are going to a Game 3, and AMI still have life in the NACL.
They do indeed. They have that sight set at AMI. Even up 1-1 against Jolly Rogers.
They made it happen. Wasn't sure it was going to actually go through there in the end for a while. It was a very back and forth game too, but they made it happen.
They did.
We said it needed to start now, and it took them a while, but they started.
It started.
It started, exactly.
And it was
the
a lot
running.
off the back of 5 Mini. I say the man
Yeah,
started
yeah.
off like 7-0 in the beginning of the game, and ended up being the saving grace in the end too with that final kind of double kill. That was so clean, man. The shuriken flip onto Zeb, and it kills somebody else with the ultimate, and go back to the shuriken. Oh man. That's the kind of game that it really gives you confidence back in AMI, and showing a little bit of why, you know, I voted for them at least in winning the series.
That's right.
I do believe they have potential.
That's right, Lennon. You have the chance to gloat over the rest of us on the casting team. So we'll see. Still a Game 3 to be played, of course.
Indeed, we'll see who comes out the better of it. We'll see you for game number 3 on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 2 promos, where we have an absolute banger on our hands. We have gone the distance in our first best of 3. Apex Mission Impossible, make the possible possible, as they take a 1 game off this series and get us tied up going in game 3. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a way to get here. I mean, it was not clean in any way, shape, or form, but 5 Midi looked damn good on the Akali and was the saving moment for AMI.
Yeah, I think he really clutched up for his team this game. He was a big focus, I think, for Jolly Rogers, and fights where they were able to deal with him did not go the way of Apex Mission Impossible, but fights where 5 Mini was able to make it happen, outplay, they won the game essentially. The Sakali really had no answer. The only time they were able to do something is when Nukes had a really good route into ult combo, and they were able to do 100 to 0 hit, but otherwise it just wasn't happening.
And you can see a lot of these angles. That's what I was so impressed about from 5 Mini, why I love this game so much, is because the amount of angles he had, the amount of moments that he was putting pressure on the back line every time as the Akali, and really enabling the rest of AMI to kind of play that front-to-back style that they wanted to. Maybe not in this clip in particular, but a lot of those flanks he was finding himself, and I think that's super impressive from such a young player, and being able to take that kind of mantle on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, that's excitement we were kind of hoping to see more of during the regular split, but hey, if he's able to get his team back into the league, I'll say better late than never. And I will say, I think it's a testament to how long this game was, Giselle, that these clips started out really late in that early game. And we've already kind of approached this moment where I don't think this has happened very often, but everyone, including the supports, ended up at level 18 this game, which
doesn't happen often. Does happen if you go plus 50 minutes, which, you know, is one way, shape, or form. They did, and they ended it cleanly. I mean, again, that last play with the shuriken flip from 5 Mini was a huge signifier for me, but now you kind of have to take that win with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, as you have to be able to close this series out. Both teams now have their backs against the wall in some way, shape, or form. It is either a continuation of the promo tournament for you, or bowing out for the rest of this one and not having that shot in NACL in split number 2.
Yeah, for the rest of the year. And of course, if you haven't been keeping up, or you want to keep up for the rest of the year, you got to check out our socials.
True.
NACL on Twitch and YouTube. Hashtag NACL to join the conversation on Twitter. And of course, our Twitter account is @WatchNACL. Please follow it. Mazel will not start the stream without it. In fact, these games will get longer if you don't interact. So
I'm just going to say, you're the one that said an hour and a half before we came back from break.
So, you can't prove that. Sorry, wasn't recording. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's get the recording.
No.
Let's get it.
What? What?
I, for one, think if we broke a world record for game time in a video in League of Legends in 2025, I mean, it's still got to be from back in the day, like an hour and 13 minutes or whatever it was. I can't remember what match it was, but it was something like that, right? But you know, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. We got to set standards here in the NACL promos. But speaking of setting those standards, you know, Jolly Roger has had some really good fight back moments in a lot of these games, and that's why it's made it so topsy-turvy for AMI, because AMI have had some of those leads, those quintessential leads that we said for them, you know, where they always find early to mid-game leads, but then find a way to fumble it and not find their way back into the game. We've seen that multiple times now from AMI, and Jolly Rogers is trying to take advantage of that, fighting back, finding moments to be really decisive. And it's been fun to watch that kind of chess match going back and forth. And speaking of chess match, Jolly Rogers are going to be picking their side here.
Yeah, they've chosen red side, interestingly enough. So we're kind of in those later parts of the series where you could find a lot more value in red side, though normally for this year, especially you look at qualifiers, it had a 56% win rate, so very high, very blue side favored in general. So we'll see if Jolly Rogers are going to be able to set themselves up with some good counter picks. You definitely have a lot of experience on this roster, especially on that top side, so you can really leverage those deep champion pools to get yourselves a favorable team comp.
I really want to see what that counter pick is going to be, because the Mordekaiser, we talked it up big time and being this big ultimate pick in that last game and didn't actually have that impact that we wanted it to. And now trying to figure out what will have that impact, what will get you over the line, because that R5 couldn't be more important in this one. And for the side of AMI, you know, you're going to have another blue side. You're going to have a lot of the strengths that you can look for that are still available. Obviously, the 20 champions that have already been played, not going to be available in this one, but you can still find a lot of the comfort that we've known them for through the regular season.
Right, and we'll see if that comfort's really going to work for them going into this final game. Big deal for AMI to be able to secure this win, as we just saw it, no matter how long the game was, to be able to give themselves a chance to get here in this game 3 so they can stay alive in the promotion tournament. And this is tough too, because you win here, the road's not over yet, but it's still a really important step to make it back into the league.
That step starts now. Game number 3. Erase everything else that happened in this series except for what was played, because we have to remember those. In game. And looking at what's going to happen for this game number 3, how AMI are going to set themselves up. We might see the same bans from both sides coming through here. Probably. It is going to be that Talia ban, as has been the case all the time for AMI, and that Tristana ban from Jolly Rogers.
Makes a lot of sense. Really, we haven't seen sides change at all this entire series, so I'm curious, especially for what Apex Mission Impossible are going to be securing for themselves here. We're not that deep into Fearless, so I don't think we're going to see anything too insane or too spicy aside from maybe Dragoon's Darius, especially if he's not banned in this first rotation. I really could see Jolly Rogers picking that on R3 and then maybe ban away a champ or 2 that he won't want to deal with.
The Ziggs ban, okay. They're going to take away some of the flexibility over here as well. And I wonder if they continue to go for that bot lane focus here that I guess has been a majority of the case for Jolly Rogers, so maybe a little bit worried about that 2v2.
Just ban Lucian, just make it 3 for 3.
Just ban the Lucian, yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
It's been a consistent one so far as well. Don't want to give that strong 2v2 action over to Baz and Focus, but we'll see what the final ban is going to be. Is it going to be, I mean, the Pantheon's already taken, things like that. The Lulu is actually the focus for them going into that 2v2 again.
Yeah, and I think that forces that Lucian ban, because maybe there was the angle Jolly Rogers, they leave it up, Lucian up, they go Lucian Nami, then they go like Zeri Lulu, Aphelios Lulu, Jinx Lulu, but instead it's the Azir 4-5 mini, a champ that rarely gets through in any series. Now it's going to go into the hands of Apex Mission Impossible.
It's the mind games, man. It's how you play out these Fearless games, right? Things have been banned, things have been picked throughout. This is going to be a pick that maybe they were holding on for this exact moment, try to get this matchup going into it, but they had banned away the Azir for a majority of the other games, and now we get that ultimate matchup in the mid lane between the Azir and the Yone.
Would be really fun for Will. We actually see that
fun
locked in. Yeah, Ivor, you don't like the bird? You don't like
but
the
I just say the word fun and your season on the line, I don't know if they go in the same.
Hey man, my season's not on the line, so I can have some fun.
True. You're not wrong there. The Maokai is going to be the choice, though, instead, in the end. A lot of spacing provided there for him in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Kind of early for a Trundle, so I'm not sure we'll actually see that one locked in. But you're probably going to be looking to pick jungle. Okay, yeah.
I do like the Trundle. I feel like Trundle's OP, man.
I feel like it's good. I think it just depends. It feels really bad if you don't have a tank on the other side. At least I think Maokai is going to serve that purpose well enough for us to subjugate. And we'll see. I think for Jolly Rogers, you do need some movement champions just to be able to try and get around that pillar of ice. I think with Ezreal out of the picture, and I think it kind of, and Corki as well, kind of limits your choices in that regard.
And I think now it's a very opted-in strategy of kind of dive or at least engage potential that Jolly Rogers is going to be looking for, because you have the Nature's Grasp to pair on top of the Fate Sealed. You really want to find ways to seal that up itself, not just the ability. And the Owlstar is going to be right there alongside him. So some very tanky bodies, and I'd just say Trundle stonks just went up.
I will say Trundle, because the way Alistar's ult works, it's damage reduction. Trundle can't steal that, so that's why I like.
But he's still tanky. He's
still tanky, yeah. So that does mean Nukes will still, I think, did pick a good champion in this circumstance, and will have that ability to play that kind of defense alongside the Maokai. So maybe we do see Zev go more of a hyper carry-oriented route. We'll see. I think it's still really scary against the Trundle, but if they feel confident enough, they can do it.
See, full bot lane focus now yet again, at least for the side of Jolly Rogers. Going to ban away the Misfortune. Anything and everything that can be 2v2 strength apparently is not allowed to be played. And there's that Darius ban yet again from AMI.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think this would have been a good comp for Misfortune, so I like that recognition for Jolly Rogers. And I think we'll probably just see another bot lane ban go that route. Just kind of limit Baz's pool just a little bit more in these circumstances. I'm really more interested in how Jolly Rogers want to round this one out, especially for Zev. Yeah, it makes sense.
Five bot lane bans, all ADs or ABCs on the side of Jolly Rogers.
It's light work. It's light work. All right, what's the pick? What are we blinding? I feel like we're blinding AD carry because it's not that
absolutely.
big.
Absolutely. You should absolutely blind and give Dragoon.
But what if we hated our top laner, you know? If Jolly Rogers, they really hate their Dragoon.
They don't.
We'll see.
We'll see after that Mordekaiser game, you know. The Senna is going to be locked in. So the Senna-Alistar combo, very potent in their own right. Some early pushing power there as well, but also that late game scaling. Yeah,
I was going to say a lot of scaling there. A lot of sustain too with the healing from the Q, the shield from the Daunting Shadows, and things like that. So now Decoy is going to blind, and it's going to give Dragoon that chance to answer. I would like Ambessa, just because ways to easily access the backline, I think pairs really nicely with the Rel, with the Azir, and even the Trundle.
I appreciate it. It also gives you a little bit of an extra engage tool, because right now you have like the Shriek Shuffle, which is nice to have, but the kind of Rel Crash Down as well. You'll have that backline access with the Ambessa and the Smolder to pair up and try to get some of their own scaling going for the side of AMI.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been the handshake in many different leagues. Both offer scaling. I think Senna overall probably scales a bit better, but if they're able to create space for Baz, allow him to farm early on enough so that he's able to get to those 225 stacks in a decent situation, I mean, he still could have that big impact. Oh my God. I wasn't sure if he was going to do it.
Himself is going to be locked in. Dragoon going to be picking out the set here. And, you know, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless in the end.
It will be fun. I've never seen this matchup, mostly because nobody plays set, but it is something Dragoon does like to play. Very competent on the champion. So we're going to learn together as a team, guys.
You have a lot of options for that suplex, man. I mean, you got the crash down coming in. You just immediately showstopper them. There's a lot of options, but it's all about how it plays down. And the way that we've seen this matchup go out, it's really been defined by mid and bot lane so far. And I really want to see how these junglers play towards those strengths that we've seen.
Yeah, and there it is, guys. We're going into our final game here of this series. One of these teams is going to go home. One of these teams is going to give themselves a chance to fight for the final spot in NACL tomorrow. So, Lennon, take it away.
Backbreaking, man.
It's backbreaking.
It's
sure,
crazy. Your whole split is coming down to this game, and it's not even for the promotion. You still have to face that best of 5 tomorrow, but one of these teams will be the first there, and the other will be sad and despaired moving forward.
Oh, rhymes.
And as we get to it now, though, it's going to be a lot of respect, I'm sure, in this game. I honestly would not put it back from us to have like a 55-plus minute game here. With the back-and-forth nature these teams have shown, with some of the hesitancy and the stress really showing out on this series, I expect a lot of reservation, a lot of respect between the teams, and a lot of dancing.
Of course. You gotta keep it loose in this final game. You don't want to get too tense.
Oh, it's over. LoJazz wins.
On the line. Yeah, I mean that.
GG.
He got the ward. FF, guys. We can just go on to Series 2. AMI, they're gonna make it back. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's all been decided 1 minute into the game.
Yeah.
Not going to be the case in reality. But it will be an interesting moment at least. If it's solo queue, then maybe the FF's already come. Somebody disconnects and you get the restart.
Yeah, exactly.
It is going to be the opposite side focuses for the first time in this series, though, for both junglers. We're going to be seeing Will path towards top and LoJazz path towards bot, barring any crazy unique paths.
Yeah, we'll say something. The reason I kind of lean towards the Senna and the Senna-Smolder handshake is that I think you're just more impactful earlier on in the game while still scaling really well. And something that I think AMI are going to have to deal with is just the fact that, when you pick Smolder, you got to sacrifice early breaks. There aren't actually very much you can do about it because your early power is basically nothing yourself. So in previous games, they've been able to take advantage of objectives on the other side of the map, so it might be okay.
It might be. And what else is going to be okay is everybody watching the stream. Bear with us. It's going to be okay. We have a pause.
The stream's not long enough. Not enough people follow the Twitter, guys.
Not enough people follow Twitter. I can't believe it. We didn't.
Everything we have is powered on the clicks, on the impressions, please. It's just a hamster.
It's like a hamster wheel.
Yes.
I might get into trouble, so we'll walk away from that one. But the tech pause is going to be there. We had to get every cinematic experience when you're putting two traditional franchises up against each other in Pirates and Wolves. You know, Mission Impossible versus Pirates of the Caribbean, as Cubby had said on Twitter earlier. But it is really about trying to figure out the best way moving forward for both teams. And even all the fun of the cinematics and all the craziness we've seen in this series, this last game does matter immensely. And we're getting some latency issues, so we're trying to work through those as well for the players, make sure everybody feels comfortable and ready to go for what defines your year, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, and it's a big deal because even though you still, if you win, you have to play a best of 5 tomorrow to qualify, it's important you stay alive in this tournament. If you lose today, you're out. If you're somehow only just joining us now, these teams fighting for their chances to get the final spot in the promotion tournament, to play for that opportunity tomorrow. They lose today, their year is done. There's really no way to play in NACL unless you get picked up somehow mid-split as individual players. But as an org, it's done.
Yep. That's a tough reality to handle for sure, especially with teams that have been fighting for this since the beginning as well. I know a lot of these players, at least on the side of Jolly Rogers, you know, trying to fight back into it after not being able to qualify in that last qualifier themselves. And just a lot going for both these sides as we're still trying to work through this tech pause. You just are stuck with us for the time being.
What happened? And
what happened?
It is what it is.
We start talking about what the actual name of this cinematic franchise that we're making is.
You know, Lennon, believe it or not, that was the one question I wasn't ready for.
The one question that you
The one singular question. You could ask me about
I could ask a lot of
food.
questions.
You could ask about a lot of stuff. But that one, I don't have an answer for you, I fear. Is it what, the salty universe? The salty universe?
Oh, no, yeah, true. You just got to keep building onto that one.
You guys remember NACL Shack? Good times, man.
Oh, good times, good times.
Good times. Shout out Eric.
True. The NACL Shack was legendary.
Oh, thank
you don't
God.
have to listen to us. We're saved.
Jesus Christ.
We don't have to any longer be a cinematic director because the cinema is happening in front of us as we are back into game number 3 as we instantly get an engage and round out of it. You know, they're angry too that they had to wait.
Yeah, you got to get that aggression out. Use some of your spells. It's not going to change the fact that Baz and Focus going to have that push early on. You called it out. There is that early pathing of jungles being opposite clears for both of these teams. You're playing towards their strong side. I think for the first time, we're not going to see a fight for the early Scuttle Crab. And I imagine a lot of the interesting interactions are going to come after those junglers take their first recall.
Mission Impiratable.
Oh.
Is that the? No, okay, sorry. You know, no, I do think the early machinations, like you're kind of alluding to, are really important because we do see Will actually going for this dive onto Decoy. Maybe set Dragoon ahead here. See if they can get him. Decoy can try to find the outplay. Gets the face breaker.
Wow,
and that's the flash and the kill and the shield. Dragoon gets first blood.
All right, my fault, guys. Will obviously took that personally and said, no, I'm going for this gank right now. And it's going to allow Dragoon the opportunity to get this wave in and just go ahead and walk away. So, and it costs no summoner spells too. So it gives Will an opportunity to make that play all over again in a couple minutes.
And he's got the fancy skin too.
He does.
It's a pretty cool skin. We're going to take a look at the pretty cool kill that they got under turret with that skin. Just really no outplay potential with the double CC chain and even dies after the flash.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to really live that is Decoy is to flash the face breaker. After that, I think flashing is pretty pointless. But, you know, panic, it happens to the best of us, especially in this pressure game 3 scenario. Again, season's on the line. Lose here, you have no chance to, you have no do-over. You gotta imagine the players can feel the pressure of that moment.
How will this all play out? This counter pick for Dragoon. See if it really pays off in the end. Dragon's gonna be coming up in sub 30 seconds here. It'll be a Hextech Dragon. I feel like the first one we've gotten in this series.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna be at least the first dragon of the game. A little bit early spike there could be nice. The push is coming out, though, from Baz and Pocus as the Twilight Hour for the Senna early push has been gotten through, as now Lojaz trying to get a counterplay onto Dragoon. But this is perfect setup, though, for Dragoon to try to get some damage back. Will still be chomped down. It is on that earth, and Lojaz will get the return kill.
Yeah, no flash used by Dragoon, and he has no teleport as well. So Decoy has that opportunity, get this wave shoved in, force Dragoon to lose out on quite a bit. A very effective gank there from Lojaz to help out his top laner.
It's an emergency gank that worked out well.
Yeah.
And honestly, giving Lojaz some more strength to go elsewhere onto the map as well will be very nice to have. See if they want to try to transfer that at all into that early dragon for themselves. Still got a little while till the grubs spawn, but we've seen how important, you know, objective priority can be in the end of things here in this series. We've gone to 7 dragons in both games now.
True. So really, this whole series, we've had, what is it, 15 dragons? Because we also had the Elder Dragon.
We had 2 Elder Dragons, but the next
second
one didn't
get taken? Yeah, that's what I thought.
It exists?
I
if
guess
a tree falls in the woods, does it not fall? Or I guess that's not the saying, but you know.
It doesn't make a sound, but I
Yeah.
respect the vision. I respect what you're going for there. I will say, I think Lojaz, while I wasn't a fan of the Trundle pick so early, does help that, you know, Dragoon is playing Set, Zev is playing the Senna, so you're these low mobility champions where, you know, there's a lot of value in that pillar of ice. And I think Lojaz is going to have a lot of opportunities to get some big pillars this game.
A pretty hefty advantage being developed in the bot side by Baz and Pocus. It's going to be nice to play around. Lojaz gets caught in transition here, trying to go for the Scuttle Crab. The flash preemptively into the Fate Sealed, and Lojaz will end up falling to Sudzi, giving the Yone a kill on his Berserker Greave spike.
Yeah, really nice catch out there from the side of Jolly Rogers. Really good to give the Yone the kill as well. I think Sudzi can have a lot of opportunities to go big in these games. He's able to find these angles, get those face seals on Squishy, so gold means he can do that easier.
And now that also leads into the Dragon being taken by Jolly Rogers, and with way more than enough time, potentially contest over the grubs, although we'll see if they actually do want to end up going for that one. Lojaz will be on that side of the map already, as the Scuttle Crab taken by Will.
And right now, Will does have that experience lead over Lojaz, who actually just ticked over to level 6. Does have access to that Nature's Grass. So while JR were able to get that early break, I'm wondering if we're going to see a rotation set up for these grubs that are spawning up pretty soon as well. Nobody's really made a move or really an attempt at a lane swap to make it happen. So I'm wondering if it's just going to be off the merit of our top side.
So many stacks going to Baz already, it feels like. And unfortunately, Nukes just has to stand there. A little bit of a CS lead developed by Baz as well. Was looking for a potential roam move, but isn't going to go for it. As grubs have spawned, Lojaz is going to make his way into the river. Potentially start this one up. Will is on this side of the map, though. Does also have his smite. Can see if he wants to move in. He has the Faded Ashes already, but it's going to be pretty good spike with the Phage and the Sheen. So Lojaz is just going to be left to it and get all 3 of the grubs for them.
I think what really put them off it is that Baz and Pocus got that early walk, so they didn't know where they were on the side of JR, but I guess they now want to go for it.
The double sapling.
Oh, I guess Dragoon is just going to finish it? We're just going to smite? I don't know what we're doing, but okay. There we go. So you deny the 3 grubs. As far as feats go, AMI are going to get enough grubs to make that happen. So now it's just about getting 2 kills or being able to get first brick somehow, but otherwise, no actual action coming through off of that, and AMI will still have that advantage in turret taking potential.
This boy's kind of schmoving on Dragoon right now.
A little bit.
Does have a little bit of a level lead there, and was playing pretty aggressive because he has Will in his back pocket.
And a lot of long swords.
A lot of long swords. That's a lot of swords for the pit boss.
I feel like it's a one-piece angle, no? He's got one in his teeth, 2 in his hands.
In the snake, you can have another one. You could even have, there's a space for another sword.
You're true.
Lojaz is actually going to look for an angle and take one of those swords away from Dragoon. There's a public execution in. Showstopper into Lojaz, and Dragoon going to try to haymaker his way to safety. gets the flash out with the Nature's Grasp coming across the pillars there. Dawning Shadow, and the kill goes to Will. Feats of Warfare secured by JR.
Really nice move by Zev to land that Dawning Shadow as well to help out in the end. And I mean, it's overall well played from Jolly Rogers to turn that gank into a successful kill. You see in the mid lane too, Sudsy able to continue that bit of an advantage he's getting, gets a turret plate as well, and he's getting closer and closer to that Blade of the Ruined King. So you gotta imagine that Jolly Rogers have a lot of chances, oh my god, to continue this advantage and the neutral objective stacking.
A little fight in a 1v1 in mid lane. Sudsy loses that one hard. He's going to have the TP to get right back, so will Mini, but a little bit of pushing power in mid lane. His first items had already been completed for multiple members inside of AMI with that Nashor's Tooth for Mini. Already have the Essence Reaver for Baz too. But I gotta expect is doing pretty nicely on stacks so far. Hopefully we can get a check-in on that.
Yeah, Baz farming really well so far in this early game. Just in the 2v2, being able to get a bit of a CS advantage. So yeah, the sooner you get to that 225 mark, the sooner Apex Mission Impossible are going to have easier times playing these front-to-back team comps. And until then, Jolly Rogers really going to have control over this side of the map. And the idea for them, just keep Drake stacking. Just ensure that you can use the power you have now to be able to allow you to get a powerful potential buff in that soul.
Stacks on stacks on stacks. Dragon coming up. Still way a lot of time, almost 50 seconds for AMI to get set up around this one and even that Dragon score up between the two teams. If it does pan out to anything, Lojaz is going to go back into the jungle. The level lead's still there for Will. Dragoon going to take the fight onto Decoy. Going to use the Haymaker, get a little bit extra damage on the back end. I feel like Decoy is starting to have a little bit of a tussle back though in these fights. It's feeling pretty decent for the Ambessa, pretty even as well.
Yeah, he is, but where Decoy does need to use the refillable bots to heal up, Dragon just gets to use the set passive, which is, you know, really funny for giving him a lot of passive health generation. I mean, it is. You ever just watch Set heal from low health? Like, it's kind of stupid. And taking advantage of that one, it's going to allow him to get more pressure in that lane, especially once Decoy's out of pots. But now it's that expected Dragon fight. Again, JR, I mean, they should have that advantage, especially with the Maokai, especially with Baz just not quite being where he should be on Smolder.
Sudsy going for the play. Need to be a little careful. Dawning Shadow coming across on a Mini. Mini wasn't able to connect the Emperor's Divide. Well, Baz starting to get some stacks going here. Nukes overextends, but maybe it's enough. That Unbreakable Will's tanking up a ton here, and they're going to try to catch down as they do end up getting 100-0 almost onto Lojaz. They go for it. Sudsy gets the kill, and there you go. A little bit of fighting power from JR. They take down Pocus too, even after the 4-man stun.
And I was crediting AMI for being able to sack objectives that, you know, they weren't in a position to fight for. But here in Game 3, they're not really doing that, Mazel. Again, Baz, he's level 8 on Smolder. He just doesn't have enough stacks to actually be effective around these fights. You usually expect when you have this champion to give up a lot of these Drakes in the early game. So now instead, you lose your jungler, you lose more gold to your opponents, and you already lost a drag you were going to lose no matter what.
Now that stacking still going the right way for Jolly Rogers. They can continue that. The leads have been a little bit fluid in this series.
That's
one way to put it.
Flexible,
and,
if you will.
Flexible. And see if JR can hold on to that one a little bit here. You gotta say, a little bit of pressure in mid lane. Sudsy's gonna be feeling much better once he gets that next item, but with a little bit of a combo from Nukes, maybe it's enough. Nukes is gonna be caught out a little bit here. It's still pretty tanky at this point as Sudsy goes back in on the Pocus. Here comes Dragoon. Trying to get his own entrance into the mid lane. Won't find it in the end. Has to go right back up the top to defend. And Mini will be able to clear that wave. So a little bit of plays, a little bit of moments from JR, but they can't find anything.
And still, the pressure overall across the map, I really like it. I appreciate that Dragoon is looking for these moments with that pressure he has on the top side as well. Makes it really hard for AMI to respond on any of the parts of the map where they might have power that aren't bot lane. So this is kind of the expectation for Jolly Rogers, to be able to get these leads early, and it's kind of like what we've been saying about AMI. You got to use this to your advantage and continue to push these leads so that you can take them to a win.
bit of bot lane pressure too. I gotta say, Sudsy has completed that Blade of the Ruined King. He's gonna feel really confident now to step forward. They might try to tech Pocus out. He's pretty tanky at this point though. Should not be the easiest target to burn down as they're gonna take the engage on the nukes. Ancient Grasp coming across, crash down with the Magnet Storm coming in. Big bomb call from Baz, but is he calling home or is he calling for the death of Lojaz? It seems like it might be a little bit of both, as Will ends up claiming the kill. 2,000 gold up in the lead for Jolly Rogers.
And Zev, he's just farming assists with that Dawning Shadows as well. He's just able to go back to farming after he helps his team the best that he can from across the map. And it's just more successful plays here from Jolly Rogers. And AMI, I think, looking for, again, plays that are probably a little too ambitious.
And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the Zev tech of the Static Shiv, obviously with that like extra wave clear to kind of combat Baz, or even any of the other wave clear that AMI has. Gives them a little bit more extra utility in that regard. Though Baz and Pocus trying to get their own resources down in bot side. Will's coming down though. So is Zev. That full TP. This is gonna be the full T from JR coming down to punish this bot lane. To get the at least soul unbound. Baz is gonna preemptively flash. Unfortunately, Pocus has no extra exit. And it's gonna be Zev that gets his second kill of the game.
Yeah, that's right. And we just got word too that Baz, right before that fight started, had 146 stacks. Not too bad considering this moment, the time that we're in the game, but he needs to keep access.
The set! Oh my god, Dragoon! That was despicable, my dude!
Canceled?
The double face breaker from the showstopper into the haymaker. What a combo as he's taking the turret, but it doesn't even matter. They're going to try to take this one down.
Yeah, and the TP from Mini to try and save that play was canceled by nukes in the mid lane as well. So there was really no saving it. It's first prick, it's many kills, and an overwhelming advantage for Jolly Rogers.
4,000 gold up, 17 minutes in. JR feeling really confident with their composition. They have scaling to boot, and now they're resetting up towards the top side. There is a little bit of vision play from AMI here, although Decoy is in trouble now to Sudsy, who has hit that Noon Quiver as well, has a ton of damage on the Yone. And it's going to be Jolly Rogers resetting up to the top side to potentially set up around this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I believe that's the angle. You're just going to have a 4v4. As Dragoon can match 5 minis in the side lane. And we're going to see, we're going to get, footage.
5 mini.
We're just going to move on, Lennon. I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, that's toughy. All right, Rift Herald started up by Jolly Rogers. The side lane turret is also going to be the focus. They are getting everything they came for. They didn't even need a shopping cart. It was hand-delivered to them, it feels like. And that will just be permanent leads potentially going down because they can take this mid lane if they want to. The outer, the only one standing here with the Rift Herald at their back.
Guys, we're going to, okay, they're going to.
He's got it.
Sorry, it happens a lot, you know, so I got scared.
It does happen a lot.
Yeah, but.
I had a nickel, Frank.
I would have more than 2, that's for sure. Right now, they're going to immediately drop that mid. Will very comfortable to pop some saplings, and I think they can look for this fight whenever they want to as Jolly Rogers. They're very strong right now, 4K up. Zev already hit 2 items with that Black Cleaver as well, so he is quite strong, and we've seen what Zev's been able to do.
Yeah, the 2 item spikes are going to be insane. If it's already feeling a little bit oppressive, it might get worse. Dragoon waiting for an angle here, but there ain't angle going to be coming this way because AMI want no part of this. This will be the 3rd dragon going over to Jolly Rogers on an Infernal Soul, 1 step away from that one. And that's going to be really something that AMI have to fight with, or fight before, as Baz should be getting close on the eve of that dragon to getting his stacks.
Yeah, but I think we're at the point too where if he's not close, like, just start feeding this guy wave, feed him jungle camps, anything that you can to ensure he hits that 225 mark before the next dragon. Because if he doesn't, AMI really sacked this early game for nothing. And that would feel really bad here in this final game where these teams are playing for their lives in this tournament to still maintain that possibility of playing in NACL Split 2 later on this month.
And for AMI, again, we said their story before, but they felt so good about the growth they were able to experience, and maybe that growth being turned onto them by JR as they fall piece to pieces. it's tough to watch because AMI were a team that we were a little excited for going through the regular season. They had moments of brightness, even against top teams, and maybe they find a little bit of that here. Sudsy gets caught out 760 smackaroos to decoy. So they did lose a little bit of pressure in the side lane. Maybe a little reverse caster curse coming through here. JR looking for that retransition to mid lane.
Yeah, that's right. JR will still have that opportunity to defend the turret. We'll just give AMI a chance to get this wave in, nothing more. And Fimony inside was able to play his life without flashing too. So now things kind of go back to slowing down. We have the Thornbound Otacon, so JR, I mean, are strong enough where they might be able to try and force this one, especially with Sudsy and 2 items. But we'll see. They've really had their foot on the gas this game. Would be fun to see if they continue pressing on it.
Shield bow is there for Sudsy as well, and being able to find a little bit of advantage here in this kind of 2-item spike that's coming through for them. But I do wonder if JR are going to try to push the mantle onto this Atacon.
Yeah, we did get an update too that Zev, for the soul count, is at 60 souls at the Senna, which 20 minutes, I think is not too bad, all things considered.
Yeah, not too bad.
I'm really concerned about Baz. See if he's getting close to that point, because we're 2 minutes 45 away from that next dragon. And basically...
Hey, they just need to play back and farm.
Yeah, me too.
Problem is, to get the Atacon taken, it's a little bit even tougher in these
kinda
fights
GG,
once people start falling.
Yeah. Right now, I don't think they're going to force this one right away. I do see a blue ward, so Baz, what do you got? You know they're on it. Got to do something. I'm not sure they're actually going to do something.
TP from Dragoon is available. They're going to try to play out some of the wards here. Sudsy just goes for the fight onto Pocus, though, and here comes Jolly Rogers. They're waiting for Dragoon to kind of join. The Nature's Grasp going to come across. Look how many TP wards they have, and Pocus, unfortunately, will be the first one down. Will goes on a rampage on the Maokai, and that's an angry Ent if I've ever seen one.
I don't know what Decoy was waiting for necessarily. Maybe there wasn't a ward angle that he liked, or maybe the wires got crossed in the call there, but at the end of the day, they lose a life, and they're going to lose the Otacon as well. So a big permanent buff in the hands of JR. They'll trade the mid lane tier 1 for it. Maybe the tier 2, since they're moving as 4.
Dragoon also lost Flash.
Yeah, true. So it could be some gold.
Oh, double man knockup in mid lane. We're looking at a fight that you do not want to take, Jolly Rogers. Dragoon seals the deal, though, maybe, and the healing from Zev is insane.
Senna.
That was absolutely nuts. Nukes loses all of his health. It gets it right back from Zev. Dragoon's still alive on top of it all. And AMI, they were trying to get that tier 2. They can't do it.
Yeah, not quite the big, hefty trade they were hoping for in terms of a gold pickup there in that mid lane, so... They ended up losing a lot for it in that Otacon. Again, a big buff that Jolly Rogers now have for themselves. And here's really just kind of the magic note, the question. Did Smolder hit the number? Because we're less than a minute away from this next dragon. It's Infernal Soul 2. That kind of damage, AMI will not be able to come back from. So it's very crucial that they secure this dragon. They were able to do something like that in Game 2. So maybe they can.
Take a look back how that all set up in the mid lane. This play from Nukes going in on the back line too. Can't believe Dragoon and Co survived. Fimony forced out of the play too.
I mean, if you see the shield Dragoon was working with, I'm not surprised that he survived.
See Serpent's Fang though? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, hey man, I'm with you. I'm a Serpent's Fang believer. It's not me you gotta be contending with. So now you can see Dragoon. Ooh. He has teleport, using that pressure inside lane, taking these turrets very quickly. And
AMI's hand is forced.
Yeah, I mean, they have that better position at least for this dragon. Can they burst it down before JR engage?
I mean, but they have to hold the choke point. They're just going to lose that full side of control. They aren't able to do anything about it. Now here comes Dragoon, and it's JR who have taken prime position over the dragon now.
Focus.
Again, they are the ones and have a lot of sustainability on their side. Focus going back around the other side. They don't want to give over this Infernal Soul. I think Baz might have just hit the stacks there. Potentially he does have the horns. They get Dragoon down a little bit, but Dragoon is just waiting for the showstopper combo. They bring Decoy back onto the back line.
Oh no.
Focus though, trying to get over the wall. Could be 100-0 by Sudsy. Into the pit. It's AMI's chance at faith. It's AMI's chance at anything. Focus is down. You've just got to commit to the pit or do something. It's 5 Mini getting fully taken out there. Will gonna find him too. Lojaz, AMI have just lost their heads and they're running around like crazy. Decoy trying to get his own play on the back end. Lojaz gets a nice pillar and a Will, but is it gonna be enough? Baz is still pumping, but he can't do anything about the rampage that Jolly Rogers is on.
And it's a significant advantage they've earned off of that fight as well, NACL. And it's the Infernal Soul right into the hands of Jolly Rogers. They have the buff that they need. They've gotten the lead that they required. And now they're in such a powerful position. You thought the team fights were working for them before. They just got significantly easier.
They did indeed. 3.5 items now for Zev, and really just picking apart the strategy of AMI in that moment. A little bit of catches on the side lead to so much pressure in that frontal fight, and there's just nothing they can do about it. And we see dominant performances from the likes of Will, from the likes of Zev now as well. Kind of that pairing now coming through to fruition. We have a lot of strength from Dragoon and Sudsy, but I gotta say, Nukes has been wonderful on this Alistar, really being a space provider for Jolly Rogers.
Yeah, he has been. I think Nukes has actually had a good series overall. Even though they lost, I thought his Nico was really good. I think his gameplay overall has been really good. And yeah, I think he's definitely worthy of props, especially in this game where he's been such a big part in a lot of their big team fights.
We did get an update. Smolder is at 260. I do believe when he went to pop off to that mid lane, he wanted to get those last seconds, that last fight. Now he's going to have that infinite scaling, just like Zev has on the other side. Gotta say, Zev's in a much better position so far. Jolly Rogers take the Dragon Soul, they take the Baron buff. They have everything they could ask for here. Now they're looking for a play on the bot side. 5 Mini gonna set up a defense, but I don't know if that defense is gonna be enough. He's gonna TP out, and just in time, the Emperor takes his lead.
Yeah, he does. He's able to successfully sneak away. Well, I say sneak, but they saw him do it. But he successfully got away. And it does mean big resource, though, is off the board for AMI, while Jolly Rogers is going to continue to use the Baron buff that they still have several minutes on to be able to get more pressure on AMI's side of the map. I think these mid-tier 2 and bottom tier 2s are definitely what's on the chopping block.
And I got to give massive props to the entirety of Jolly Rogers, man. This has been a fight-back story from minute 1 in this series. They went down to the lower bracket, obviously faltering a little bit in their first series, but we're waiting for their opponent come in, AMI, and they find dominant wins. Yes, that game number 2 was topsy-turvy and a little bit crazy, but it's still every single game Jolly Rogers has put up a heck of a fight, and they're trying to continue their run here in the promo tournament.
That's right, and they're looking like with this Baron buff and this huge 8,000 gold lead, they're going to be able to make it happen. Again, winner of this plays the winner of our next series, our next best of 3 tomorrow, and a best of 5 for the final spot in NACL Split 2 later on this summer. So if AMI looking like they're staring down the barrel of elimination with this game state that they're currently in.
A little bit of a sad fall from Grace, but still trying to give as much effort as they can in these final moments. Give as much of a fight to Jolly Rogers as they possibly could, but it's 8,000 gold. A steep mountain to climb as JR, they just want to finish it. 3-man Magnet Storm into the public execution. Mom comes out. They've called everything. They're throwing the kitchen sink. They're throwing the refrigerator. Dragoon gets a shutdown or goes down on a shutdown to 5 Mini. And now they don't have many tools to chase, but they want to anyways. Overextending. Lojaz is about to go down, but look at 5 Mini. He's been untouched this whole time. They end up getting a big combo back, and Baz is putting down the AoE.
Shuffle.
Big Emperor's Divide from 5 Mini. The combination of Baz and 5 Mini finally coming up big, but is it enough?
Unless
it's not. Zev with the souls of plenty. Call him the Grim Reaper. He puts the throat down and takes down AMI. That might be the ace coming through. That might be the finish of the game. Sudsy and Zev, they can absolutely do this.
Wow, and I think they made it happen. It almost looked like AMI could bring it back, and unless Baz does something miraculous, the series is done. AMI's year is over. and look at his health. I don't think he can make it happen.
They gave it one triumphant scream. They called everything. Is it enough, though? The turret's going down. Sunsy wait for the soul unbound. The TP coming in. Jolly Rogers, they're waving that flag. The skull and crossbones, they are up. And Jolly Rogers will eliminate AMI from contention in the NACL. And that's them moving forward in the lower bracket.
And there it is. It was a long one, Mazel, but they finally came out on top on the side of Jolly Rogers. We say goodbye to AMI, and we bid adieu to Jolly Rogers as they rest up, they get some water, they watch the next series to find out who their opponent tomorrow is going to be for the last best of 5 in this tournament.
And what a series it was. Absolutely insane back and forth nature. I'm glad we got to see AMI at their full strength one more time before faltering. But Jolly Rogers, it just felt like they had a tight grip on this series as a whole. And just really good composition to come into Game 3 with that gave you a ton of win conditions that they were able to play towards.
That's right, and I think they did a good job, especially in this game, where it looked a lot more dominating than the rest. I mean, for one thing, we were sub 40 minutes, which felt good, but also understanding that this comp, they had a lot more strength to work with in that early mid game, and they had no problem running over AMI with it.
Yeah, and they did so beautifully. Again, the kind of unkilled Zev, the bot lane really coming in clutch for them as well. We're going to take a little break. We're going to break down that game afterwards and get our interview going, so don't you dare miss it. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL Split 2 promo tournament as Jolly Rogers have taken down AMI 2-1 in their best-of-3 series to move on in the lower bracket with one more chance to claim that NACL slot. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a series it was.
Yeah, what a series it was, I think, is the perfect way to put it. But you know what? Congrats to Jolly Rogers for making it happen. Especially in that Game 3, it really felt like okay, we're done playing around moment as they really just started to run over AMI. Especially when you look at a lot of these plays, they're all very JR positive, excuse me. And they do earn that final, one of the last spots to potentially fight for the final NACL spot this summer.
Yeah, it's an important moment. I know for the Jolly Rogers team, they're going to be feeling really confident moving forward, especially with some of the gameplay they had in this one. A lot of the combos, especially in this last game, that they were able to pull off. I think it was a near perfect composition and an almost perfect execution on that one. A couple little slip-ups, but that's expected at this time of nature. And I really am looking forward to seeing them with that momentum moving forward, a win momentum at least, and being able to kind of claw back from that loss 2 days ago. Sadly, we will bid adieu to AMI, and I think you can see a lot of growth from these players individually across the time that they were able to spend in ACL. Unfortunately, didn't transition to the strength that they thought they would have coming into the promo tournament, but it's been a run nonetheless, and it really was a team that blew a lot of the expectations out of the water in the earlier parts of the NACL regular season.
Yeah, they definitely surprised us in a lot of ways, and unfortunately, today wasn't going to be one of them. As like you said, we do say goodbye to them, and we say hello to Jolly Rogers as they are going to move on to the final stage of this tournament, and we're going to find out who their opponent is after this interview in our next match.
Yeah, we will. We're getting closer and closer.
We are.
To the end of promos. Only one spot left. The other two already decided. With Citadel and Dorado, some really convincing wins on their sides of things. But yeah, I gotta say, we're gonna be getting an interview, and we also have to give away the MVP. I think the interview will probably come in just a little bit. But I'm just wondering, like, there were so many things in this game that led out to Jolly Rogers having little moments, little executionary moments. I know there was a big ticker in the fact that we had counterpick for Dragoon in all 3 games and like try to figure out the value of some of those picks. How did we weigh the set in the last part here? The Mordekaiser didn't pay off. It didn't pay off what it needed. The set, how are we feeling?
I mean, the set was pretty great. I think there's really no question about it. You saw what he was doing.
We did. I think everybody did. As I do believe we have our interview ready to go. Let's go ahead and bring him on. Unfortunately, I didn't quite hear who we were interviewing. I believe I heard
Sudsy.
Sudsy. All right, cool. Sudsy's coming on with us. Let's go ahead and bring him on here. Sudsy, my man, a little topsy-turvy of a series, but you clinch it nonetheless. You move on in the lower bracket. How did it feel going toe-to-toe with 5 Mini over and over again?
Oh, dude, I was actually really impressed. If I can be real, that guy played really well. I was not expecting like a good matchup, but no, he played really well. The second game, I got shafted completely. I mean, I thought we played kind of suboptimal in the second game, but I mean, he played great, and they won the game. So I mean, on the back of him, I thought I liked it.
For sure. Yeah, I wanted to ask you kind of how you're feeling at the end of this really long series. I mean, did you expect games 1 and 2 to both run, what, 45, 50 minutes? I like this energy you got, by the way. Clearly, it didn't affect you this long series.
Clearly not.
Like, you're chilling.
I mean, you already know, like, once the fucking...
Try again. Try again.
It's all good.
That's okay.
Once the games are over, you get a breath, and you can, calm down. It all kind of flows out of you, know what I mean? But no, those games were a lot. The second one particularly was a little hard mentally. It was a little strugglesome, but we pulled through it in a lot of situations that we probably were supposed to be dead in. So ultimately, I thought it was a pretty good deal at the end of the day. And the third one was just a clean game. I thought that was probably our cleanest game today. So
yeah, it was ridiculously clean. I got to ask you that in those tense moments, in those kind of moments that you need a good head on your shoulders, who's kind of taking the charge in shot calling? Who's kind of leading the way in the comms?
It's your boy, man. Come on.
Yeah?
I'm here for a reason. I came through in the interview to drop knowledge.
Okay.
And before in the game, I was dropping knowledge. Ask anyone, they'll tell you I don't say anything until it needs to happen. Then pedal to metal, we're going forward. That's what
I like it. Okay.
Right, I mean,
okay.
And they all think I'm the best. So like you can ask them that too. They
That
have
helps,
to say
that
that.
helps.
It's true.
Really, they have to. So if we do ask them, they
Yes.
will say that.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I'll remember that. I'll remember
Polo
that.
been here.
Okay. We'll see. Maybe not today, but if you guys win
Oh, not
tomorrow,
today,
we'll
yeah,
have the
not
chance
today.
to. Yeah, we'll have the chance to take you
Wait,
up on that.
whatever, really. Like,
Our
Yeah,
people
yeah,
will
yeah.
get with your people. you know?
Exactly. But I mean, more focusing on tomorrow. I mean, you won your way into that last best of 5. I'm curious if you have thoughts on who your opponent might be. I'm sure you guys are going to be watching this next match closely. So do you have a prediction early on? I'm going to put you on the spot.
I don't even know who is in this tournament.
It's Cupid and Pulsar, bro. You can do it.
Okay, who's on the teams? Like,
Oh, okay, I'm not-
respectfully, this is not
Fair
my
enough,
expertise.
fair enough.
I just show up
He's
on the day.
focused on one goal and one
And-
goal. And
My
getting
fault,
into
man. My
NACL.
fault.
I
All
really
right.
don't know. I think if listen, anyone can win on the day. I've been around this team for a long time. I've lost to better teams. I've lost to worse teams. In Tier 3, it's always possible. Like, somebody can have a bad day. I've had bad days. So ultimately, if we play our best and if they play their best, I think we're gonna have a good series. But ultimately, you know, usually
like
who
it.
plays worse. And I mean, I think I'm pretty consistent. So I mean, I'm gonna try my best to play my best.
Okay, I want to give you one last chance. Give any shout-outs, anything you want to talk about, any words going into that potential best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my girlfriend. She's in another room. She made me a delicious meal that I couldn't touch.
damn.
I always make an effort to show my team what my
Nice,
girlfriend makes me every
nice.
single
Oh,
day.
that looks delicious.
Damn.
That looks
Have a baked
absolutely
potato.
incredible.
You understand, I didn't do it this time because, like, it was a ref and I thought it was a little unprofessional. But now that, you know, they're watching, you know, we have the
There you
salad.
go, okay,
This is
okay.
cooked chicken. It's seasoned with seasoning
Nice.
salt.
I hope it's cooked, but good. I
That
like
would
it.
be
It's a
really
good step.
important. Yeah.
Sorry, it's on the barbecue. Cooked on the barbecue.
Oh, that's
Oh,
even
for
better.
real?
Oh, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, no, and obviously my team, they played great today. You know, pat yourself in the back, guys. Did a fantastic job.
Did you dye your hair?
I'm a dirty blonde, my friend. I mean, I
Oh,
might look
okay.
like a redhead.
I'm curious why you have like the paper towels on the ears on the head top. So I was
It's
wondering.
like what all the pros
Well,
do, you know?
Is that? I didn't know.
well,
that.
I'm a gamer, like through and through,
Uh-huh.
so I make sure not to shower, like to keep
Oh.
my power up.
Yeah, I'm so silly of me.
Since I'm not showering, I need to keep my hair nice and clean, so I wear like a barrier between my hair and my headset.
see.
But
Incredible.
ultimately, I do have a cast on.
You
cut
do,
my-
yeah.
Ah.
I cut my foot open cooking, and I've been
Wow.
decapitated foot-wise for the last 2 months. So I mean,
Oh
Ouch.
God.
you know,
That's
this
right.
is really for my hair, but like I have to shower like every
Yeah.
other day, so it's a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah.
I
That makes sense.
appreciate it, but I hope it heals well, at
Yeah,
least, my
recover
friend.
well.
I'm
One
looking
more
forward
week.
to y'all's series tomorrow.
Yes,
Good luck,
nice.
man.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, we're gonna say goodbye to Sudsy, and you love to see it. You love to see the mentality going forward, and a lot of the confidence that's gonna be there in that best of 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, and he's a funny guy too. Like, what more could you hope for? Plays well, entertaining, bro is the whole package. And yeah, here's him alongside the rest of his team. They earned that spot into tomorrow, and now we're gonna find out who their opponent is going to be
True.
between Cupid and Pulsar.
Which is another interesting match. I'm wondering if it's going to be
Yeah.
as topsy-turvy as that first one.
I
But
don't know.
Polestar, the final remaining defending
Oh, that's
member, is
right.
going to be going forward.
Wait,
but the
really quick,
MVP
who's your prediction for MVP? Go.
Ooh, that,
I'm gonna say Nukes. I'm throwing it
Nukes.
out there.
I got to say Nukes.
Yeah.
I got to
Go,
say Nukes.
respect,
Let's see who it is.
respect. Let's see who it
MVP
is.
for AMI versus
Drum
Jolly
roll.
Rogers. It's going to be Zev.
You know, I
who
accept
had
that
a
decision.
banger,
I accept it.
banger Senna game in game number 3.
He did. Really nice, deserved. I think Zev and Nukes actually both have been a pretty pleasant surprise this tournament. So really happy if either one of them gets the shout for how they played today. Good stuff.
Yeah, especially with the veterancy, at least quote-unquote veterancy on the other side of the map. It's really nice
Yeah,
to see
yeah.
these two kind of popping off in the series as a whole. And deservedly so, going to be the MVP. The Senna, crucial in the end of combating that kind of scaly nature of the Smolder. And end up finding a lot of those assists as well with the Dawning Shadows across the map. Some really good play calling there.
Yeah, he was farming the assists. It was pretty fun to watch. So props to him. Congrats on the MVP, and that's it for our first series, Lennon. And
It is.
now
Now we get to go on to that next series.
we get to go on to that next series. We're
That
halfway
foreshadowing.
there. Halfway there.
Yeah, halfway there. 3 more games, baby. 3 more games.
Yes,
Let's go ahead and
3
talk
more
about that
games.
series as a whole, though. Polestar is just an interesting culmination of things. The story throughout the split.
Yeah.
It was some of the tough times to watch, but we did see some little moments of growth from this team throughout. And I gotta say, even if yesterday didn't go their way, and especially the way it went down against Dorado, I'm wondering if this team can kind of pull it together and play off of the strengths that we did see them have in some moments in the NACL regular season, but as well as some of this tournament too.
Yeah, Polestar, it's been a tough one. They had some pretty good improvement over the split. I think what really hurt them is that they started the split far behind the curve. Everyone is improving, like, at all times when it comes to competition. So it's tough for the guys on Polestar to be able to not only improve, but also keep up with the improvement of everyone else so they can even things up. We saw growth from this team. We saw some really good moments where we thought, okay, maybe they can get that win, or maybe they can qualify back to the NACL early, but so far it hasn't been the case.
And you're looking at Bio to have some kind of differentiation in the jungle and where he can find success. I know Dr. Calculus had his moments as well in the regular season. I think the most consistent side of things was Hub and Tub and trying to figure out how to get them some resources as well. But I think if we look at that last series and we see some of those fluctuations in this roster, it's trying to find out what works for them moving forward.
Right. It's going to be really important for them to see if they have that figured out today, Mizzell, because we've been saying it all through that last series, last life here in the lower bracket, to be able to actually try and make it back into the NACL. They lose, they're done, and of course their opponent is Cupid Esports, who have also shown some bright spots on their own side going into this tournament.
There's some names you may know floating around in this one.
From way back.
From way back, but some obviously newer faces as well, but a team that's looking to make that run did have, a little bit of that devastating moment against Citadel, and Citadel have shown that they are that next level team, obviously.
Yeah.
But I really want to see the bounce back from this team. Both teams today going into this series winless. Somebody has to take the wins beat down, and we'll see if that kind of growing story for Cupid Esports is going to be enough.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting, especially on Cupid Esports side. There's like a surprising amount of experience, especially if you look at Lycamaz in the mid lane. That guy has been.
I remember casting him back in Risen Focus days, which is like
yes, I
5+ years ago.
Yeah, and he's been playing since 2015. He's taken a break here or there for a year or two, but otherwise this dude is here and he is playing.
He is indeed. As we're gonna take a look at the predictions real quick before we get the series started off. I think this one was also pretty one-sided. No belief in Polestar in this one, and it's going to be fully Cupid Esports.
Yeah, we'll say if Lennon doesn't even believe in you,
Come on,
bad,
don't put
it's
me
bad
on the
news
thing,
bears.
on the pedestal like that. I like it. I like it.
I wouldn't call it a pedestal, but
Something.
It's yeah, it's something. I'm putting you somewhere.
I hope we get a series out of it. I think
of course,
the predictions
always.
could go one way. I really hope we get to see the best of Polestar, especially, just like AMI trying to come off a very tough series in their best of 5 that they just fell down into, and trying to regain some confidence from that. As I do believe I heard Polestar are choosing blue side for game number 1 of this best of 3.
That's right. So we'll see what they're going to be able to get for themselves. And if Polestar win the series and we're all wrong, Prod will get that opportunity to put clown makeup on all our little caster headshots.
Contractually,
so that would be entertaining. Yeah, it's in the contract. I read it.
Oh, we're going into draft for game number 1 of this best of 3. We'll see who comes out the better of it, who takes that first step forward to facing Jolly Rogers tomorrow in a best of 5 for that final NACL spot. Again, Polestar on the blue side, they're going to ban away the victor immediately from Lycamaz. We'll see that on the other side. The Vi is going to be the ban for Cupid Esports.
Yeah, so seeing that focus there on some of these power picks, a little different than what we saw in Series 1, but still very strong picks nonetheless. I'm really interested in what Polestar are going to be working with, because I think some of the times we saw some success from them, a game here or there during the NACL Split 1 regular split, are when the Bio and Adam are able to sync up, get a really strong mid-jungle duo and turn that one into a win. And of course that one game against CCG where Hub and Tubbs, man, they smoked the Ray and Breezy.
Like the
There's
4
nothing
kills
else
early.
No, Ezreal went into left lane phase at 7-0. It was actually like disturbing.
It was disgusting. But hey, the Ezreal is going to be up. We'll see if it's going to be a first game set of
B1 Ezreal. What do we think, guys?
I don't know. We need
That's
something.
Terrible. Don't do that.
the Azir and the Vi and the Varus were all the bans, at least from the side of Cupid. We'll see the first pick end up being the Rumble after they banned away the Aatrox and the Gwen, really trying to get a good matchup for that top lane if it's going to go there.
Starting off this draft with a favorite of Dr. Calculus as well. Really big on the Rumble pick for him, and just getting some comfort and a strong pick there for Polestar at the beginning of this one.
All right, we get the Maokai locked in. We just saw how devastating that pick can be in the right hands. And being able to see if that's going to be a little flexible here, but obviously potentially for Maddie. We'll see what they want to lock in for their second pick. It's going to be the Ambessa into the Rumble pick.
A matchup we've seen many times, so really not much else to say about that one. But the dive does really fit with what Maddie is rocking in the jungle there. So we'll see what the jungle response is for Baya. Again, usually does best on a lot of those facilitators like the Sejuani and things like that, like the Skarner. And you're going to immediately see, of course, the melee combo there. So it does make Sedge a little stronger to have those melee solo laners as well.
I gotta say, this is like the bread and butter that Polestar always tried to get in at least one game of their best of threes in this top trio. On the other side, the response is going to be the Corki into the Yone more than likely. We'll see if they end up going with that kind of double marksman composition that we have seen ramping up. We'll see what their bans are going to be as well in the second phase.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the bot lane focus there for Cupid Esports. I like the Senna ban just because you already have some pretty strong mid-game champions there on the top side of the map and early game in the Sejuani. So you want to remove some scaling options. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like Sivir taken out by them too, just to make sure Hub doesn't have something he can farm with lane in while his team, brings him to the late game where then he can just carry.
It's a couple little setup tools that they could find. I do like some of the supportal focus, that bot lane focus in the second phase from both sides, really trying to set themselves up for success down there when we're going to see probably a lot of rampant play through the top trio of both of them. We'll see what this final ban is going to be for Cupid Esports on the first game. It is going to be Nautilus.
Okay, so just remove an engage option. It's true, Bio is solo engaged, even though, Yone kind of counts. He kind of goes in, but it isn't quite, it isn't the same as like Nautilus, Sejuani, Rel, and things like that. So, and even they're going to remove another one there with the Alistar out of the picture. In game one, we're already going to be digging deep into the support engage pool. And I think if they go for the mid answer there for like a Maz, I think you just go for Rakana stuff. It just seems like the natural answer.
Okay, so it's going to be the Corki bot lane with the Taliyah mid to face off against the Yone. It was hovered earlier. They decided to lock in the Corki in that first phase just to make sure they could get it. And now the couple responses with the counter pick waiting for Cupid Esports. There it is, right back to the tried and true. Gonna have the Hub Ezreal locked in.
Yeah, and it is a favorite champion of his. Very confident and comfortable on the pick. So again, really just trying to start off on the right foot for Polestar, especially considering when they played yesterday, they got 3-0'd. Weren't able to close out any of those games in that series. So I think starting this one off with a win would be huge for them.
The Ashe locked in too. Wow. I really appreciate that. And it's going to be an Ashe support to kick us off in the first game from Cupid Esports. They just look for that utility, that engage setup. They have so much of it.
They do. They have a lot of range and poke too. I mean, you combine it with the Corki, the fact that you can interact from long range with Maokai when he uses that ultimate. There are really a lot of ways for Cupid Esports to interact with this composition. I will say, I think Ashe support is a lot worse than it used to be because of the nerfs to Hail of Blades for ranged champions, but all the other utility, it's still there, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, it really is, and this series matters a lot for both of them. I mean, both teams coming off some pretty devastating losses themselves in different fashions and wanting to try to bring that one back. They have Jolly Rogers in their sights now with that next round, but this series is what's in front of them. This series is what decides if they continue or if they're done for 2025. And looking at that 2026 qualifier, we're into game number 1 of this best of 3. It's Cupid Esports versus Polestar.
That's right. Both of these teams fighting to face off against Jolly Rogers tomorrow in the final best of 5, the final match of this tournament to get that last spot in the NACL Split 2. Again, we're beating this horse because it's so relevant. that if you want to be a part of NACL in 2025, you got to win today, you got to win tomorrow. It's the only way.
Got to get a little bit of momentum. Again, both teams have not won a game in the promo tournament just yet. And, you know, needing to have that marker down to make it to that next round. I think somebody has to win. And we'll see who ends up taking that here. Maybe a little bit of aggression first. Okay. To force Maddie out of his preempted back. They will see the ward there, though.
They will. So does give that information that Maddie has been spotted out. Doesn't look like, unless like a Moss can get a ward down. Okay, there will be one in response. So there you go. Everyone has information on their opponents. We'll see if these junglers can try and circumvent that, or if everyone is just going to be very comfortable knowing, I know where Maokai's going, I know where Sejuani's going.
Now we see that opposite side focus from both of them. Do wonder if we're going to get any unique pathing from jungle, but I think any kind of lead with this double marksman bot lane or Cupid is going to be really interesting to deal with. Going to really be waiting for item spikes coming across, it feels like, for especially Hub and Nightstar to really come online in this one.
Yeah, I imagine things are going to be a little slower in that regard, although because Pika Pika is rocking the Ashe support, does give that opportunity for aggression, especially if Maddie wants to show up on that bottom side, try and set up a gank. Those slows are really going to help. And of course, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow at level 6 will be
all the engage tools you could ever ask for.
And then some.
And then some. It's going to take time. It will end up spotting out. And getting a little hawk shot action. Spot out Bio on his path. He already kind of knew that he was doing it, but it doesn't matter. You get more information.
You know 100%.
You know 100%.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
And they will also have push on bot side as well. Don't know if that's going to lead out to a real dive setup or angle CPD, but it will at least have presence for Maddie on the Scuttle Crab. Tubbs. I mean, that's a lot of damage to take from a double marksman bot lane there. Tubbs going to be worse for wear after that.
I respect the vision. There's a world where if they clear that wave while he's stunned, or he gets a nice third auto in, could get some turret damage down. But, I mean, at the end of it, he has pots to use. It's not too bad for Tubbs in the end, and I think those angles are really how you deal with these double marksman bot lanes. If you can get on top of them, you can do some pretty serious damage, especially with jungle nearby.
Maybe a little bit of pushback in the lane now as well. Kyle's going to be culminating his career fully on vision once he goes around this corner as well. So really, really solid vision game from Cupid Esports already in this game.
Yeah, that's right. And they just, especially with the Ashe Hawkshot, they just have all this tracking onto Bio. They have the information that, I mean, Maddie can just be here if he wants to. But really, it just ends up being a, you know, a zoning gank, pressure gank, while he goes ahead and clears up that Scuttle Crab. Really, not much else for him to be doing at the moment here. I think it's really looking more for a Bio to be able to find some of these early game ganks on Sejuani to see if he can get some advantages for his laners and make use of the fact that Sej has 2 melees.
Yeah, I think they should try to play around ganks for Adam regarding calculus early, but we'll see if that becomes the case because of the pressure that's been going on in the 2v2 bot side. Meanwhile, mid, Maddie takes the bait onto Adam.
He does. He does force Adam to flash though. So now there is that pressure there, but because Maddie showed mid, this wave's actually a bit of a tough spot, so...
Okay, the flash play coming in. They might actually find him. Pika Pika in trouble. Already has burned the flash. Is going to hold the heal. And first blood with the 100 Thieves moniker for Bio and Polestar.
Yeah, great timer there for Bio and a nice gank because at the end of it, all it costs you is Tubbs flash. But you kill Pika Pika while forcing him to flash anyway. So really nicely done there on the side of Polestar and a great opening to this game.
And the flash connection on Zenith Blade, that feels omega bad, man. That's going to be a nice little first strike for Polestar.
Yeah, a little slow on the response to that one, but maybe they didn't see Bio, so they weren't expecting the all-in and right at that moment, but still, something to worry about. And that's kind of the downside there, again, as we were saying, to this marksman support. You are very vulnerable to gank, especially to these early game junglers like Sejuani, who can very easily get on top of you.
see a little bit of the evening of the state right now. Nothing really coming up except for this dragon that is already spawned. These teams want to try to put a little bit of an objective setup around that before the grubs spawn. But right now, Polestar, they want to make a play on mid. Bio does not have ultimate. They do have Adams at the ready if they want to go for it. They're going to use the Soul Unbound to get out of that seismic shove. That's going to be really good for him. But now bot lane focus. Maddie and Bio come to blows. Like Moss actually has movement here first over Adam. They're going to try to catch Bio in transition with the Weaver's Wall. We hit level 6, and there's the seismic shove, and there's Pika Pika picking up the kill.
Yeah, Bio dying with his flash up, just recognizes that he's caught. There's nothing he can do about it. So the double marksman bot lane going to earn their team the first strike of the game, as you can generally expect. But because of that time spent, there is this wave to speak of. Okay, I thought Tubbs was going to go over, but I think there's just nothing to do about this dragon going down.
Tubbs is going to walk over here. Pika Pika is moving over. They have moved from Like a Moz. Nightstar going to come over. Pressure on this move. And he has the smite advantage here. They're just going to fight over this. He doesn't have enough time to get it down. Is Bio just in the pit?
What?
He gets the kill, gets the dragon, and Polestar. They've turned them on their heads. CPD are running for the hills. But those hills are dangerous. And the feats of warfare secured by Polestar.
Oh my god, I mean, that was kind of terrible, and that feels really bad. Polestar collects several kills, they steal away the dragon to top it all off. It's a pretty significant advantage so far in this early game. Wow. Props to them. I think Nightstar and Pika Pika, a little awkward with their positioning, not really assisting their jungler with the dragon after clearing the wave. I don't know, we can kind of see the replay, because I'm curious. You can see Nightstar and Pika Pika are in these like awkward angles where they're not able to interact, but if you look at Polestar, they're all grouped up and ready to go. So it was really easy for them to focus on Maddie and take him out so they could steal the dragon.
Just really good target selection calls from Polestar across the entirety of that fight. And just knowing where they needed to focus, knowing they needed to get Maddie out of the fight before Bio got there. And the fact they come away with all of that and a little bit of a lead early, Polestar is looking good to start this one off. And I don't know, it's not the 4 kills that before like 4 minutes that we got that one time, all that time ago for Hub, but 2-0 on the Ezreal is going to feel real nice.
Yes, and this is kind of similar to that situation we saw where they won that game against CCG over a month ago, where they were able to get an advantage for Hub on this Ezreal, and he's able to put in so much work to be able to secure the win there for Polestar. So similar circumstances, same champion, and you have the same performance.
Maddie's going to come in. They already got 2 of the grubs, so they at least got the moniker of the objective. Maddie getting a little bit low too. Bio's going down now. CPD showing a little bit of fight back now as well as they get a kill over to Nightstar. His first kill of the game. They will also get the 1 grub.
So it isn't all 3 grubs going over to Polestar. It does, and they are able to secure a kill on top of it as well. So not too bad for Cupid, but not going to mitigate everything they lost around that dragon fight. They still have a lot of tools to work with, especially once Pika Pika gets to level 6. So I imagine once that Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes through, we'll see them get a lot more active.
Yeah, they'll be able to find picks wherever they want. And Fate Seal's coming in. Adam thinks it's his time as he might just get the solo, try to bait out like a boss. Gets him down. One more the sidestep 2, and Adam gets the solo bolo. Meanwhile, Nightstar dies to the smite from Bio. And Polestar continuing to find moments here. They find Pika Pika too. This Hub goes on a killing spree. They can do no wrong beatdown.
They can't. It's 3-0 for the Ezreal, 2-0 for the Yone. Adam playing out this 1v1 really nicely. Is going to lead to this 2K advantage that Polestar are working with right now. And it really feels like Cupid, while they have a pretty good comp for themselves, a little harder to play out. And it seems like they aren't able to execute on that one at the moment. Again, not respecting the vulnerabilities of this double-ranged bot lane. And of course, like Amaz is getting outplayed.
See if they can kind of pull themselves back from that. We take a look back at this top lane play.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it, we're kind of catching the tail end of it where they recognize that, yeah, we don't have to look at Nightstar anymore. Bio is on the way to take care of him. And again, the vulnerability of this double range bot lane, excuse me. Even with all that vision, they still manage to get caught out, and they get punished big time. So they're constantly losing out on their summoner spells. It's going to make it harder for them to farm. It's going to make it harder for them to interact in these team fights. And it's just going to make it hard for Cupid to have a chance at winning the game.
These little leads that are going to start building into these first items are going to matter a lot. About a minute till that next dragon. It's only the second dragon of the game, but feels like a precipice that CPD don't want to fight off of. I don't know if they're going to have enough, but they do have the enchanted crystal arrows that they can find a big pick ahead of time. The push is still going to be there for Polestar's bot lane, though, this entire time.
Yeah, that's right. Now Maddie is here, but you can see it. Polestar recognized this. They're on the way, but Maddie's starting it.
They get the one Nature's Grasp, enchanted crystal arrow. They're just going to fully 100-0 Tub. Trying to get him down. Solar Flare there. He's flashing out. Bio's turning it. And Hub backs up his man Tubbs. And like a Moz goes down to the bait as well. What a play from Polestar. Where was this team?
I don't know, but they're here now, Mazel, where it really counts at the face of Elimination. Really coming in clutch here in this game one. A really nice play coming through as now they got it just in time for this dragon that they're going to be able to get halfway through their soul as well.
You got to take a look back at this setup as it does look like we will have a pause coming out of this one, but the replay itself shows exactly how the play went down.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Tubbs really tanky on the Leona. The damage just isn't there because even with double marksman, one of them is Corky at like level 7 Mazel. So really, it doesn't really matter at what he's able to accomplish. Oh, I forgot my lights are off, so let me just do that while you go ahead and talk, Mazel, about how difficult this game's been for Cupid.
It has. There's been some really tough decisions. I mean, they wanted to try to take some preemptive moments, especially around the Dragon Pit there, and it just didn't pay out for them. And now you have this comp that just synergizes so well, that is working so well together. I mean, the Tubbs flash away into the bush to survive, and Hub's able to... Like, I mean, it's really nice, decisive stuff from Polestar so far.
It has been really good opening game for them. By no means is it over yet, but they still have a lot of advantages that they earned for themselves that they could use to keep pushing this game forward. And I think that's the exciting thing, because that's what we wanted from them all split long, to be able to do that in the NACL. It was tough because, again, with the situation that started, it was a different roster at the beginning of the split than what qualified. So, you know, they had a emergency roster come in last second. They started behind the curve in terms of development, but it seems like they are really getting there, even if it is late.
Did get an update. It does seem like we have network issues, just like we did in that first series. Just want to make sure all the players feel comfortable, feel good, and feel like they can play at their best, because it is, again, the deciding factor if you're moving forward in this promo tournament or if you're done until that next qualifier comes through. And that's a tough position to be in a lot of cases for all these players. Again, you look, just at that story from AMI, so much growth, so much potential, a lot of confidence from them, and unfortunately we won't be seeing them in NACL. All that time that they spent trying to grow, facing these teams in NACL, getting that scrim time, it's a lot of effort that goes into it. And Polestar don't want to go quietly.
No, and maybe they won't have to go at all. They win today, they win tomorrow. I mean, they can come back. They're back, but we'll see.
There's still the hovering of like a 25% chance that we still have a defending NACL team back in.
Yes. We have 2 new teams. Still have the chance for 1 more, even though we say goodbye to AMI. Polestar could still be that returning team. And how things are starting on this opening game. I couldn't, to be honest. If I'm keeping it 100.
Oh god, that would be absolutely incredible. From unwinning at NACL to making it back for a second split over AMI. I can build out the story all you want. It has to happen in reality. And so far though, Polestar putting themselves in good position for this first game itself. And it's been just off the back of really good synergistic team calls in these little mini skirmish fights that we've had.
Yeah, that's right. And it's been really good. Part of it has been some overstepping from the side of Cupid. Again, Ashe support is strong. You do have a lot of lane advantages, but I mean, a lot of the strength from that bot lane double marksman situation came from playing more lane dominant AD carries like Varus. Nightstar is playing Corky. Corky doesn't do nothing early game. So you're putting too much on the Ashe here, you're overstepping, you're getting killed for no reason, and this game is really starting to snowball out of control.
Yeah, it truly is. Hopefully we'll be getting back into that out of control game here soon.
One day.
One of these days. I promise I'm hitting the button. But hopefully we'll be working through those network issues. Yeah, for sure. But it is a situation where can we like dissect the side of CPD in any way and think of how they can kind of pull forward, at least in the way of they take engages, they fight over objectives, kind of things like that. The item spikes maybe.
I'm trying to remember what the comp is. It's Talia. Okay. I mean, they still have spikes that they can play for. I mean, again, Corky is still going to scale and be a really strong champion. And 2 items is really what you're usually looking for in that situation. It would have been really great if they got that first Drake, but I think now they're in a position where they won't be able to get many Drakes until maybe 4th Dragon spawns. So they really need to use that time to kind of slow the game down, stop fighting as much, because if they keep throwing away this gold and they keep bleeding out, they're going to lose soul, they're going to lose the game.
Yeah, they are. And they just either got to come back in this one or start getting ready for that next game, because it is still a best of 3. Still a lot of room to grow. And still, if we look back to that last series, every minute there could be a change. We could see something different.
Yeah, exactly.
A 7,000 gold lead flipped on its head. But in all actuality, it is a situation where the game's never done until it's done. But I'm hoping to be done with this tech pause soon. We'll be getting to it soon.
We'll get into there one day. I think I'm at the point in this pause, Lennon, where I want to ask you some unrelated question about. Tell me something you're looking forward to this week. What are you going to do? Tell me about
that's a great question. You put me on the spot in terms of what I want to do this week.
What about your life? Like, what's going on, bro? You know? Catch me up.
No,
oh,
you know,
don't respect.
I'm
That's
valid
too.
I did, get a little bit of a chance to play games, and as gamers do.
Of course.
Expedition 33 is a great game.
Oh, is the game not great? Yes.
It is great. It is great.
It's really good.
If you haven't played it, go play it. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for League of Legends.
We are. Well, I mean, when it comes back, we will be, yeah.
One of these days. What did you think about the new mode, at least? Brawl? Yeah, that one.
I haven't tried it yet. I actually
haven't tried Brawl?
No, I'm still I'm scared of new things, Mazel. It's ARAM and Summoner's Rift for me, and also TFT only because Set 10 is back. It's so fun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I will play it at one point because I do want to know. I'm always
It's gonna leave. It's gonna be gone.
Oh, is it temporary? Damn. Okay, yeah. I really should play. I don't know. I kind of wish games like that would be more permanent, because they made it sound like the purpose was, to be a little more accessible for newer players. I think any accessibility to make this game easier for new players is good and needed. So please keep it.
I would love to. I don't know actually when it's gonna leave. It might be here for a long time, but with those alternating game modes, they always change it up.
That does happen.
And after all of that, we finally get to go back into game as we are headed back into game number 1 of our second series of the day. We come back, we catch everybody up. It is the Dragon taken by Polestar, as well as about a 3,000 gold lead for them early into this one.
Yeah, that's right. Again, it's off the back of some very successful plays from Polestar, and of course, those oversteps from Cupid. So now we know it's a Mountain Soul. I think will benefit Polestar very greatly. You already see how difficult it is for them to... Oh, hold on.
The flash plays?
Oh, Dr. Calculus!
He's a doctor, all right.
His doctorate might be in... it might be in trigonometry, bro, because those angles. Look at him go.
I love it. On the spot. You appreciate it. As we do have those moves, maybe a little bit of moves onto like a Maz.
Goodbye.
They 100-0 him again. And Adam will end up finding himself a 4th kill. And that was all part of the plan to get Tubbs that control ward. Absolutely.
It goes beyond calculated. It just becomes omniscience. And really nice catch there. Not only to punish like a Maz for his pathing back, but the fact that he flashed and wasn't able to respond to that play at all. So really, Polestar are winning all across.
Oh, man. It looks like it might continue. Barrick is going to go ahead and flash under turret there as Adam gets pulled back onto by him as he goes back to the Soul Unbound. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow also did get used there by Pika Pika.
And we're gonna get a replay of
Oh
this
no.
situation. Not really much else to see here, so feels really bad. It's funny to see our perspective because when it happened, we saw his perspective where it just came out of nowhere.
Just T-posing in the middle of the air. No big deal.
I mean, what do you do?
Can't touch his character.
That was crazy.
That's
one of those moments where you flash and spot an FF. I'm just saying.
An FF.
Yeah.
Just like that. Weak mental, you know?
That's right. Hey, I play League of Legends, bro. This game is not for the strong-minded.
It is for the passionate.
Yeah, true.
Right now, Pulsar passionately winning this game number 1.
They are.
There's about 2 minutes and 40 seconds till the next dragon would be soul point for them on a Mountain Soul. We've got a lot of Mountain Souls today.
Have they all been? No, we've had one Infernal.
No, we had the Infernal,
yeah. 3 out of 4 dragons being mountain is kind of
not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mountain Soul feels good to get. You're super tanky. Dr. Calculus might not feel good about this.
Unleash the dragons. As, they actually will just find Dr. Calculus in the side. No longer a Doctor of Trigonometry, but maybe one of death in the life cycle. As he will falter. A little bit of a lead chunked back into CPD's pockets. See if on the other side, Polestar are going to capitalize on that with the Rift Herald start.
To be fair, I feel like you can't trigonometry your way out of Maokai Ultimate, but you know it happens to the best of us.
That
now
needs
Rift Herald.
a biologist.
Yeah, true. Or maybe just I don't know, those people who work for the city who cut down trees. You know,
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. I can't remember the name for the job, but the point is, Bio, off the back of that play, is able to get Rift Herald. Could be a great setup for them to get this dragon in a minute 30's time. You know this story. Drop it mid, walk your team down through the bottom brush, and you get control over the objective.
And because first item spikes have really come through, I mean, Adam already has his Blade of the Rune King plus the boots as well. Second item there for Hub. We're waiting on the evolution, obviously, but still, nonetheless, going to have his second item. It's going to be the Bloodthirster start for Nightstar, so going for more of that tussling build with the Corki. And we'll see a couple of the other first item spikes if it makes a difference in this dragon fight. That's the question that remains, Beat.
I don't think it will. Cupid, unfortunately, have to let go of this dragon. The question is going to be, do they recognize that, or will they throw themselves at it pointlessly, as some teams tend to do at this level? But you know, you pick.
Oh, the arrow!
Got him!
From the distance, it is going to find Dr. Calculus, although he's trying to tank it up, but it won't be nearly enough. Barrick also finds the public execution to get himself on the board, get the kill over, and give Dr. Calculus a helping hand of revenge.
Yeah, really nicely done. No response to be had. Does give Hub some space to be a nuisance in the mid lane, but no turret is actually going to go down for that play. Instead, Polestar going to try and get that trade on the bottom side of the map here. Adam hitting that turret alone, and I don't think he's going to be looking to back, so he'll walk his way straight to the dragon after.
Who's going to take first? Turret still up on the board here. Oh, Adam can't take his, and neither can Barrick. A little bit lower.
I think it will be Adam.
I think it will be. See who crashes first. That's going to be important. Oh, Rift Herald going a little wild with it.
Oh,
the Weaver's Wall to block it off. Turret did go down to
Adam.
Wait,
does he YouTube? Oh, I thought he was Kesha EU West, but he was not. So Herald doesn't get a charge. It will give them the space you kind of expect in these scenarios, just not the way you expected it, because Polestar will still have that first touch on the dragon. And again, really no world to contest it. As Cupid, please guys, it's not worth it. Go do something else.
DP even coming from Dr. Calculus to make sure, and that will be the soul point for Polestar on a Mountain Soul that we were talking about. It's going to be really nice to have on their side of things, on both sides, TBH.
Yeah.
Now we're going to play mid lane potentially. Polestar want to try to take down this outer turret.
Yeah, and I think right now the play. Oh, hold on. Dr. Calculus, Maddie with the hella read.
Okay. Oh, missed the harpoon, and the public execution follows right on top of it. Dr. Calculus can't even get over the wall. Was looking to flash, but didn't have the health bar to do it.
Yeah, I like that angle there from Maddie. Saw the TP, knows he's going to walk his way through his jungle, so got in there first to anticipate him. And I really like this from Nightstar, because really what I was about to say is the next 4 minutes until this next dragon comes up, you give Nightstar anything. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you're one camp away from your 4th item, Maddie. Nightstar is getting all your camps, bro. I don't care. He needs that 2nd item before this next dragon fight. He needs to catch up to Hub in some meaningful capacity, or he's not going to be able to do anything.
There's a little bit of item differential there, but still the double marksman comp will potentially come to fruition a little bit later down the road. You see a little bit of a calm state in the moment. And that next dragon looming large. Again, you don't want to give over that soul. So trying to get any prep you can. Like you said, give as many resources over to Nightstar as you possibly can.
Yes.
We try to keep Adam from hitting that next item, but he is already on 2 as well. Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming across. Trying to punish him. They will end up getting the clear. Tubbs is here to try to help him out, though. Adam going to use the Fate Seal to get out.
Yeah, nice and easy. It feels bad that it doesn't turn into a kill, but Pika Pika, that cooldown is going to be pretty low that he'll get it back shortly anyways. You can just try rip these arrows on repeat and try again and again. And in fact, Barrick, I guess they called it off last second. Oh no.
Flash coming out. And Solar Flare used, so some big tools from both sides going to be down.
Yeah, I don't think it's in time for any objective though. So ultimates are going to come back for those for that next dragon. Summoner spells, of course, will not. So that's their advantage there over Pika Pika, who is very vulnerable on this Ashe and is now flashless. Oh.
Start up the Atacon, I guess.
Yeah.
Pika Pika will know.
They will know. Maddie did go for the recall, so
that's tough.
Do they think he's fast enough? That's the question. Like Amaz backing.
It down pretty fast.
He has the TP now or never.
They got to try to get in the fight. Adam going forward here as they focus on the Atacon. The Atacon is already taken. Now TP coming in from Like Amaz. The Equalizer down as well and starts the explosions of the Atacon buff. Equalizer being down, but no real engage tools available from the side of CPD. And that'll be the lead continuing in favor of Polestar. Now they have a permanent buff to go into that next dragon fight.
Yeah, it's going to feel really good and really dilute the catch-up potential there of Nightstar getting resources funneled into him to try and catch up to that 2nd item. So this next dragon fight, while crucial and necessary for Cupid in this game, just got that much harder because of that decisive play from Polestar.
Let's see now where the recoup can happen for CPD. 3,000 gold down against this composition. It's only going to get harder and harder to have those tier 3 boots coming through as well. CPD looking for a preemptive play on the Tubbs potentially. Are going to miss the seismic shove from Like Amaz. Dr. Calculus going to do his due diligence and his math problems in top side, take down the turret. And now we actually see maybe a little bit of move. I got the little chuckle at least.
I just realized what you said. You said it so naturally.
I was like,
who
listens to you, know?
Yes. True.
Gonna push in on the CPD. Maddie will end up taking that blue buff in the end, but the dragon in a minute could be the big focus. And I don't know if CPD have the item difference. I mean, they finally got the Essence Reaver there for Nightstar.
Yeah, that's right. So now I think Nightstar is in a position where he can start to have some real impact in these skirmishes while still behind Hub a little bit. This is a very meaningful spike for the Corki. And it's going to get Cupid as ready as they're going to be for this next dragon. Remember, this is Soul for Polestar. Mountain Soul will be a huge boon for their ability to keep this game going into a meaningful close. And you can see Cupid, they know like this is their moment, so they're throwing it all. They're throwing everything they have to be able to try and get space here.
Okay, they're going to take the engage now. Maddie is the focus, but
wow.
that's not the focus you want. As they use everything onto him, they didn't get anybody for it. Now Tubbs has to flash away. Maybe this is the fight that they were waiting for this entire time. The item spikes don't matter. They find 2. Adam and Tubbs are down. They can put a stop to the dragon stacking here and now.
That's right. Oh, Maddie is kind of low. So the thing is, Bio can look for the Q over the wall. Oh, yeah. This is tough.
All right, they're going to try to move in now. Dr. Calculus first and foremost. Hub in the back of the
look
pit.
At Hub.
Dancing and diving. They've got Bio waiting for it. This is a 50-50 you dream of as a jungler. Maybe just steal it away, and I think CPD realized they don't want to do it. CPD got pulled off of them now. Like Amaz coming around the corner too. Back into the pit. Bio tries to go for it. Who's going to get the smite? It goes to Bio. He takes the Mountain Dragon so soul for Polestar. They lose everything else, but the permanent buff is there.
They got what they wanted. The only saving grace is that Cupid were able to cut down that lead to almost nothing. They picked up a lot of gold in that exchange, but they lost the soul, Mazel. That permanent buff, you said it, is there for Polestar going forward, and it's going to make these team fights that much harder. Tubbs, he's spamming the thumbs up because this Leona is just going to become impossible to kill.
It just gets that much more difficult, and honestly, we're starting to see some ruminations of that first series, the back and forth nature that the entire series was about. And that solid lead that we felt was there for Polestar slipping out of their grasp now. Still trying to hit those item spikes. Once he hits level 3, that's the next big break point for Adam and Hub, honestly. But the next setup will be the Elder Dragon in 5 minutes or the Baron in about 35 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. Cupid, main recourse now is to avoid these 5v5s and just stall time until the Elder Dragon comes up. They can stall out the Baron, all the better for them. Just because that Elder Dragon, again, we call it the Great Equalizer for a reason, can help them get back into this one. Especially considering all the gold they earned in that last fight.
Well, we'll see now. This next setup around the Baron, if either team really wants to bait it out or force any objective utilization around that one. Try to get some ults down, try to get some flashes, try to get Hub down. And there's that flash I was just talking about. Nature's Grass going to be used as well. Equalizer coming down. Dr. Calculus says it's here and now. Although he bit off a little bit more than he could chew. They're going to try to split the fight. Dr. Calculus is the first one to go down here. Potentially there. Barrett goes on a killing spree. Now the public execution hits right onto Hub. And Hub is fully CC'd and taken down.
Oh, sure.
CPD with the comeback, baby.
Yeah, why not?
Adam is the only one alive. He will end up buffering that one out. But all 5 members of CPD are up and going to Baron.
I'm kind of without words, Mazel. That was the fight you could have hoped for as CPD, and Like a Moss even lives with 60 HP. And now Cupid, they're going to have him teleport back. They're going to secure that Baron, and they're going to get a big lead off the back of that play, Mazel. Maybe that Mountain Soul doesn't matter. Maybe souls are fake, guys. I guess it's whatever.
That being said, it is the back and forth nature of the tier 3 moments, the big moments, the stress that provides onto these kinds of situations. And still looking at the track record of Polestar not being able to succinctly carry leads forward.
That's
and CPD are taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see this fight once again. Dr. Calculus, I think he spent a little too much time on his own there, and there was a bit of a miscommunication here from Polestar. I mean, Maddie, very tanky, soaks up a lot of damage, while so many people were looking at him, and the rest of the team was looking at this Rumble. At that point, you lose 1-0. Adam shows up to this fight way too late to matter, and that's it.
That's all she wrote in that one. And now you have about a 3,000 gold lead in favor of CPD, who didn't get a single dragon. Got 1 grub and has 1 turret, but all of a sudden, they have the advantage here, and they have it going into an Elder Dragon fight in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, remember, Nightstar was behind Hub and itemization pretty much the whole game. Now he's hit that 3rd item, the Infinity Edge, before him on this Ezreal. So that early advantage wiped away, meaningless to CPD. Walk away with this Baron buff and a 4K gold lead. And they still have some more gold to earn here as Polestar. They look like they want to stop it. Any bit of shutdown they can get to slow this is important.
Okay, a little bit of setup around the fight. Yeah, a couple of big utilizations there. As the seismic shove going a little bit right. Barrick's going to take the mid lane outer turret and go into a tier 2 now. Polestar trying to figure out who they want to send to bring over there. They're going to send Dr. Calculus. Tubbs is going to back now as well. A little bit of pressure on this tier 2 coming through. Humps doesn't really have the wave clear. I mean, the wave clear is so hard to get onto the wave when you have so much being thrown at you from the side of CPD. We're really starting to see this Ashe pick pay off dividends. The double marksman still going to be useful. Oh, mid lane with the Weaver's Wall. They got Dr. Calculus, although the Weaver's Wall went on the wrong side. Didn't matter really in the end. Dr. Calculus forced off, and the tier 2 is going to get taken down in the end.
Yeah, really quick thinking there from Like a Moss to use that ult to give his teammate a bit of an advantage there in the mid lane. So a successful Baron play, even if they aren't able to get the boss tier 2, that's a lot of gold that they're working with at the moment here. And couldn't be better timing, Mazel. There is nothing else to fight for on the map. There's just the Elder Dragon in 45 seconds time. And CPD are as strong as they could have ever imagined, considering how this early game has gone, and they're going to get there first.
Third items, man. This is the moment that it all comes down to. One win of a fight, one missed position can really mean the difference in this game, number one. Still feels like it's teetering on the edge, even with the 5,000 gold lead, even with some of these item completions really starting to come through. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow with the Nature's Wrath, they found everything on the Bio. Bio is getting a little bit low, but so is Maddie. Maddie's now the focus. They got the one to front to back here as well, the Equalizer on top of it. Bio's still alive like a moth, trying to find the combo, can't find it, flashes away. Now they got the re-engage from Adam. Adam's in trouble too.
Oh my God.
Both teams extremely worrisome about going full in on these fights.
Yeah, the problem is, Polestar have the advantage. They took down Maddie while Bio just narrowly avoided losing his life there. So now he's going to be able to back and walk his way through. Adam's TPing. CPD, they don't have a real chance here unless Pika Pika gets this Ash Arrow back soon and is able to turn that into a big kill. They can't let this Elder go. That's why you see them trying to get some space.
Kind of spinned off this advance here. If they could get this Elder Dragon, it would be so massive, but CPD trying to move over now. Nightstar gets chunked by Hub, who is just popping those shots
It's
with
gone.
the Mystic
They need to
shot.
run.
And now that Elder is going down to Polestar like a Maz, takes the bait and dies for it. Adam will take him down. And now CPD, they have a lot to worry about in this one. This Elder buff could just be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that's right, and they're doing their best to try and stall this game out with the sapling, with Nightstar's range, but he's got to be careful. If he goes down, this game is over. So the fact that they're at least able to hold on and stall the taking of this tier 2 turret does help a little, but while Leica Moss is down, they basically have to give up whatever, and even after he comes back up, this Elder Dragon is very dangerous.
Push down this mid lane, inhib turret, getting closer and closer to the nexus for this game number one. The lead has been tossed like a hot potato back and forth between these two teams. It doesn't feel like it's any closer to being resolved. The Baron still not up for another minute. Resets should come through for Polestar unless they want to make a bush play. And look at that synchronicity. It's like a synchronized swimming operation.
It really is. It's really fun to watch teams perform sync like that. And we'll see if they're going to be able to synchronize and get some good use out of this Elder Dragon. Still up for a minute, Mazel. So there is that chance, especially with mid inhibitor down, for them to put this game one to bed here. almost 32 minutes into the game.
Try to move down the Baron in about 30 seconds. Now they will be preemptively there. I think Barrack over. I mean, TPs are available, at least for Barrack, not for Leica Maz. They're maybe just trading that Baron over for... I mean, they have the Elder Dragon, so you really can't fight over it for another minute and 15.
Yeah, so TPD still able to trade cross-map, and interestingly, like Polestar, they have Dr. Calculus on TP, but they just choose to have everyone here during this on this Baron side, and because there's no response and a delayed back, actually seems like an inhibitor is going to be traded for this Baron. I think more than Polestar needed to let go of, all things considered, but...
Even got the TP there, too. He's going to throw the ulti, hits across the map, and it's going to go the way of Bio in the end.
It's maybe like stopping a back, you know?
And it's going to be Bio and the rest of Polestar moving in. They still have their Elder Dragon buff for about 30 seconds, a little bit more, I think. And,
no, it just expired.
Oh. Yep, just now.
Yeah.
It will just be this Baron, but the siege is there. I mean, they have Hub on the almost 4 item spike on the Ezreal. A little bit of hesitance now, though. Some ping coming down to the bot side, realizing they will probably have to deal with that in the end. Trying to take another inhib will be their focus.
Yeah, I think the problem that Polestar actually are dealing with right now is that this siege is going to be very ineffective. Someone has to respond to that super wave bot lane, because if they put all their attention here, CPD can use their wave clear to stall it out, and I actually think their Nexus turrets are going to be in a bit of danger. Look at the minimap.
They're going to try to burn down Bio. Solar Flare coming back as a response. Fate sealed in, and they find the combo. That's going to be Bio taken down like a boss. Adam makes it out without anything. Finally gets the shutdown from the burn. Though CPD are losing their health bars, and Hub has been untouched. He's looking onto this inhib turret. Is just going to take it down easily. They can try to move in on the Nexus turrets too.
I think the call right now is just the back, because if CPD get their health back, spend their gold, and hold them off, I think they'll lose a lot. So instead, recall and have some people take away things like the red buff, whatever resources you can. And while it isn't the cleanest, Pulsar still has evened up this gold lead. They've still broken open the base and taken down a second inhibitor and are pretty close to being able to put this game down.
And that inhib and bot side should be spawning here soon. Dead even game, 34 minutes in. And in a series that is your lives on a line, and we have seen play out in both so far. Just the contention of the lead over and over again. And really all the players giving it all she got. Try to make it over that line, make it to that Jolly Rogers matchup next time around, especially for these two teams. Try to contest for that final NACL spot.
Yep, really important to be able to make it to tomorrow. Lose and you're out, your year is done, and you have to try and qualify for 2026. Polestar, a little shaky, but still in a position to take the first step to winning this series here. As long as they're able to win one more fight, that's really all it is going to take. And you can see it, putting their attention with the Baron on bot side while they have supers pushing mid and top. I mean, they have a lot of pressure on this map right now.
Baron buff still up for 20 seconds. A minute until the Elder spawns. If anybody dies here, it could be the end of the game. Pika Pika is going to flash out. Still gets hit by the back end of the Glacial Prison. There's the Enchanted Crystal or Nature's Grass combo coming down, but it hits onto Bio again. They lose their turret now. Dr. Calculus goes golden, but look at Adam. He might have an angle here. Dr. Calculus will flash away. He's going to be just fine. The final inhib is going to be defended by Cupid.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to hold, but I will say, while Barrick did a good job pushing out that wave far on top lane, the fact that mid is still pushed in, and bot is still pushed in really puts CPD in a difficult position. They're going to lose all pressure on vision on their own blue side jungle. It's going to make it really hard for them to walk up to this Elder Dragon that's spawning. Pulsar should have the perfect opportunity to be able to take it.
Should.
Should.
But should is the operative word.
Yes, it's, bold and italicized. Should.
See if they can get some of this poke down ahead of time as well. Pushing lane in the top side is a bit worrisome. A double super minion wave stacked up. They're going to have to commit to this fight and try to take it down. Elder Dragon already getting burned. Adam does it so quickly now as well. Cupid gonna take the fight now, try to go in. Adam decides to go for the back line. Ends up fighting like a Moz with the Zanyas. Pika Pika is the next focus as well. Are they gonna get bought? No, CPD trying to take some fights out themselves.
Wow.
Hub is not able to get the damage down, but look at Adam. Adam's trying to take down Nightstar, overextended on the other side, and will be taken out in the end. Now it means the carries are full frontal action for Polestar, and they're gonna find Maddie. They're trying to find Barrick too. Barrick trying to put on his stunting shoes, but Adam might just sit him in his place. Barrick goes down. Polestar find the kills. They're going straight down that top side, TPing for the win.
That's right. There's nothing left to be done here. I don't think Maddie's going to be able to hold this one down. Polestar, it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty, but Lennon, it's game one.
It is. Hub will finally walk his way here. Adam even throws up the Yode emote. As the turrets fall, the Nexus is laid bare. Hub needs to be a little careful.
Did he kill him? Oh my god, wait, that's really funny.
Adam, just go for the Nexus, brother. Try to get this down. 3 seconds till Pika Pika's up. Stop going for the kills. Go for the Nexus. Oh no, Pika Pika's going to put it into it. Adam,
the arrow.
He's going to dodge out of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but he is done skis, and the Nexus survives.
Okay, the Nexus survives, but teleport, as we learned in the LTA finals, is still a big deal when your base is this exposed. So, it's tough. Now, the goal for CPD is just make sure there are no wards, stall things out while your Nexus turrets respawn. They have 3 minutes. So at the 40-minute mark, they should come back. But the Elder Dragon is up now, Mazel. They don't have time to stall. They still have to move in here for this neutral objective. And they still have time before Adam and Hub can join the fight. So it is now or never.
It is indeed, and you got to think, I mean, is that going to come back to be regrets for Adam going for the kill instead of going for the Nexus?
Yeah.
A little back and forth there, but now Polestar trying to steal this one away. Bio waiting over the corner, isn't spotted out just yet, goes over a little early, tries to get in the pit. Bio
he got
can't get it. That's going to be the Elder Dragon, but Dr. Kalka's going for the end. They've already got the TPs back. He goes golden. I don't think this desperate effort is going to be enough. He's trying to get the overheat, but it's not. And then in the end, Bio falls. The Elder Dragon at the backs of Cupid, and they might just sprout wings.
Yeah, and that's almost 1 minute spawn timers on the top side of Polestar. So now CPD, if they want to turn this into a win, it's time to immediately spend that gold and get moving. Getting caught out by a play like this is very dangerous. Pika Pika. Bro. This buff lasts long enough. You need to recall.
Maddie in trouble.
Oh,
that's going to be the
Nightstar.
exit from Adam. Solar Flare is going to go in. Nightstar is the focus now. Nightstar burns
They got
out
him.
with the CC chain. They've overplayed their hand in CPD. They'll lose Nightstar.
Really nicely played there by Adam once again to be able to take Nightstar out of the picture. Really takes the bite out of this Elder Dragon play that CPD are working with. Only a minute 30 left. Much less once Nightstar finally joins the picture, and it will still be 5v5 in that scenario. So Polestar, they hold on.
Hold on for the moment. It looks like we're going another 40-minute plus banger, as has been the tradition, except for that game 3 in the last series. And the Baron buff is up. That is the focus right now for Polestar, to try to get some vision around.
Yeah, and remember, nice thing for CPD, at the very minimum, they hold on long enough where their Nexus turret should be respawning very soon, so now they don't have to worry about their base. They can just focus on whether or not they actually want to try and do anything about this Baron, but with Nightstar's Death Timer, that's a big fat no.
Absolutely. As now we have the countering big buffs, although the Elder buff is only up for about 40 seconds for CPD. Still have about 3 minutes of that pushing strength from Polestar. If they get one of these waves in there, could be some plays coming through to try to force the Nexus. They got to get the inhibs down as well. There's still the one down that should be spawning here in about 2 minutes time. See if they can use that as a backdoor entrance into the base of Cupid Esports.
That's right. Now they have Baron going for a couple of minutes of time here. Polestar going to be able to use that for just space on the map to potentially try and end the game. There aren't really many structures left to play for, so it is really just about empowering these waves and seeing if you can use that to get yourself some extra damage. Am I? Oh, okay, they are reforming. I thought I was crazy.
What were you?
The Nexus turrets, because I know they're on 3-minute timers, and I swear it's been 3 minutes. So.
I do see 1 and 2.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. We're back. Okay. I'm not a team.
Maybe just the 1. Anyways, the engage goes in. Seismic shove on a Tubbs. Tubbs getting caught out is big, though. I mean, Maddie loses a lot of his health. Adam was looking for the angle here. Can't find the Fate Seal. He misses it.
Wow.
Polestar right on the edge now as well. Adam not going to have his Fate Sealed. That's a big combination. We'll also lose a lot of their engage tools for them. The inhib starting to come back up in about 50 seconds as well. Polestar, can they put the finishing touches on this? It's looking dicey.
It's tough. I mean, at this rate, it's looking like we might actually see a third Elder Dragon for the first time in this tournament.
They had to one-up the last series, you know?
They did. They saw that, and they took that personally. So we'll see. CPD holding on by their fingernails here in this late game, but it's really clear the way you watch these skirmishes, it's so hard to deal with Adam. Once he gets into that back line, no one can really stop him from doing damage. It's really only Maddie who can lock him down alongside Barrick, and they're not tanky enough to actually deal with the Sione. So if Adam gets his combo, this game's over.
If they can find that combo, though, that's the elusive part as Bio. Again, Pika Pika has just like a magnet of his ulti onto Bio. I don't know if it's worked out, but we'll see in the end if this cooldown is going to matter that much. As Polestar 30 seconds on the Baron buff. Weaver's wall coming across, cutting a couple of members off. Adam trying to get the push going on the other side. Dr. Kalka's flashes. Still gets hit by the Nature's Grass, though, like Amaz. Maybe in some trouble as he gets back in. The Glacial Prison going to go wide, too. You can just feel the tension here between both teams. There's so much stress, so much anxiety on this game number 1. And one little misstep can mean the difference. Mean this game 1, all these 43 minutes was a waste if you lose it. See if they can take this one back. CPD backs against the wall. Wood last defense is at their pleasure if they want to take the engage, but Polestar will back away after taking 2 more inhibs.
I appreciate that. Not really just taking the risk. There's a minute before Elder, so they're going to take the inhibs, make it as easy as possible to secure that neutral objective, and surely that will be the final Elder Drake this game as well, because we have...
You say that.
I would believe that only because CPD really struggling in these skirmishes. They have to play them out so perfectly because Bio is so tanky because of this Mountain Soul. Tubbs is also as tanky and so hard to deal with, and they're the only people getting hit by these Ash Arrows. So it's really hard for CPD to interact with Pulse's backline, while Adam, it's comically easy for him to get into Cupid's backline.
I'm going to take a look at some of the item completions, some of the differentiations here as well, as the Serpent's Fang is there for Barrack, trying to find as much shield killing as he can. Glacial Prison going to go wide on Maddie, but Maddie's still in trouble here. He's going to try to tank this up. Nature's Grasp came out, but Maddie is gone. Is this the moment for Polestar? They found 2. Is it going to be enough? No, Hub gets away from Barrack. Barrack's still going for the wave to stop this push, but that's a double kill coming through for Bio in the end. And Barrack, the last man standing for Polestar, moving into the bush and moving into the base. I don't think he's got enough.
I don't think so either. There's no response. 45 seconds for everyone on CPD to be back, and Barrack, he's just not going to be able to do enough.
He's trying his darndest against Tubbs and Bio, but he will not find his saving grace. Hub is even going to walk over and try to give him a little bit of lickings, but he's going to go straight for the Nexus turrets, and unfortunately you can't see the health bar on the Nexus turrets, but I promise they are there. And the public execution not going to be nearly enough. Another 100 Thieves flagging by Bio. And game number 1 goes to Polestar.
That's right. Not as long as our games in Series 1, but Polestar are going to be able to take the lead, take that first step, Mazel, because now all they need is 1 more win to face Jolly Rogers tomorrow to make it back into the NACL.
Through that, the last bastion of defending NACL teams coming into the promo tournament, and they do make good on it at least in a roundabout fashion. End up going 45 minutes with a very back and forth gold lead. I would love a screenshot of all the gold leads today and put them all next to each other.
It would be the skyline.
It would probably either be the skyline or the most crazy roller coaster you've ever been on. Six Flags would be right on that. They would absolutely scoop it up from us. But Polestar does end up getting that first win, and I think while it was not the cleanest way to do it, a win's a win, and that momentum can mean a lot.
It can. The relief after winning a contested game like that is definitely worth noting. And I think those first 15 minutes were actually quite good from Polestar. So while things were a little shaky, they still managed to close out. And I agree with you. A win is a win.
A win is a win. We'll see if the wins keep coming or if we're going to have a series on our hands here after this short break. We'll get to game 2. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2 promos as we are in our second best of 3 of the day to see who moves on to face Jolly Rogers for that final NACL Split 2 spot and who we will be bidding adieu to in this second one. Polestar already take that first step forward, take a 1-0 lead over Cupid Esports.
Yeah, it was a long one, it was a shaky one, but they stuck the landing in the end, Mazel. They were able to get themselves a pretty good advantage in that early game that I think really just impacted CPD's ability to contest any objectives. And I will criticize Cupid a little bit, where I think there were objectives that they really shouldn't have been fighting for, causing them to give up more gold than necessary, allowing Polestar to get this big advantage that got them Otacon, that got them Dragon Soul, and that made the game insurmountable.
A couple moments that, you're wondering a little bit of the synergy, some of the moments like that, but really it was good decisiveness in a lot of these fights to kind of bring it to a head here and realizing, especially with the kind of macro momentum, like it was a little bit up in the air both ways in the end, going 40 plus minutes when you're juggling the Elder, the Baron, the Elder, the Baron, the Elder, the Baron, like over and over again, trying to find ways to get that final nail in the coffin. Polestar definitely did.
That's right, and you can see it was pretty exciting there from Cupid in the back half. It looked like they were maybe going to be able to catch back up and close the game, but things like the Otacon, the Mountain Soul were too powerful in the end for them to be able to overcome. And now the question is, what are they going to do for this next game? You got to imagine it's a reset moment here. We talked about before going to break how big it is to win a long game like this, the relief you must feel, but we didn't really talk about how tough it is to lose games like this. So the pressure is certainly on for Cupid to be able to come back so they don't miss out on the chance for NACL this year.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing in front of them. They're the only defending members now left in the promo tournament.
That's right.
Of their spot for NACL, and so I know it means a lot to them. But also, this first win must mean a lot. It's the first win either team has gotten so far in the promo tournament. That's going to feel really good for Polestar to feel that winning way, and that's where we talk a little bit about momentum, the emotional momentum as well of winning that one. It was a very hard-fought game. I know it's going to feel really bad for the other side of things for Cupid Esports, but at least for the side of Polestar, they can at least use some of that, maybe go back on the red side, because I maybe expect Cupid Esports to be choosing blue for this one, and see what they can get with the counter pick.
Yeah, and of course, if you want to keep up with all things NACL, be sure to keep an eye on our socials. Use hashtag NACL on Twitter. We are NACL on YouTube and Twitch, and of course, we are at Watch NACL on Twitter. So, keep up. You guys know what happens when you don't. You saw these last couple of games in series. So
no.
Hurry up. Make it happen.
Get involved, at least on the socials. You can add us.
Engage in your community. Don't add me. I don't want to see that.
Oh, okay.
You can add Cubby. That's fine. Add Cubby.
That's fine. We'll throw that in there. Yep.
Yeah. I don't know why Hawk mentioned it the other day, like griefed him on Twitter, and it just gave me the desire to do the same. So thank you, Hawk.
Gave you the desire. I love to see
Yeah, it did. I was like, wait, I want to do that too. It's crazy.
Okay. Well, you just did, and there you go, Cubby. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm not.
Yeah, I know that. We've already established that beat down. All right, so Cupid Esports need to find a way back into it. It's really important to think about how they can kind of get themselves a stable composition from the blue side that they are choosing for this second game, and figure out what's going to get them over that hump, get them this kind of mid-game, early game setup that they can really build off of.
I mean, it's less about the setup for me and more about the decision making. Again, we see it a lot in Tier 2. I think even more so when it comes to our Tier 3 teams, where you pick comps that aren't really good in the early game. I don't know, we pick Smolder, for example. Cool. Can't fight early dragons. We pick Corky. Can't fight early dragons. And then I see these very same teams fighting around these early dragons, Mazel, and it's like, come on, man. Like,
True.
It's okay. Your computer won't explode if you don't fight this early objective.
We love to fight, man. We love to fight.
And you know what? If it's really just for the love of the game and fighting only, go off King.
All right, there we go. We got the green flag. We're ready to go. And speaking of ready to go, we're ready to go into game number 2 as well. Draft number 2 kicking off now. Cupid Esports again going to be on that blue side. See if any of those bans change at all. And Polestar on that red side.
That's right. So, as you predicted, Cupid Esports will choose blue. An interesting thing for me is that I think Polestar, we saw a lot of the champions that they've had some of their limited success on through Split 1. So I'm curious the kind of draft they're going to be able to get for themselves going forward. I mean, a couple notable picks, that are still up are Adam's Ari, that he actually plays pretty well on.
True.
The Skarner for Bio, or maybe the Nefiri, even though that's been a little less success, but I know something he's really liked to play. Is something that I'm wondering if they're going to go towards, and I'm wondering if Cupid have seen enough to know to try and take them away.
And we are looking at the Victor ban, just like in that game number 1 for Polestar, and the Gwen ban as well, the Azir Jace ban going to be there for Cupid Esports. Waiting on the final bans of the first phase for both.
Yeah, nothing too surprising or exciting, I think, on that note. For me, what's the play there for Barrick? Aatrox was banned away from him during that first rotation. If that ends up being... okay, never mind. Well...
The Aatrox ban.
Why live, you know? It's okay.
Why live? The Vi is going to be living for this game number 2.
That's
as
good.
It will be the first pick there for Cupid Esports.
And I think it's just going to be 80 jungler for 80 jungler. We don't really see a lot of Wukong for Bio, but I think just if we're talking about how it can interact, I think it'll end up being kind of okay for Polestar. They do need that go button. They're served best when Bio is playing that role, but instead they want to focus on the Xayah. I think that's fine. You can go for Xayah Rakan on 1-2. You deny that combo from the Vi because Vi Rakan is really good, and of course you have an answer to the cease and desist.
Yeah, and I've actually really appreciated Hub's Xayah, but we'll see if it actually comes to fruition here. What that kind of counter pick and bot lane could be for them, for Cupid Esports, and especially for Nightstar, who has been having some really good series, at least for Cupid Esports, even in their loss, and trying to figure out how to really enable this guy. And it will be a classic for the classic himself in the Jinx.
What's the pairing going to be? Because I think
Lulu?
Maybe that's going to be kind of tough because, I mean, you scale. You're going to be great later. But again, it's this affliction that I'm fighting against every time that I cast where, okay, we pick scaling champions. Let's scale and not fight. And as long as Cupid Esports do that, it's fine.
It's the Rel as they get their engage tool to follow through with the Vi. See Polestar want to go ahead and grab their jungle here to kind of dissuade any of those bans coming in the second phase for Cupid Esports towards Bio, and it will be Bio's Wukong.
Yeah, makes sense. It was hinted at during that first pick on red side. And I think it's especially nice when you know that Jinx is showing, and there's really clearly no a safety for her. You know, there's no Lulu, there's no Thresh, there's no a Tom Kench or anything like that to be able to save her from this all-in potential there from Wukong and Rakan. So I think, honestly, Polestar kind of happy with how things opened up, especially because I think they have more agency early on.
Yeah, and I think that's what can maybe change in this second phase and figure out exactly how they want to maybe adapt that. But I really like some of the target bans coming through from both sides, especially towards that top lane matchup, as the Sion will be taken away. The Yorick priority has definitely fallen through, but I wonder if we do end up seeing that at all today.
Cho'Gath ban means maybe we will. It could be interesting. Worth noting, Tristana is still up too. So we could see a Tristana mid-angle. But if that happens, Dr. Calculus would really need to play something magic damage oriented just to, you know, diversify the profile a little bit. But a couple of things to look forward to. Okay, a Kali ban. All right, we hate fun. It's fine.
And the Ari going to be stolen away from that Vi combination that you typically see with. I like that, actually.
Oh, you know, it's so funny. Mel came out really strong, and then for the last like 3 months, I forgot she was in the game because I don't see anyone play her.
Okay.
Either in my games or in NACL, and now she's back. So I mean, it's not quite the combination we usually see with Vi, but I mean, you scale really well. You have a lot of range. The Reflect is probably the funniest spell they've ever put in this game, so I like it.
Funny is a very interesting way to put it, Beat Down. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
I wanted to intrigue you. That was my goal.
Oh, gosh. Funny. Well, you know what else is pretty funny is the Renekton having so much prio today. And we did see it in the last series. We'll see it this time around for Barrick, and we'll see what that counter is going to be from Polestar as they still do have that 5th pick.
And the Shen would be pretty good because you can answer those side lane plays. That Stand United is going to be really useful there. And yeah, okay, it locks it. I also really like it as another dive option for Jinx. I mean, look, this whole team, except for like kind of Zaya, is just built around stomping on your backline. So
Yeah.
I think Nightstar, he's going to have a lot of trouble this game. Positioning is going to be of the utmost, and fight selection is going to be of the utmost importance for Cupid overall.
That's the beauty of these games, these teams, this level of play, is that you can put one thing on paper, you can read it out, you can write it out, you can put it however you want, but it matters how the execution comes down, and we have seen some fluctuations in that from both sides. So whoever gets those early advantages can really lead out to things, but there's always that chance for comeback, just like we saw in that last game where Cupid Esports almost had the miraculous moment to come back and take that one for themselves. But almost only works in horseshoes and hand grenades. And we ain't playing either of those today. We're playing League of Legos, or League of Legends as well known, as we're getting into game number 2. It should be a lot of fun. Polestar have gotten a very interesting comp, a lot of engaged tools for them, where on the other side you have some of that. You really have a leaning towards this top trio, but you're really relying on Nightstar to be that in-game hyper carry. Can Polestar finish it clean here and move on to face Jolly Rogers, or will we get a third game in this series given to us by Cupid Esports? Game number 2, kick it off now.
And a lot on the line here, especially for Cupid Esports, because as you said it, they lose, they're out, and we say goodbye to them for the year. And Polestar have the chance to fight to make it back into the NACL tomorrow. And you know, the more we talk about it, Lennon, I agree. That would be a hell of a story.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
It would indeed. I'm here for it. It's just a crazy story, and nonetheless, just thinking back to all the tough series that Polestar had in the normal season, at least the regular season of NACL. Finding game wins, but never a series win. And it's crazy to think if they do win this series, just setting this up, just in case, just throwing it out there. If they win this, this is the first series they win since the last qualifier.
Yes.
And that'd be a crazy comeback for them, and I know that's going to be looming large for them, and in terms of pride, if they can get that.
Yeah, definitely what they've been working for the entire split, to be able to secure that first win. And then with that, start themselves on a path to potentially making it back into the league. That's what it's all about here, so we'll see. Again, Cupid, we look on their side. A bit more scaling oriented. The top side definitely has a lot more agency and a lot more of power to fight earlier on, but the rest of the map, I think we want to just keep it low and slow, Mazel. So if I see early dragon fights on Cupid, I'll be very upset. I'll be very unhappy.
Is
be a very unhappy
going to be happy or not?
Yes.
That is what we've come to decide here today. It's not the end of your season. It's the end of happiness for Beatdown.
That's right. I'll never be happy again if you could do that. I'm just going to put it out right there.
All right, we'll see how much reservation, how much respect will come out from either side today, and especially in the second game. A little bit trading going down in the 1v1 in mid lane between Adam and Like Amaz, really contesting to see who can get that first push out of those lanes, but both junglers going to be passing down towards bot.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I gotta imagine that we aren't going to see... I don't think we're gonna actually see Bio go for that bot Scuttle Crab, because I think mid and bot really aren't great for him. So I'm wondering what that interaction is going to be looking like. But otherwise, yeah, both junglers going to end up on this bottom side of the map. I think that's why you're seeing a lot of hard trading from both sides, really, from mid and bot to see if they can get any advantage they can.
Just wondering where that pressure is going to give first. If we are going to see the jungle scuffle really be the first one we get from either ones. But that bot lane contest is really hot and heavy down there. Keeping as much prio as they can between the 2v2, seeing who's going to at least leak out the most XP or at least the most gold in that trade. Does look like Hub and Tubbs will get the better of it in the end. And see what kind of response the junglers have. This is the crucial moment. Are we just going to get the farm back like you want for CPD in a way? Or are we going to see a little bit of tussle?
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's going to give Bio actually that opening to finish his clear and go for Scuttle Crab. Because now Hub and Tub, they've stacked a big wave. They should be able to get that first move. But we'll see if that's something they're aware of right now. Because I think instead, Maddie, we're positioning himself for a mid lane play. Oh, I like it.
Going for a play onto Adam. He's going to throw up the fist bump. And they are just going to trade off.
Nobody fist bumps him.
Nobody fist bumped him. He throws the thumbs up. Hey, I mean, game goes wide. Maybe not fist bump
true.
moment,
You got to earn the fist bump. No, you know what? I take it back. You're right, Lennon. You're right. I apologize.
This never happens. I've never. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, don't say that.
We do see that trade, though. Both junglers going to end up taking the Scuttle Crab on either side. Get the redeploy coming out as well. A little bit of division actually placed by Maddie before he went back in the end. But the Dragon is the next focus coming up in about 40 seconds. We have seen some hesitancy to take it off spawn, but the grubs will be spawning right around the way as well.
Yeah, so it's really going to be curious for me if we see any lane swaps going here now that we're at the 4:30-minute mark. Because, I mean, there's a moment, too, to get yourself this 1v2 scenario for Nightstar. Try and get himself the easiest lane possible. Because you can see the situation he was forced to back in. Actually dropped a lot of creeps because of it. And is now significantly behind Hub in terms of farm.
And that's going to be a tough position to be in nonetheless, but especially ahead of potential Dragon snacking. The Lovers duo will get the back.
Wow, nice.
He's angry. Pika didn't like that. Didn't end up finding Crash down, though, and the reset will come through for the bot lane. And we do see Bio actually pathing down this way as well.
Yeah, I think it's fine for Polestar. You don't mind this 2v2 being what it is. It's really going to be on Cupid to switch up those assignments if they want to give Nightstar an easier time. And wow. A level down, but that's Mel, baby.
Basic ability. Let's go.
Yes, sir. But otherwise, yeah. Nope, we're not having any lane swaps at all. Nobody wants to initiate it. It should give Polestar a pretty easy advantage around this first Dragon, and I'm expecting them to just go and take it.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a situation where you can't really press up, and you're okay kind of giving some of these early advantages over as well.
Yes.
Just because again, like you had mentioned, the mantra. Just keep eyes on that scaling. Keep eyes on that end game. Although CPD, they're moving around here. They don't really have push in bot lane. They will have a little bit of push in mid. That should just be left out.
They have the vision too, so there's no way Maddie can sneak up on them. Instead, it's a bot lane play, but again, the vision. So it's well set up top to bottom there for Polestar to be able to get themselves this first Drake. Nice and clean start for them so far at 6 minutes in the game.
And it's a Cloud Dragon. What's your favorite dragon, Beatdown?
My favorite dragon?
Looks and abilities. You can be separate.
Okay. If we're talking about, like, Soul, I like Infernal because I love the boom sound. Yeah, and I play a lot of, first champion, so it's really fun to just, watch someone explode. If we're talking visual, I actually really like the Hextech Drake. I think it looks cool.
Okay.
I mean,
really
it gives me like the blue-eye Cyber Dragon type.
Yeah, I feel that. I kind of like the Chemtech Dragon though. The Chemtech Dragon looks so sick. It's like the most different, I feel like, out of all of them. It's like the glowiness.
You know what the Chemtech Dragon reminds me of? You watch Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
I have, yes.
So do you remember Duelist Kingdom?
Yes.
Where they were dueling at the top of the castle right before the final bracket starts.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I remember when Yugi used, I can't remember what card it was, but he poisoned the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, so the heads were like rotting and falling off, and that's all I can picture when I look at the
That's the Chemtech Dragon?
Yeah,
all right. All right, I like it. Well, Maddie's going to like what he sees, taking the red buff away from Bio. Trying to make an exit, but Adam has ulti. This is the combo they were looking for. The Cyclone comes through. Charm, is it going to be enough? It hits onto him, and the pullback gets the reset there. Not even using the ultimate yet has Adam. And now the Stand United has been popped, trying to get away from that fight, I think, for Dr. Calculus, as he came through with, like, literally no health.
I know.
And that'll be Barrick end up pushing that top lane.
I would love to see what was going on top side before that ult came through, but ultimately, really nicely done there from Bio. It's going to get them a kill. He's going to get his red buff black and a blue buff to boots. It's going to get them perfect priority here over these grubs. Barrick is strong enough that he could force them to only take 2, but I think you're more than happy at Polestar.
And Polestar is going to end up trying to push back out this top side, but they had already ended up giving over that one grub back, so it'll be the 2-for-1 in the end. I do want to say, though, I mean, this is okay for CPD Sports. Again, their primary objective is waiting for this game to continue, and not even a little bit of a gank on. Okay, it's just gonna be the Q. Didn't have the charm up there, but it will end up being the ult used by Adam to try to get out of that. Oh my God!
Also,
he kills
Adam.
him.
Oh, he's got.
And the flash play, Adam, you monster! The nine-tailed fox rears its fangs, and like a moth is like dead.
And Polestar really feeling themselves in this game, and I'm really glad we're watching this because I think Bio played this out really nicely, holding the ult to cancel the Vault Breaker. And as soon as that happened, there's really no way to walk away from this one as the buy. So really nicely done there from Bio. Good stuff.
Good stuff indeed, my friend. Good stuff indeed.
Oh, speaking of good stuff.
No.
Oh,
okay.
Never mind. Never mind.
He is just going to be fine. It's going to be the turret plates, though. That is the big focus for Polestar. Still have about that 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, right now we're going to see another replay, it looks like. I was wondering, because this one was super fun. I mean, at the end of it, like a Moss was too far away to follow up. So Adam responded well enough to be able to get some good damage done. And the fact is, he decided last second, you know what, no. Like a Moss is too low health to be interacting. Yeah, like, what is this guy doing? So,
I love it.
Does he do the charm first? That's what I care. Oh, he did. Oh, that's clean.
That's
stuff,
clean.
Adam. This is what we talked about. Like, he plays this champ.
Him and Bio, again, had been some really good combinations. Especially, again, that game 1 comp was always something they went for in their series. But now playing off of that one, going into the Wukong Ahri, finding a little bit of an advantage for Adam. Still, though, the name of the game is scaling for CPD Sports, and they aren't that far behind. We'll be seeing first items come up for majority members here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's right. Really nice for Hub to be able to get that first item. Adam is also really close to what is surely going to be that Malignance. And I think it's been a pretty good early game so far here for Polestar. For the most part, if you're CPD, you're not really worried yet. I think they've done a good job not really interacting too much with this game, especially for Nightstar and Pika Pika. While they are behind, this is by no means detrimental.
Ooh.
All things considered. Oh, hold on. Yeah. All things considered, not detrimental here for CPD or their bot lane at all. So as long as this Jace is able to farm up, and like a Moss doesn't fall too far behind, I really think CPD do still have a lot of chances to play. So there's pressure on Adam and Bio to continue pushing the pace.
Well, they can do that if they take this dragon, would be the second dragon of the game for them, and also an Infernal Dragon. They're already moving bodies around here. Barrack has TP'd up in topside. Dr. Calculus has Stand United and TP available. They can outmaneuver this fight. It can be a 5v4 if they want it to be.
Yeah, certainly. So you got to imagine.
He's trying to stop the back. He stopped the back of Dr. Calculus.
I still think this is bad for CPD. I don't know. Oh!
Tried to get it. Can't do it. Tubbs now looking for the engage on Pika Pika, who instantly flashed, but it's not going to be enough. Does get the crash down, which does make it enough in the end. A thumbs up comes out from Bio, and that'll be just the dragon secured by Polestar.
Yeah, I respect the angle to try and steal with that Super Mega Death Rocket. Oh, hold on.
He was holding the charm, but this is going to get a lot of damage.
He's
back down. Bio's here, yeah. Does have enough for the charm, and this is it. Oh no! As now Stand United finally going to be used, as this makes the difference as they get the taunt charm, and that is massive. Feats of Warfare completed by Polestar.
Yeah, like a Moz. Oh, look who's here!
He found the backline, he found the angle, and he finds the kill. 415 gold to the Big Croc.
Nice catch up there from Barrack. He's finished that Black Cleaver, so he is a menace at this point on the top side of the map. So it is going to equalize a little bit there, turning that play into a 1-for-1. But still, overall, Polestar, I think, have been doing a pretty good job turning around some of these plays that Maddie has been going for in the early game. And I think it's part of why they've gotten those early kills, even though the gold's been evened up.
Still worried about what Barrack's going to be able to do, although maybe he's been quelled a little bit here. He should be fine with the slice and dice out. He is going to be pretty terrifying. I mean, he's up like 30 CS. He's got almost all the plates as well.
Yeah.
And Relegation can do some dirty things to the squishy members of Polestar, but it's all about how he enters these fights. As we see the map kind of reestablished to the 2v2 in mid lane. We're constantly looking for those in-betweens, but there is no big objective for the foreseeable future. Just that Rift Herald coming up in about a minute.
Yeah, so we're a while away from the Ocean Dragon coming up in 3 minutes time, but that is something Polestar really do want to be looking forward to, just because they got those early Drakes. This would be their soul points, and it would be a pretty good buff for them to be able to get for themselves going forward. So it's really just going to be Herald and that next Drake.
Wondering now if they move like Amaz. He does have the TP coming up now, so they can kind of keep him on that side lane and get him over there. His TP is still also available for Dr. Calculus. A little bit of preemptive play around the mid lane by Polestar, try to get this pushed out as well. Top side. And he's going to use that Vault Breaker to get away, just in case. Was thinking about going in, but the move will be there first and foremost from Polestar.
Yeah, and Bio doing a good job alongside Tubbs to clear out vision and really pressure CPD to limit their access to this neutral objective area in the river. So make sure they're not going to be able to fight for this Rift Herald. Because, yeah, you want every early objective you can when you're facing down a Jinx who is looking to scale and will be really strong in that 2-3 item mark.
And a little bit of hesitancy there. It was almost the target of Maddie. Barrick was coming over as well, as it should just be a full-on 5-on-5 now. And it's going to be actually the Scuttle Crab taken by Polestar. They could start the Rift Herald if they want. The full move from Cupid is going to be away from this pit. And they're just going to give the objective. Hey, they're sticking to what you said. Just hold on. Let it go. Don't take fights you don't need to take.
Yeah, and I think the setup is good. Getting Dr. Calculus to move down, force someone to answer, means now they just have to go for a play instead.
See if they can take down Dr. Calculus. He really wants to flash over that wall. He's finally going to. He was waiting the longest time to try to make sure he could make it as the flash comes out from Lycamaz and can't even get the root out. Dr. Calculus clean as ever. Gonna be just fine as the Shen.
And now Bio had a bit of a decision to make there on whether or not he's going to actually go for this play. And it's looking like it's just more about annoying Barrick, wasting his time before going for the recall. Give his mid laner space to threaten this turret with that next wave. I like that he's holding the Herald, can just drop it mid lane because Adam's pretty much guaranteed to take this turret down. And it should give Polestar a really good setup going into this next Drake, which will be, again, their sole point.
Wondering if Barrick maybe wanted to try to get out here with the TP onto the minions, but is not going to do it. Going to save that TP for a potential counterplay later down the road. And first turret goes over to Polestar.
Yeah, big
That's
collection of gold. That is also feats of strength, true. So those tier 2 boots are upgraded that much more. And now you're seeing the immediate TP from Adam too. Dr. Calculus, he's going to recall after that last skirmish. I mean, he can still join again with TP or his ult. So I don't think CPD have a leg to stand on in this next fight.
Just hold on tight, ride the waves. Hopefully don't get knocked off the board, as now Tubbs could be the focus by CPD. Should just be fine, as he should make it over. And the contest over the Dragon, which would be soul point on an Ocean Soul for Polestar, can be a little bit tougher for them to enter. Still do have the Stand United to come over top of it. The Rift Herald's going to be popped in mid by Bio. They're going to try to get this siege going.
Yeah, I mean, that's all the space that they need. Again, really using Dr. Calculus and his ability to join so easily.
Oh, Bio gets the Stand United, preemptively popped onto him there. Now Adam looking for an angle. Goes for it to get the charm onto the Rel. Isn't enough? Pika blocks so much, but the Feather Storm plus the Blade Collar plus the damage. Polestar are turning Ignition on, and they are turning into that superstar. Give him a quadra kill for it. Hobbs showing up big. Give him the penta. Bring it to him. He won't go for it. He knows what the stake is. He knows that they need to keep their lives in this promo tournament, and he's stepping up big.
And Polestar are stepping up big all across the board. They've broken this game wide open. What was supposed to be low and slow for Cupid Esports to scale, to allow Nightstar to get strong, has completely fallen to pieces.
Shattered in their very hands. Almost 3,000 gold up now. The Dragon Soul point pressure as the next one's going to be coming up. We take a look at this fight.
Yeah, and it was a good engage from Pika Pika, actually. Multi-man engage with that Magnet Storm was really good, but at this point, Barrick was CC'd all the way down, and Dr. Calculus did a good job breaking up this fight. Even though he fell in the end, he made all the space his team needed to be able to close this one out nicely. And of course, Hub flexing a little bit to get that Flash Feather recall to get the quadra kill.
And off of that, I mean, the game has exploded now. I mean, Hub is going to be so ridiculously strong. He's already on 2 items, and Nightstar not really close to his second either. Still going to need to be a little bit cautious on how you enter these fights, how you position yourself in them, but Hub is set up for success now. And it's really been off of some crucial play calls from Polestar. Both these games have had really decisive moments from them, and just the Stand United combination has pulled off wonders so far for them.
And I think overall, Polestar played the opening to this game really nicely. Most important was the fact that, surely he fought. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Barrick? Oh
yeah,
my gosh.
I was gonna say.
Jesus.
A little too deep, but he's gonna walk away. And yeah, I think Polestar played this open game, this early game, really nicely. Just the fact that CPD's early game prowess to kind of bridge their bot lane into the late game was on Maddie and Barrick, and they neutralized all the plays Maddie went for early, creating that advantage, giving themselves moments where they could collect these early objectives and turn those into bigger leads than CPD bargained for.
I think if you look at the setup for Cupid Esports, I mean, we'll see the setup now as well. And catch out Tubbs. He gets the Stand United used on him. He wants to go back in. Oh my god! He just got obliterated there as it's the kill coming through for Pika Pika, although the Atacon had already been half health. It is going to be CPD that reassume position. Oh! Trying to get the charm reflect there. Dr. Calculus is now here in person. Doesn't even have the Stand United, but could be the front line they need. 50-50 could go the way of Bio. Maddie gonna be willing to threaten this big permanent objective over that crash down coming over. Bio can't get in the pit, doesn't even really need to. The root comes down on Dr. Calculus. Barrick getting low. Barrick gets the shutdown at the end. Like a Moz coming over as well. There's the big counter kill from Dr. Calculus, but the Atacon, it should go the way of CPD.
Yeah, that's what it matters. 1 for 1, but Cupid get the permanent buff with the Thornbound Atacon. Much needed. Going to make the fact that this Jinx is resetting with every kill that much more potent with that reset potential of the Atacon. So now that is a boon that I think Cupid really needed, and the hope is that they're going to be able to use that to push Nightstar to his second item and get him set up for this next dragon fight. We're still 2 minutes away, but it is Ocean Soul, so it is do or die time, Mazel. This is the moment here for Cupid. They're going to take us to that game 3, or Polestar going to be able to clean this one up nicely.
Has the scaling implement been guided enough down the rails to be big enough for this moment? Not that second item for Nightstar, which is what you really want ahead of this. He's very close to it, maybe just trying to get it off the back of some of these jungle minions. But if Polestar have the fight they want, it could get very one-sided very quickly. Lasagna's there for Adam, couple more completions as well. Polestar have had that fighting strength, but now their lead faltering a little bit. We've seen Polestar in these positions as well before.
True, we have. Right now, oh, Adam.
Trying to bait out. Does end up getting the charm right back. Like Amons won't have the reflect, but he held it just long enough.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch that like game of chicken where it's like, oh, am I gonna throw it? Can I bait your reflect? So nicely done by Lycamos to be able to keep his flash, keep his life, and put Adam's ult on cooldown. Ooh.
Trying to catch out Maddie too at the end.
It's a flash. It was a good reaction. Could have lost his life very quickly. That's okay. Really just shows how good the vision game has been from Polestar this game. A pick like that on Maddie would have been huge going into this Drake fight in 30 seconds. So really important that he lives there and still at least has his ultimate to play with here. So now you're seeing teleports. Cupid, they're abandoning all else. Dr. Calculus, he's pushing in a big wave top, and he's going to join after. Cupid, unfortunately, can't afford to try and answer that. Instead, it is all in on this bot side river to make sure this Ocean Soul does not go down.
All right, so he takes the first blows. Tubbs is the focus on to Maddie. Maddie, he's going to be focused down by Adam. About half his health gone. That's the jungler, and now Barrick also pushed out. They're just taking the momentum. They're moving in. They got the ton on the Nightstar.
Oh, he's gone.
They just took the captain blasted out from the middle of the team, and the rest of the team is left in tatters. Barrick tries to get one back, tries to get two, but it won't nearly be enough. That's gonna be a full-on ace for Polestar.
And of course, Adam, with that last charge, is going to be able to secure another kill, and it's Ocean Soul, and quite possibly the series there for Polestar. CPD are falling to pieces, Mazel.
And it's picked up by Polestar, a team that couldn't find a series win in regular season of the NACL. They didn't have a win until today, coming into the promo tournament, at least in games. And now they find themselves in a very strong advantage with only this Nexus standing between them and a date with Jolly Rogers.
Yeah, we're going to watch this one again. Already the early chunk on Maddie was so good, and Bio recognizing I need to get this Shen as deep in as possible. So W, flash, E, just to get him into the middle of the team to get that multi-man taunt, the multi-man knock-up as well with the Cyclone. And at that point, there's nothing else to say. Nightstar dies immediately, that fight's over.
That's tough, man. It's just so hard to deal with. Like, Nightstar has tried his best. He's like flashing.
He really
He's
is.
using his barrier. He can't do anything, and unfortunately just a little bit too far forward, and Polestar fully punished that now. 4,000 gold up. The Baron also spawning. I don't necessarily think that Polestar can just outright do it. They could threaten it at any moment.
Yeah, that's the real angle, especially if it shows how many people are on this bottom side. I'm interested in the minimap. We're seeing pings towards the Baron because they saw so many people show on that bottom side. And I'm wondering if it's an actual commitment they'll make, because Hub and Sub, they're not really close enough.
Not just yet.
Yeah.
Not just yet. As you could see that
Maybe now?
big, massive steal, you know? Get the big Mega Death Rocket come. No. I think we're done with the era of big Mega Death Rocket steals.
I mean, remember that season where it was uncapped monster damage?
Yeah.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Incredible. Dr. Calculus, though, rooted under turret.
Oh, as
Baron
soon as
was
Maddie
thinking
shows his
about it.
Baron. As soon as he
Yeah,
shows his Baron.
they should do it. Oh, Dr. Calculus still, I think, has his taunt. He taunts him again.
Nice.
He might actually get a kill back. No way.
Oh,
Maddie
Maddie
makes it
got
out
it
okay.
first.
He does end up making it out, does tank it up. The Baron will end up going to Polestar as the recompense.
So, at the very least, it's a trade. I think Maddie recognized that there's really just no way he can do anything about this Baron going down. So instead, he commits to the play. Mega Death Rocket, a little late to the party, but really a difficult ask for Nightstar to be able to deal. So now 3 minutes is the timer for Polestar to be able to earn so much more gold with the Baron buff. Still 2 tier 2s left. Of course, CPD's whole base is available as well.
A lot of standing gold, at least.
Yes.
Especially for CPD.
True.
Just need to find a way, but the Baron buff is still there for 2.5 minutes, and because of the stacking from Polestar, they're only about 3 minutes and 15 seconds from that Elder Dragon, which I think I've seen more Elder Dragons today than I had seen, like, all split.
Genuinely.
Which, honestly, I'm here for.
Yeah, yeah. And right now, I think we're going to add to that. We're going to keep breaking their record today, Mazel, because at the very least, this Elder Dragon is certainly going to show up before this game ends.
It makes
right
things
now,
tense, and I'm here for it.
It does. It does. And it's exciting. I like when they included it, like, what, 5 years ago now? Oh, my God.
Oh, God. Don't they just...
Yeah,
Fun.
sorry, man. But it's going to be more turrets going down. Really no response to CPD. Of course, the pity prizes are going to come back up as well. But right now, they're not in any position to collect on them.
Crypt Bloom had been completed by like a Moz. He does have the Oblivion Orb as well to cut some of the healing coming through. The Siege is going to be hard to deal with as well. They don't have the necessarily perfect wave clear tools, but like a Moz will be trying his best to keep them down. But that mid lane push is coming through from Bio as well.
Yep.
They just have Dr. Calculus standing as the third man down here as well. They're finally going to bring Bio down. Reassume Adam the mid lane to try to take this inhib turret.
Yeah, small saving grace is that between Leica Moz and Nightstar, they have really good wave clear. So as long as these waves aren't synced, they should be able to have at least somewhat of an answer. And even now, you're seeing that threat there from Maddie to see if they can actually put pressure on Adam, but he's playing Ahri. So it's fine, but because these waves are coming out one at a time, it's easier for CPD to Focus.
They're going to go for it. The crash down Magnet Storm.
Wow.
They get 2 of them. They get the picks. They get up, down as well. The damage is gone from Polestar.
Oh my
As
God.
they will end up finding the quick, decisive moment, the overextension from Polestar, and it's punished.
I'll tell you what, Ocean Soul doesn't mean jack if you explode in less than a second, Mazel. And they got Hub before he could even dream of pressing that Feather Storm. You talk about standing gold. Right now, CPD are only down 3K, and with that big double that they pulled off, they're actually going to be able to take down this Tier 1. They could even threaten Tier 2.
Want to see if they can get this gold, get back, get reset for the Elder Dragon that's spawning in about a minute. See what kind of power specs they'll be dealing with after that, because we have hit 3rd item for Nightstar, really starting to turn on as a hyper carry.
Yeah, and remember, CPD, they do have the Otacons, so every kill is going to make it easier for them to win these fights. And of course, they have a Jinx, who's going to get excited at the first takedown that
every kill makes it easier to win the fight. There you go.
Isn't that crazy? So Jinx is Otacon. Lennon, you spoiled the
Never
surprise.
seen him in the same room.
Me neither. I mean, nothing else to say. Other than first kill, should actually give Nightstar and the rest of CPD pretty good chance to win the fight.
See if that comes to fruition. Elder Dragon, the great equalizer.
That's right. It's
does
catching
end
on.
up doing this as about 10 seconds till it spawns up. Already really good positioning from Polestar. So it does seem like CPD want to try to use this mid push to move in through the river. Both sides set. Charm connects. The instant rebuttal from that from like a Maz. And I want to see if Polestar just want to start up the Dragon.
I think that would be a little dangerous. Definitely waiting for a fight. You know what?
they
Never
burn
mind.
it
Danger
fast.
is my middle name. You're right, actually. They do. Can they stall? That is the real question.
10,000. They're losing a little bit of control on this entrance, though, and that makes things so dicey.
Yeah.
You're going to let the Elder
Look
Dragon
at him.
reset.
He's separate.
Okay. They want to try to make a play. They're a little bit indecisive. It's getting burned down now. It's going to turn into a 50-50. No way it's being burned. They're going to try to take the fight now as well. Dr. Countess goes in. Bio, you got to choose one. Go for the fighter. Go for the Elder. Which one's it going to be? Elder is going down with no smite, but it's taken by Hub. And now Polestar's wings will activate. The Elder Dragon will scream the names of Polestar.
And that is it. Just like that. No smites, just 80 carry damage. Polestar, Ace, Cupid, and guess what, Mazel? They're running for the base.
They are indeed, for the first time since they joined the NACL. They're on the cusp of winning a series. It's not make-believe. They're making it happen in their lives here in this promo tournament. They're looking to keep them as they throw up the Braum Emo. Polestar, take your laps, take your dues, as finally, after all this time, they find their win, and they book their ticket to Jolly Roger Town in a best-of-5 tomorrow.
And they do it at 2-0 fashion, no less, Mazel. Sweep coming through here from Polestar. That has got to feel amazing for them after such a tumultuous split here in 2025 Split 1. And you got to love that for them to be able to clutch up here in such a big moment, a series where it was your last chance to try and make it back to the NACL.
It was a 2-0.
It was 2-0, so that's got to feel great. We're going to get to interview him for the first time after, and they have that chance now to play Jolly Rogers tomorrow in a best-of-5 to come back to the league.
It's still a 50-50 chance beatdown.
That's right.
50-50 if we have an all-new addition in Jolly Rogers, or if we have a defending spot still kept by Polestar. What a series. And I got to tip my hat over to Cupid Esports. While they had a struggling promo tournament, I still got to say that first game was so tumultuous, so back and forth. You could see how they got to this point, how they won the qualifiers to even claim this moment. And it hurts to go out this way, but it definitely gave us a little bit of a fun series in the end. I got to give my props to the whole team.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, a big congratulations to Polestar for being able to secure this win. We're going to see the highlights, of course, here. showed that some of that exciting gameplay. And I think really the most important thing for me in this early game for Polestar was how they were able to sync up in the mid lane, what we were asking for all series long, I think all split long for Bio and Adam. And I think they did a really good job kind of neutralizing this bot side in the early game. Don't look at this clip, it doesn't count. And otherwise, we're able to really limit what Maddie was trying to do in this early game, as well as Leica Moss. So I think that shutdown in the early game was so crucial to making sure Jinx could never scale into this game.
And there was just really never a chance for Nightstar to have those big pop-off moments. Because as you see here, by the time he's able to get up and running, I mean, you just have so many lethal points to deal with when you step up into these fights without that range. And really good decisions being played through by Polestar. A couple moments where, you know, they felt like they were getting caught out a little bit. Some stand Uniteds that really came in clutch. What?
I just realized that he ran back, Hub ran back in with the stand United to try and get Chen closer, but he died, so it canceled. I was wondering what happened.
Got absolutely killed. Yeah, it was. But I could see the angle. But
I
mean, that was only one time that it didn't work. All the other times it did work.
It did.
And I
very
think getting to see Dr. Calculus perform on this Shen obviously gives a lot of promise to him, but as well as just finding out ways that Polestar win games. And it started off the back of this kind of mid-jungle duo synergy that really worked out.
Yeah, and doesn't that feel good to say? Polestar winning games, Giselle. Like, just so nice to see finally, especially at such a moment where they were one series away from just being done for the year. And what a difficult way it would have been for them to go down. Now instead, they earned themselves another chance with their last life, and they go on to that best of 5 tomorrow.
I just can't believe that the biggest objective in the entire series, the biggest moment, comes down to both jugglers just staring at it and like trying to figure out how they're going to take it. I mean, obviously not having as much of a good time for Maddie, but like I could feel the fear on the other side for Bio, like just being like, please, I just need to kill it. Look at this, it's got like 200 health. Like, I want to. Oh gosh, that's got to be a moment.
I think neither of them had Smite, which was the craziest thing.
Yeah, because I think they used it ahead of time.
Yeah. So it just ended up being a Hub who got it for the team. And you know what? Respect.
Crazy,
clutch.
Man.
We'd love to see it. And they did it, Lizelle.
They did it. It's not done yet, but they did it. They survived. And they will move on to that best of 5. So congratulations again to Polestar. Still, the job's not done. And they have a very tough Jolly Rogers team to face off against tomorrow, who had a little bit of a topsy-turvy time in their own series today. Not as clean as Polestar. Maybe that means something in the end, not being a 2-0. But Polestar going to take some of that momentum into tomorrow for sure.
I think so. And as Sutsi said during the interview earlier on at the end of Series 1, especially at this level, anyone can win. It just depends who shows up on the day. So he acknowledges it. I think shows that it is possible. You called it a 50-50, so in a way that ends up being pretty apt. And it will be exciting to talk to somebody from Polestar to get their take on this, because again, we get to interview him for the first time this split.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see who we get in the end, and I got to ask them about that Elder Dragon moment. Like, I gotta figure out exactly who was going crazy, or who was calling the shots, or if it was literally just screaming at the top of your lungs. It's trying to see who takes that one. But it really has been a tumultuous split for Polestar. I'm glad to see them at least push that forward and do something that AMI couldn't do, right? And I think that's so crazy when you think of the trajectory through the regular season of the NACL, and the fact that we get to this point, it's Polestar that are the ones that are still up in the bracket, and again, still have that series tomorrow to go through.
Yeah, so, I mean, they managed to make it further than AMI by winning today, and we'll see if they can take it that next step. You know, they can kind of carry the torch from the other bottom 2 team in NACL Split 1 to try and make it back into the league. So we already have our 2 new teams. There's only 1 spot left to play for, and it will be really exciting to watch tomorrow, because you and I aren't on.
Yeah, back-to-back days into not being. I think that's you know, I'll take the watch of it. I'm excited to see who ends up getting that final ticket into it. I know we'll be having the interview here shortly, and we'll get to talk to somebody from Polestar again for the first time since they made it into NACL, which is just awesome to be able to say finally at that moment. Get to hear maybe some of the growth and build up into this promo tournament that they have had. But it's really interesting to watch it. That's why, again, you can never count your chickens before they hatch, at least, and in this kind of situation in the Tier 3 system, especially in promos.
Yeah, so again, we got to congratulate them. It was a good look. see if it would be crazy and a great thing to see if they're able to secure that win tomorrow as well against Jolly Rogers to be able to make it back into the NACL. I mean, I don't know what else really to say. It's exciting because I think it isn't just that they won, but I think for the most part they played those games pretty well. I think the best I've seen from them this year too, which
yeah, especially game 2 for sure.
Yeah.
Game 1 a little bit topsy-turvy, a little bit up and down, but still had some good moments for sure in terms of cleanliness. And again, it's never going to be the cleanest things you see. But it's all about who gets the win, right? Because you've got to make it in. Again, that big spot in the LTA at the end of summer for the teams that qualify the end of NACL split number 2. And while you might be trying to earn your way back in NACL, again, that mantra of anybody can win at any moment still holds to the highest level of NACL at least as well.
Yeah, that's right. And it's really important, especially going into tomorrow, to try and overcome a team like Jolly Rogers, where even though you don't have as much experience on the bot lane top side, you have people who've been playing fives at this tier 2-3 level for a couple of years now. Yeah. So it's definitely a tough road ahead, even though today was a big win.
We finally get to do it. We finally get to talk to somebody from Polestar, and it's going to be Adam, who had one of the most consistent performances on the day in both of the games here. So let's go ahead and bring him on. Adam, my man, it's been a long split, I'm sure. I'm sure this series was not an easy one for you guys to get through, but I got to ask first and foremost, what the hell was the call, and how did it go down for the Elder Dragon? I mean, that was it literally sat at like 200 health for, I felt like, forever.
Gotta be stressing.
Well, we were all calling to finish the Elder, and then I think my jungler got a bit confused. I think both junglers smited each other.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, that's what happened.
I think we got a bit lucky with that. I think Hub was the one that got the secreted. So yeah, happy went our way.
Nice. I mean, can you talk a little bit, because it's the first time we get to talk to somebody from your team. Can you talk a little bit? That's not blame, but it's just more like I want to take this chance to hear from you guys. To talk
We're
about,
happy to see you here, man. It's good. It's
the
good.
kind of the difficulties you guys went through throughout the split, and what this win means to you now. You guys aren't in the league yet, but still, it's a big deal.
I think at the beginning of the split, obviously we knew like what was ahead of us, and I think a big part of it was to always stick together no matter what. Like, obviously we didn't expect to like win everything, but I think I want to like shout out all my teammates for like really sticking with each other and just keeping our mentals together. And obviously it was a rough NACL split, but like as you can see, like we learned a lot from it. Obviously yesterday was a bit rough, 1-2-0, but happens. But I'm glad we were able to bounce back, and I'm really proud that me and my teammates were able to like stick together and win today.
I like it. I want to talk about that build up to the promo tournament, because it's been a little while since you guys finished your NACL regular season, and what kind of got you guys back into the gym, so to speak, in League of Legends terms. But how did you guys kind of handle that and work through that to get ready for this promo tournament?
Obviously, like we were scrimming a lot, and like all of us believed in each other. So like we were practicing a lot. Like a lot of the days we were booking like double 5 blocks. We were scrimming a lot to make sure that we were really ready for promo tourney. I think all of us feel like really confident in each other. Obviously yesterday was a bit like rough, but we weren't expecting to lose 3-0. Obviously we wanted to win, but I think again the most important thing was that we keep trusting each other and play together and enjoy playing together, and that's what happened. And today I'm happy we were able to finally get a result that reflected that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I like
that's great. You mentioned like enjoying playing together. Obviously that's important in a team environment. Do you think that helped you guys deal with the challenges you dealt with this split, and that kind of led you to this game today?
I mean, yeah, I think for sure. I think like I've said it before, I think this is like the most fun I've had playing League ever. Like I love all my teammates, and I want to shout them out again. Like I really appreciate how hard all of us have been working to like stay together and play the best we can. So yeah.
I appreciate that a lot, man. I can feel it coming from the heart. I got to ask you then, give you one last chance, give you some shout outs to any Polestar fans, but as well as give yourself a little bit of a moment to kind of talk about yourself and the journey you guys have been through. You will still have your best of 5 tomorrow against Jolly Rogers, but this stage is for you to speak your piece, man.
Well, I think I want to shout out the haters within the fans. I think
Let's
the
go.
haters make us keep going. Like obviously, a lot of us like a lot of people don't want to see us succeed, and all of us know that. So I think they push us to be even better, and thankfully we were able to win today. I want to give a special shout out to my teammates, especially my coach, Bobby. Like, I think without him, none of this would be possible. So I want to give a special shout out to Bobby. I want to give a shout out to our owner, Jubes. I want to thank God for this opportunity. I also want to shout out my brother who's watching right now, my mom, my dad, and again, shout out to my teammates, shout out to my coach, and hopefully tomorrow we can get the same result.
I like it. Adam, it was a pleasure to get to talk to you, man. Good luck, and we'll see you potentially tomorrow as well.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, and that was Adam from Polestar. Congratulations once again. Their first series win of the split itself, and in the promo, when it matters most, when their backs are against the wall, they triumphantly come out with a 2-0 over Cupid Esports, and Cupid Esports will be bowing out of the tournament.
That's right, so we say goodbye to them as we say hello to our teams in the final best of 5 for our last spot there in the league, the end of our promotion tournament. It's going to be Jolly Rogers versus Polestar. So, yeah. I mean, none of us had expected it. If we're keeping it 100, and it's going to be really fun to see if they can put the clown makeup on us. But before that, we got to see who the MVP is going to be. Really quick, Mazel, who's your pick?
All right, gosh,
I'm going to say Adam.
Hard.
Go on.
I'm going to say Adam, too. I think he had some really good moments in the series. Let's go ahead and see who the MVP is for our second series of the day.
It's Adam!
Let's go. Gets the MVP, gets the interview, gets everything. And, you know, I could feel the humbleness out of him, but as well as the kind of heartfelt thank you to the teammates and stuff around him. I think that's awesome because the bonds you build at those kind of moments in the thick of competition are exactly why we're here.
Yeah, and I got to say I really appreciate the attitude that he very clearly had towards the game improvement that I'm sure is reflected in the rest of his teammates, despite such a difficult split they had throughout the early parts of 2025. So really good to see them keep it up, enjoy playing together, love playing with each other, and you know, hope that they can see if they can go take it a little further.
And you see a couple of these fights really dictated by Adam's aggressiveness on the back line, the resets that were coming through him. There was a couple tight moments from him as well. But even in that game number 1, having a lot to say in how they won as well. So really nice to see for Adam and the MVP that Polestar needed most.
A big time. Great look from Adam and a great look from Polestar to be able to convincingly win that series there. Again, 2-0 fashion, no less. So really nice to see the improvement from this team, especially for us watching them all split along. And that means tomorrow's series is going to be really exciting because even though Adam talks about regretfully how their series yesterday ended in a 3-0 in their loss. So now you got to imagine they're going to fight really hard tomorrow against Jolly Rogers. And I don't think no matter who wins, that will be a 3-0.
Yeah, I really hope we get a culmination of a good best of 5 here with the full Fearless effect. We're going to take a look at the bracket here sooner rather than later and take a look at exactly how we've gotten to this point because it's been a heck of a journey. It's been a quick turnaround. I mean, only 4 days for the entirety of the promo tournament, which is a little bit different than normal. And also what's different than normal is the fact that we have 3 spots on the line since Near Airport had bowed out of it at NACL split number 2. And that last spot, either Jolly Rogers or Polestar will be taking it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. For the first time, we do have 3 spots that people can qualify for. And tomorrow, the final qualification match is going to take place. Jolly Rogers versus Polestar. Same time, same place. You do not want to miss it because we're going to find out, will Polestar finally get that chance to get their second win, redeem themselves, and make it back into the league? Or will we get some new blood in Jolly Rogers? And for all 3 of our spots.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. See if the changing the guard is going to be in full effect or if Polestar can do what was not expected of them at the beginning of the year, at least itself. And now, if you did miss any of that action or are wanting to catch up on any of the clips that you may have missed, go check out our socials. Be scrolling in the top left of your screen. And final message beatdown, as we won't be back on the broadcast until split number 2.
Final message. I love League. I love NACL. Let me go take a shower, please.
Appreciate that beatdown. Shout out to production behind the scenes. Shout out to everybody watching. We'll be closing out the promos tomorrow. Don't you dare miss it. Jolly Rogers versus Polestar. And we'll see you there. And we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
I can also turn and fight this. They still have a lot of tools to work with.
Decoy going in to wait for the equalizer.
Wow.
Right on top of the Glacial Prison. Nukes is already gone. Lojaz trying to get back into the pit towards the Dragon. The Chaos Storm is going to run out. Will goes into the pit with a heroic entrance, but he is gone. No heroic entrance for you. Lojaz still in the pit, dies to the winds of war.
No junglers.
It's cleaning up the back half, and 5 minutes goes with the Valkyrie to justice as AMI come away with. Might have been an overextension. Pop Blossom coming in on a 2. Only gets the 1 with the flash coming out from Lojaz. Here comes the curtain call. True Shot Barrage actually misses. Dragoon coming for the play. Tries to get somebody. Is going to get nobody in the end. Is finally going to pop the Death Rev on his Baz. Is by himself here trying to fight it out, but I don't think he can. Baz goes down. Dragoon becomes tanky. And the Deadly Blurs can connect on the back of it. Jolly Rogers, they've signified that they are in this game. But Decoy
but
just shut them all down with 5 Mini. The combo of the solo laners really coming in clutch here. But Zep is going to get the shutdown over on the Lojaz. Now trying to hunt down 5 Mini, but it is an ADC versus a solo laner as Will goes like a boss. Gets him down. One more auto, the sidestep to, and Adam gets the solo bolo. Meanwhile, Nightstar dies to the smite from Bio. And Bullstar continuing to find moments here. They find Pika too. This Hub goes on a killing. Get the one Nature's Grasp and chance for Zillero. They're just going to fully 100-0 Tub. Trying to get him down. Solar Flare there. He's flashing out. Bio turning it. And Hub backs up his man Tubbs. And like a buzz goes down to the bait as well. Oh, that's the jungler. And now Barrick also pushed out. They're just taking the momentum. They're moving in. They got the ton on the Nightstar.
Oh,
they just took the captain out from the middle of the team. And the rest of the team is left in tatters. Barrick tries to get one back, tries to get 2, but it won't nearly be enough. That's going to be a full-on ace for Polestar.
And of course, Adam, with that last charge, is going to be able to secure an answer. And even now, you're seeing that threat there from Maddie to see if they can actually put pressure on Adam, but he's playing Ari. So it's fine, because these waves are coming out one at a time. It's easier for focus.
They're going to go for it. The crash down Magnus Storm. They get 2 of them. They get the picks. They get down as well. The damage is gone from Polestar.
Oh my
God. They will end up finding the quick, decisive NACL. They're on the cusp of winning a series. It's not make-believe. They're making it happen in their lives here in this promo tournament. They're looking to keep them as they throw up the Braum Emo. Polestar, take your laps, take your dues, as finally, after all this time, they find their win, and they book their ticket to Jolly Roger Town in that best of 5 tomorrow.
And they do it at 2-0 fashion, no less.